Welcome back, one and all, to playoff season here in CCT Series 8, as we now are into the business end of our season, getting teams closer to the grand finals, eliminating some teams, and of course, enjoying some stellar Dota along the way. My name is Snare, back here for the playoffs, and I'm joined today by my brother in cold, the man with the new PC, the man with the fresh hair. What's up, Wingblade? Long time no see again. How you been?
I'm doing very well. I'm like above averagely excited for today because every single team or every single series we're gonna watch is gonna have two teams that went 3-1 in the group stage. So this could very well be the day with the closest games. So that makes me really excited because I do love myself some close games.
Yeah, close data is always the best kind of Dota. And of course, we're going to be starting this off with a game that I'm pretty sure is going to be quite close. Beginning things off with Apple City Gang taking on the side of Endgame. Before we get there, let's understand how we arrived at this point. Everybody came into the group stages except for the two teams directly invited to the playoffs. 10 teams in two groups, all of them trying to play. And then the three top teams managed to advance to this stage of the tournament. As you mentioned, everyone ended up going 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1. It's only a couple of teams that, bombed out because of bad performances from Quantum and, of course, not being able to play from Asakura. But that does mean that this time around, we've had some CCTs where you get to the playoffs and you're sort of uncertain as to like how strong some of the teams that made it to this far are, but we're not going to have this problem this time around, Wingblade. Like you said, very close games. So whoever gets to the top and earns themselves at $30,000, you know for a fact will absolutely deserve it.
Oh, for sure. And we have some veterans of the tournament, of the CCT series. We have some, let's say, more inexperienced teams as well. And we have some like brand new rosters as well. Like this OG roster is like as fresh as it gets. So should be good.
My thing, honestly, that I'm really looking forward to, I really do want to see, of course, this new OG squad ply their trade. We don't have Navi Jr. for the first time in quite a while. This time around, we only have Navi that's going to be joining us. But I really want to see Apple City Gang because last season, I remember that you were saying to me that this was a squad that really impressed you with how they sort of came out of nowhere, but they were delivering some really solid Dota. And it turns out that last season was not a flash in the pan. They managed to stay consistent coming into the new patch. They're still winning games. Might not have been a perfect run in the group stage, but nonetheless, this team, I'm very certain that at some point in the future, you and I are going to be sitting back and being like, oh yes, where were you when you saw Dual Rays win his first tournament? Now he's winning lands. I was there. I know the future of this kid.
Yep, wouldn't surprise me at all. So, do you have any of these teams, aside from Apple City Gang, that you think could be up and coming as well?
This team actually interests me a lot with Endgame because for two reasons, right? Obviously, there are a lot of like long-standing people who've been in the scene. Mind Control, TI winner, Spartan has been playing for years and years at this point. But when we did IESF last year, I believe was in October or November, somewhere around there, GZ and Spartan, right, were playing for their respective countries, Turkey and Greece, and they ended up meeting in the tournament, right? And they played a very... it was very interesting watching their games, right? Because it's sort of like they were playing against each other directly. Like they understood the other's play style very, very well. So they were able to behave accordingly, especially in lane. So seeing them in the same team, I'm actually quite excited about this squad. I do think that this one, on paper, in my opinion, outside of the OG that's sitting as one of the invited teams, outside of Navi, I think just purely on paper, I would put Endgame as my third seed in this entire tournament, honestly.
Oh, okay, that's high praise. They did go 1-2 against Passion UA, but again, Passion UA is one of those teams that always performs in CCT, so we can't really hold that against them.
I think for me, one of the big things about Endgame is because of Wish, they have a mid-tinker player. And trust me when I say mid-tinker players right now, if you can get a good one on your squad, it can wreak absolute havoc on the map. So let's see if that's what they'll be claiming for themselves in this upcoming draft, as we do have our first game of the playoffs. It's still the upper bracket, so loser only drops down to the lower bracket. You still have several lives in the tank right now. So let's see what they've got. Radiant side is going to be Endgame with the second pick. Dire side will be Apple City Gang with the first pick. So what are you feeling? We're probably going to have TA Band, not going to have Terrorblade, might not have Magnus. What else is going to be left? No one's really going that hard for the first phase of ban anymore. Does anything else stick out as like being worthy of a first phase ban?
I think potentially Nature's Prophet. Still very popular despite all of the nerfs. It's crazy how sometimes a hero gets nerfed and then becomes even more popular. It's mind-boggling. Same for PA. Like in the B patch, her evasion got like cut in like I don't know what the exact number is, but like 1/3 of the radius or something, or the effect got removed. She got less crit, she got less range on her jump, and now she's suddenly first phase material, and I'm like, what? What did I miss? How does balance work?
It's always like this, right? It's sort of similar to DK, where DK was obscenely busted, right? People weren't picking it. It got slightly nerfed, and people were like, wait a second, those nerfs are crazy, right? But then you play the hero, and you're like, my god, this hero is still so busted. And then you lament how much MMR you left on the table by not playing him in the pause patch. That's how it always is. So PA, as you mentioned, now does emerge at the very beginning of the patch. All right, so now here's the question. If you're end game, do you pick Warlock or do you ban Warlock? Because you cannot allow them to have Warlock and the PA, right?
Maybe you do allow them? Yeah, you just pick the Tide, you have a good laning matchup, and then PA is gonna get farm anyway, because that's what PA does, so... You can ban Warlock, but there is quite a few strong supports right now. I don't think, like, deny picking supports is really that much of a thing, aside from really specific circumstances.
Okay, hear me out. The thing about the Warlock, why I want them to pick it up, is because Warlock also enables one of the heroes, the carry heroes, which in my opinion does really well against PA if that hero has more farm and has a good start to the game. But the hero is kind of dead in the game unless you have Warlock, and that hero is Gyrocopter. I kind of feel like if you go Gyro Warlock, it can still be very effective. You'll have this team fight coming from the offlane and the Tidehunter. You can build into the early MKB on that hero as well after you get your main damage items. And of course, you'll get the added advent of the Warlock. I kind of feel like you kind of need the Warlock because Gyro doesn't do enough damage by himself, it feels like, anymore. But when he does have the Warlock, all of a sudden you do not have damage problems. You can itemize directly to counter the PA and not worried about the rest of the team.
Okay. I thought you were setting up to talk about Spectre. I was like, okay, here comes Gyro. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Listen, I love Spectre, bro, but unfortunately, Spectre's unplayable, right? It's not unplayable, but it's tough. It's tough. It's not easy to play.
But you're saying that Gyro is dead in the water? I still think it's like one of the top carries right now. Even in terms of pick rates.
I mean, like you know when you play carry, right? And then if you play PA one game, the next game you play Morphling, right? The next game you play some carry Tide. Next game you play DK, and then you play Gyro. You're gonna be like, God, this hero sucks, bro. What happened to you?
Is this a personal experience there?
Yeah, this is a little bit of personal trauma. Let's put it that way.
Fair enough. So, when I was talking about other supports being really strong, Ancient Apparition was the one that came to mind, and Apple City Gang are gonna pick that up. So. Tide doesn't really care that much about PA's damage early, but AA still does a good amount of harassment, even with the Kraken Shell, or these days it's the passive that, or the innate that dispels it. I'm not sure what it's called, but yeah, the threshold is so high that AA can just have a field day until the mid to late game.
The PA lane. Tide should be fine there. One thing that I'm also now looking towards is what's the mid laner going to be, right? That's going to allow them to always reliably not just get these ice blasts out, but enable Tusk to just play the edges of the fight. What are you thinking? Like some Puck maybe in the mid lane, in tandem with the Tusk and the Ancient Apparition, or are you feeling one of the spirits more?
It does look like a very good spirit game. We haven't seen an Ember spirit ban just yet. I think that is still the most appealing spirit right now. Earth Spirit has fallen out of favor a little bit. Storm is also very good. Void Spirit, I don't think is in the game anymore. So I think Spirit is good.
It's the end game for now. They're going to be the ones tasked with picking up one of their other supports, most likely at the moment. We already have some save from the Ringmaster. So I imagine that that's going to be the hero being picked up by Jeezy. So what's Spartan going to play here? I mean, it could be Ringmaster, can be both, right? I've seen them as 4, I've seen them as 5, a bit more towards the 5, so Spartan more likely, but there we go. My boy Spartan, shout out to you, gang. picked up the Warlock, made sure to take it away from the PA. And now we have some very interesting carry options, right? This changes the lane dynamics quite a lot because there's a lot of heroes that aren't that strong in the lane, but all of a sudden, if you give them a heal and some additional damage in the lane, become monsters in that regard. So a lot of flexibility available for Nande's pick here.
Yeah, I'm very curious. You spoke about Gyro. I spoke about Spectre. But yeah, most short range carries enjoy having a Warlock because ranged carries tend to not need as much healing because, well, they're ranged. So I'd expect to see that, but which melee carries are strong against PA?
How about Silver Edge Slog? Eats these supports alive, can break a PA to help kill her in the game. You have already behind you a save from the Ringmaster, some counter initiation from the Warlock. Okay, they go Faceless Void, but still a similar rationale, right? A hero that you can just go onto your target, and there's not really much that these supports can do about it, right?
Yeah, I think Void is very good. I'm not in love with Slark personally, because yeah, you can kill an Ancient Apparition, but being melee range also guarantees that the Ice Blast is gonna hit you. And Tusk is actually pretty decent against Slark. And even PA, because PA has the Fan of Knives to break. So if you just wait out the Dark Pact and then she throws the Fan of Knives, you stop healing. So yeah, it can be a nice Slark game if you get a really good start, but it can also go horribly wrong. So I prefer the Void here.
Do you think, well, Time Lock or Time Zone, not really that played all that much, but if he does go for the Cronus here, you're not concerned with the lack of damage inside the bubble right now, or do they have enough to just shell up the game long enough that he just gets the physical damage built into his items anyway?
It is slightly concerning. Ringmaster has some okay damage, but I would love to see them get a mid that actually deals damage inside Chrono. There's something ranged with a lot of damage, because also they have a Tide, they have a Ravage, but not really a great follow-up. And Apple City Gang, they're like, okay, yeah, you don't have damage, so we're gonna pick Dusa.
Doesn't this game like feel like it's crying out for an Invoker for endgame?
Yeah, I think Invoker is pretty decent. Being some cool cataclysms inside Chrono. But maybe that's like too, I don't know, too Chronosphere dependent. Like, how are they gonna kill anyone if Chrono is not up, if you have an Invoker?
I mean, I don't think they kill anybody. Like, the mid heroes that are left in the game, it has to be one that like gives them damage, like you said, for the bubble, gives them catch as well. But let's say they go for one of the spirits, right? Even then, it feels like a hard game to be going around trying to get big kill. Like, I don't feel like they should be playing around skirmishing. Just looking at the draw from endgame, with how many massive ultimates that they have, a little bit more static heroes, Tide Hunter, Faceless Void. I think you accept that, like, guys, we're all playing a static game. Let us find a hero that we can anchor around and then drive forward in that fashion. I think if they go for skirmishing on the mid pick, I'm not sure it's going to work here.
Man, I was about to mention OD, and then they ban it, and now I cannot mention it while looking smart anymore. Damn it.
You can. We know in your heart you had OD there. I could see it. I could literally see the thought bubble coming out of your head that says OD. So it's all good, yeah.
So, are there any other OD-like heroes? Usually I would be screaming Huskar, but there is an AA, so not this game, unfortunately. I mean, they could still go for Tinker as well.
Tinker would be excellent. I mean, they don't have that much catch, right, on ACG. They have what? Right now, Tusk is the only hero that hunts. You're playing Medusa from the offlane, so she's not going to be driving action forward on the map. PA wants to farm. AA going to be sitting very far back. I think you're right, gang. Like, Tinker actually would be incredible. Honestly, if they ban Puck or Storm here on the side of endgame, then it does feel like it's going to be a Tinker game for sure.
Yeah, if they ban Tinker or Storm or Puck, it's gonna be a fuck up. Let's be clear about that. You're playing against Wish. There is a Void in the game. You don't have catch. You need to ban this hero. Or maybe they really cooked. Yeah, they pick Storm and they think this is a counter, but I don't think Wish agrees. I think Wish has played so many games of Tinker that playing against Storm doesn't really concern him that much. But we'll see. That's my read on Wish.
As well, right? It's like a Storm that's not going to be having any buffs from anywhere else. It's just him by himself. So if that's the case, Wish is... Okay, right now it's probably happening. Wish is talking to the team. He's like, guys, can I get away with this? Please, let me do it. And then Spartan's like, hey, gang, I don't really know about this, bro. Doesn't Storm do this? All right, so they agree for the Queen of Pain instead. Okay. Honestly, I really wish they'd picked the Tinker, but maybe they wanted to be a little bit less greedy. They were like, look, we have Mind Control on the Tidehunter, who's become a lot greedier of a hero in recent times. We know Faceless Void is greedy, so let's pick a hero that doesn't need as many resources on the map, but can still show up and be impactful when we need him to be.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I just think it would have been so cool for Wish to pick Tinker into Storm and then have a great game, but not this game.
Now that we are at the end of the drafts, which one do you prefer? And also, which draft do you think is easier to play?
Honestly, we've been talking a lot about endgames drafts. And even with the Tinker, I think I would have preferred Apple City Gangs, just because their lineup is so well-rounded. It seems like they just have a little bit of everything, and to answer the second question, I think it's easier to play as well. It's very intuitive. You don't have to play around big timings, you just play normal Dota. You have some big ultis, you have some skirmishing heroes, you're like relatively strong in all phases of the game, so my money would be on them.
Okay. The one concern I have about the ACG draft, though, is they have a somewhat of a lack of team fight. The only team fight spot that they really have to count on is going to be the Stone Gaze from the Juicer, of course, in tandem with the Ice Blast coming out of the Ancient Apparition. Overall, though, I do like the skirmishing, and I do like the fact that they can fight very reliably across the game without having to use their ultimates, right? They have big ultimates, yes, but they're not required for them to get kills. On the other side, for endgame, I really struggle to see how they win skirmishes without deploying at least 1 or 2 ults in their direction, so a little bit harder on that side. But that being said, I do have one problem, right? What's the answer for late game Void? If we get there, if we get to the actual late game, how do you deal with Faceless Void in this situation?
I think buybacks. It's a silly answer, but honestly, if it gets to a late game situation, you have a Dusa, you have a Storm, you have a PA. He's not going to be able to kill all 3 of them twice. And he is pretty much like the only real source of damage. So he can kill 1, maybe 2, maybe even 3, but if you buyback, you can still win the game. So you hope that you're not going to get to a stage like that, or maybe you get in a situation where you can pick him off because you do have like PA Storm, which is a lot of catch, a lot of burst damage. But buybacks are a fine answer if you get to that stage.
Get there? You know, I just realized something. We are playing Masochist on the Queen of Pain, right? She's playing Masochist. If she gets Aghanim Scepter in tandem with Warlock having like the level 10 Fatal Bonds damage, that's going to be obscene. That's going to be very fun to watch. Like, did they catch multiple heroes with that? One spell, half the HP pool just gone immediately. And you're just like, wait, what the hell? How did this happen? So that's going to be very fun to witness. I think they definitely need to make sure on the side of ACG that they're kind of owning the game. That's what I kind of want to see from their draft, right? Especially with like the Storm and the PA. I want to see them on the front foot as much as possible. I don't think I want to see Apple City Gang shelling up and waiting for the late game. That's not really where they're going to be impactful. I especially want to see them fight. If they can force a fight, force ultimates, even if they die, I think they should re-engage immediately and just try to keep the ball rolling as much as possible.
All right. Looks like the players have a little bit of a problem. So Snare, you're the main guy. You want to put us into a break?
Unfortunately, we do have to go to a break. We do have a small connection issue, like you said. So we'll be back in a couple minutes so you can see the pretty face of my boy here, Wingblade, in just a few moments with Game 1 of Apple City Gang versus the Endgame. Dota 2 action, ladies and gentlemen. We are back, baby. A little bit of a delay. One of our players was having some issues getting back in the game, but he's here. We're going, and we are about to have our first game of this BO3. And hopefully we fulfill the prediction of my boy Wingblade here, telling me that this is going to be much easier for the Dire side to play. So let's see what they do.
I thought it was gonna be we're gonna be talking about my prediction that we're gonna have great games today, but sure.
No, that's a guarantee, brother. That's not even a prediction. You just saw the future of that one.
Also, I already spotted one of my pet peeves in this game because Wish already skilled up Scream of Pain.
Oh no.
Like, there is no upside to killing Scream of Pain right now. What if he needs Blink? What if he like spots 3 couriers just walking somewhere? Or there is someone like 1 screen away with 1 HP? Wish, you just don't know that, sir.
Well, we'll see if they can actually leverage the Scream here on this contest for the bounty. Amaterasu using a lot of mana here. Managed to take away the bounty. Getting body blocked by Nanbe, but I don't think they're going to have the damage for this. Throws out the snake. Should be A-okay. And it looks like they're going to lose out quite massively. Radiant side only able to pick up 1 bounty unit, it seems.
Game is practically over. On a side note, Ringmaster is one of the worst heroes against Dusa. Because the little javelin thingies that he throws out deal HP percentage damage, which against Dusa isn't that much. Spartan.
Yep, unfortunately. Alright, so let's see. Bottom did have a lot of harass going in onto Amaterasu, but this Medusa is still able to come back. Talk to me, actually. How do you feel about this off-lane undulate Medusa that everyone's been playing?
I think it can be very nice. This is a terrible start, though. Dusa is really hard to get out of lane, but mana is quite difficult to regen well. And yeah, as we can see, just straight up dies, and Tusk could be in trouble as well. Oh my goodness.
One more right click from the Warlock would have secured this kill, but Oh no, you went back! QB, why? Okay, eat some tangles right now. Still gonna live. Down to 30 HP, but ultimately he stays alive. But honestly, almost died, and he gets his courier killed in the process.
My goodness. So, yeah, I quite like it. It depends on the game, because you need, like, good damage and lockdown in the rest of your team. But I think this game, that is fine, right? You have a Tusk, you have an AA, you have a Storm. So they should have plenty of damage and lockdown, and then it's just a really difficult hero to deal with. Because she's incredibly tanky, and you never want to commit onto her, which makes taking objectives and like getting vision really easy.
Gonna be in some trouble here in the top lane. Blood grenade thrown in towards him as well. Mind control will be there with the anchor smash, removing some of the damage from your Y. It is unfortunate as well that the damage that comes out of the Phantom Strike, or the Siphon Dagger rather, also gets affected by anchor smash. Feels bad.
But still, I think PA is having a lot of fun here. I think Tide is a good hero against PA. But Ancient Aberration is just very strong in lane. I say S, he immediately dies.
Wingblade, you have forgotten your power as a caster, my friend. The caster's curse, too strong.
In the mid lane, looks like Storm is perhaps having a bit more fun than he should have.
Not just fun, my
solo
friend. He just
kills
gets a
Wish.
solo. Is that supposed to happen nowadays with the Storm Quad matchup?
With the Storm Co-op matchup, definitely no. With Wish in the mid lane, there is a solid chance. Because either Wish wins an unwinnable matchup or loses an unlosable matchup. And I was just telling Snare about the last time I casted Wish. It was like a Queen of Pain game where he had like 6k net worth at 22 minutes. So I hope this game he's gonna recover just fine. But this is not instilling me with a lot of confidence.
Maybe it's one of those deaths where you just want to get it out of the way. You're like, listen, I don't want to die like an idiot later on. Let me just feed a little bit mid. You know, I experienced the pain of dying. I don't want to experience it again. And I'll be fine for the rest of the game.
Yeah,
Or
pressure is
according
off
to plan,
now. Like, his lane is already fucked up. This
Now
is
he's
when
just
Wish
chilling.
thrives.
So Wish is like mid lane version of Eternal Envy.
Yep. It's like Envy when ahead, it's like no problem. But if he's 10k behind, that's scary. Same for Wish.
I really like those kind of players, you know. Bottom, they are gonna put some pressure out onto Nande. Tag team is out. They hit him with this Medusa snake, but unfortunately, not nearly enough damage.
Ooh.
Time walks away. We'll eat some damage right now with the Gorgon's Cross. Doesn't have time walk for another 10 seconds. He might actually end up dead. The heat will come in from Nande as well as the big Warlock with the chains. Unfortunately, not enough to get killed. Slow wall forward onto Nande. Nande still alive by some miracle. The damage that these little creeps are taking from the Fatal Bonds also contributed to killing QBFY faster and allows Nande to live.
My goodness. The double Wraith Band armor really helped there as well. Normally, I say don't go double Wraith Band and then like a wand as well, but this game, it's paying off.
Gets to stay alive. In the mid lane, you do see some catch up in the CS department on this Quap. Storm Spirit, of course, is doing his usual thing of backing off into the jungle, so that'll give her a little bit of time to catch up somewhat. Storm will, of course, be far ahead in the net worth department, but Wish will obviously need every little advantage he can get right now. Top lane, as they respawn at the top, they go straight in onto GZ. They want to bring down the Ringmaster, and they will succeed in doing so. Very nicely done. And bottom, unfortunately, they're not positioned to punish the Medusa for the QBFY Tusk, leaving her alone.
Yeah, it's always so difficult to get anything done on Medusa. It's only gonna get worse from this point, but very nice rotation from Tusk, recognizing that there are some easy kills to be gained in this top lane.
Radiant are scanning.
I have some contestation around this bottom bounty, perhaps. QBFY is here, but they're both underneath an Observer Ward, so they know exactly what's happening on the Radiant side, and they see that it's an Invis rune. I would like to see them do something about this. I don't think you want to be giving away a level 7 Storm Spirit and Invis rune at this stage of the game.
A bit scary, but what can you really do? Both the Ancient Apparition and Tusk rotated there. And Apple City Gang, they knew. They had a ward, so it's like, this sucks, but I guess we're just gonna have to play defensively while we don't see Storm.
Medusa chilling. Mid lane Storm is just farming still. Hasn't activated the Invis. So far, so good, I think, for the Apple City Gang boys. Getting all the farm they want. Crucially, this PA has been largely uninterrupted in the top lane. Sitting very pretty at the top of the net worth. And building in towards this Battle Fury. This mid game, I think, like late game, I'm very scared of the spaces for it. But man, this mid game timing that this PA can hit in this game seems very terrifying.
Yeah, for sure. I would have wanted to play like a Warlock in this game.
Is under attack.
There are so many ways for you to just randomly die.
So things have slowed down a little bit. What do you think the next move should be on the side of Apple City Gang? I think they're better positioned to make a play, given that we still don't have Ravage on the tide. We still don't have like that many points into Fatal Bonds. I don't think they're going to want to rotate just yet on Radiant. So where do you envision them going on Dire right now?
I think killing mid is too difficult. But maybe if Void like oversteps, there is a chance. Ultimately, probably just gonna be supports though.
Dire structures are fortified.
They try to get a kill moving top, and now they're coming middle with Dual Rays. Although they do have all the heroes here positioned and ready to try and fight this. Dual Rays comes out of the Invis, and like you said earlier, they were prepared for this movement. They even had a very nice Sentry Ward ready for this, so MC doesn't get killed. However, they will try steal these stacks, and they don't want to let this happen. Here they come from the side of endgame, putting pressure in onto Flacco. And Pretty Flacco is about to go down. And there we go. First kill for GZ in this game. Unfortunately, it will not save the stack that they had available, but Dual Rays should just be able to steal it and easily get out.
I didn't even have to pop his regen. So ultimately wasn't too bad for Apple City Gang. They lost one hero, but they got a triple stack and they forced the movements from 4 heroes. Pretty good.
6 kills so far. It's been a very kill-like game, honestly. I've become accustomed to just crazy action happening in the first 10 minutes, but this one a bit more of a considered affair at the moment.
That's kind of what you get with these offlaners, right? Because both offlanes are almost impossible to gank, and these heroes don't really like rotating either. So you just have the mid, I guess. And we did see a kill in mid, but that's kind of it.
Fortunately, they still don't have damage on the tower. Medusa, is she going for the meme hammer build? Yes, she is.
Yep.
Good job. Can I just say, 33 has ruined Dota by introducing this build. I'm really tired of seeing this in my games.
It's so slow. You know exactly what's gonna happen, but you can't stop it.
Yeah.
Dire's middle
Perhaps I should actually change the facet name from undulation to like inertia, because that's what it feels like. Just this truck rolling down the hill, gonna catch you eventually. On the other side, they do catch Flacco yet again. Escape back will be there to ensure MC doesn't take too much damage in the meantime. He does have Ravage. Snowball comes through, but he dies before he can pull it out. As being said though, they get the level 6. They get the full ultimate from the Warlock. Doesn't really do too much damage though in tandem with the Sonic Wave. They have not managed to bring anybody down. Your Y will finally be able to be killed. QPFY survived. The Storm Spirit managed to evade most of the Sonic Wave thanks to the Ball Lightning. So unfortunately, even though they get some very big kills, it was very expensive for the Radiant lineup to make those kills happen.
Yeah, very fortuitous double damage or amplified damage timing from Wish though. They still have Ravage now, so they could try to do something still, but we're at that point where the damage is kind of missing. Both of the supports don't deal that much damage. Quop doesn't have Sonic Wave, so it's a bit awkward now. You have Ravage, so you want to fight, but you can only really kill the unimportant heroes.
Now Durays will take advantage of this moment in time to just farm up a little bit, get towards his Kaya. And Medusa has finished off the Rod of Atos. One of the problems they're also going to be having on the side of Apple City Gang is that their push is absolutely atrocious. I mean, to be fair, neither team has amazing push, but you know, you kind of have to push just by posting up a tanky hero in front of the tower. And they're trying to do so in the top lane, but here's a smoke. Storm moving in with the tusk. They're going to come bottom, looking towards where Mind Control is at, as the Medusa TPs to the top lane to defend that tower. Let's see if they have enough in the tank to kill Tidehunter as well.
I think they should. At this point, MC isn't that tanky yet.
There they go. Ice Blast coming forward. Walrus Punch was there, and they do get the kill. Ravage does go out onto both of them. Wheel of Wonder will emerge as well. They do manage to escape for now. At least the Storm Spirit does. QBFY will end up getting brought down by GZ. Still though, you brought both supports down bottom, you got a Tide kill, and you might get more right now. You know that they don't have a chaotic offering here. So GZ forced to escape hack themselves just to stay alive for now. And we still have more reinforcements. Your Y has shown up onto the Warlock. They almost killed him, but Nande drops the Chronosphere. Can they turn this around? Sonic Wave onto Dual Raise. There's enough damage to bring him down. Warlock will eventually die. Your Y wants to take GZ with him into the grave, and he does. It is going to be a loss on the Storm Spirit, but it's so far 3-for-1. But now Mind Control has respawned. He returns into the fray. They find a massive Scream of Pain in the Anchor Smash. They get 2 kills. Nande wants to make it a 4th, going on to Amaterasu. The Rod of Atos will hold them back for now, but Nande will have to jump again in a moment. He's leaping forward. He wants this Medusa. Ice Shards! Wonderfully done by QBFY, blocking Nande from his pursuit. Does cost the life of that Tusk, and ultimately, they end up losing 4 for 3 in this engagement down bottom.
I had completely forgotten about Void being in the game. That was the first time he hit an enemy hero, it feels like. Pretty good timing though. Getting the Storm there, nice follow-up with the Sonic Wave, the damage we've been talking about. The Ravage was even wasted, but still, just popping all of their teamfight ultis and people just melt.
Thing is, if they layer them well enough so they don't have to use all of them in a single fight, then you get to be in this position that they are now, where you have Chaotic Offering and Wheel of Wonder back online, despite Kono and Ravage not being available. But they still have options on the map. Mid lane, Wish forced to jump away from Durace, who, just showing off that he knows how to press his buttons.
It's always so scary when a storm zips in your direction. It's like, is this just casual harassment, or is there like 2 smoke supports behind? So you don't want to take the risk. Just blink away.
Radiant structures are fortified.
UK gold lead for the end game lineup at the moment. It's Nande who faces Void. Getting really big. In the meantime, though, they're trying to go up to Wish. There's going to be the counter initiation thanks to the chaotic offering, but unfortunately, they have enough in the tank to stop him from escaping. They get the kill, but now Mind Control shows up. 3 hero Ravage. They brought down the Storm Spirit. Can the rest of the heroes escape? They don't have the fatal bonds onto them, but unfortunately, Nande is here now, looking towards Amaterasu. They will be the Rod of Atos, but he should know that his life is forfeit. Gush should get him slower and bring down his armor lower and lower. You can't slow this hero with the undulation. QBFY, oh no, he tried to help Wingblade. Unfortunately, all he did was doom the Medusa to an early grave and also give up his own life in the process.
Apple City gang, they're giving away so much. They're gonna lose Black Hole as well. Just at this moment, the Tormentor has spawned, so if endgame want to, could just walk bottom and get it. Oh, the timing is just beautiful for endgame.
So just to recap, they got 4 kills, a Wisdom Shrine, and a Tormi. All out of a solitary, not even a rotation that they made, a rotation that they responded to. That's crazy.
That's some decent value. Good for the Warlock. Pretty alright.
Radiant's
Ooh.
middle tower is under attack.
And the Storm feels forced to go for a BKB second item. I think that's pretty much just for the Ravage.
Dire's bottom tower is
Doesn't
under
really help that much though, because you still have to worry about chaotic offering. There's still Chrono. Speaking of Chrono, it gets deployed in the mid lane. Nande just using it to get away safely. He ate a full Ice Blast. Medusa wanted to kill him, but he's not. In the meantime, you see now GZ able to throw out the Wheel of Wonder in tandem with the Sonic Wave, and they catch the Storm Spirit. Even if you had a BKB, my friend, you'd be dead in that instance. The snowball away, your Y wants to escape. Fatal bonds onto both him and QBFY, and look at the damage from Wish. We spoke about this early on, but once you have Scream of Pain, you have access to these Shadow Strikes with the Fatal Bonds. My god, it's a lot of damage, and they're not done just yet. They're gonna chase onto QBFY. Mind Control revealing his Blink Dagger. Going forward with the Gush. And they ensure the kill. And not only the kill, my friend, I think they might have potentially opened up the path to the Roshan, but maybe they need more HP on the Void. He's not strong enough just yet.
My goodness, endgame is just running circles around Apple City gang. It feels like they're kind of just outplaying just these individual skirmishes where endgame just has a way better read on the situation.
Oh. This is what you were mentioning, right? About the immobility of this Medusa and the Tidehunter. Well, Tidehunter can do something about his mobility problems. He solved that issue with the Blink Dagger. Medusa, not so much, so it's always easier for endgame to bring the additional heroes to the fight relative to ACG. Bottom, they're gonna go on this Queen of Pain. Do they have the damage for the kill? Snowball away, blink out, but she will die. Thankfully, she was still ticking out from that Ice Blast, so I don't think she would have survived regardless, but good chase, nonetheless.
middle tower is under attack.
City gang definitely needs these kinds of kills to get back into the game.
Tower has fallen.
They need to deal with the Void problem soon as well.
Yeah.
Dire's
This Void is
bottom
such a big
tower
problem.
is under attack.
Yeah, he's 5-0 and 5 at the point in the game where he's not supposed to be strong. So when he does actually become really, really powerful, finishing off the Mjolnir, having the Manta style, we've got some issues. We really have some problems. And there's no real answers forthcoming at the moment. And I think one of the issues they're also going to have to worry about, man, MC, once he picks up this Agonum shot, PA is one of these heroes that simply cannot enter into a fight if she's going to be rooted in that fashion. Now though, can they kill Warlock here? Caught in the Gorgon's Grasp, but there's the Escape Act. Should be fine.
Both teams inching ever closer, but I don't think Apple City Gang really wants to fight. They need more items on the PA. They're not ready for this.
Here's Stone Gaze from Dusa, but unfortunately Spartan, when they have been nearby, they had a lot of ATOS with GZ as well. Amaterasu doesn't have Stone Gaze anymore. Gorgon's Grasp will be out. We're losing a lot of HP here. QBFY, very solid ice shots. And Nande thinking about it, but will be like, yeah, screw it. Let's just Chrono her, kill her. They know that if the Medusa is dead, there's no way ACG dare to approach them in an engagement.
Yeah, and they use Chrono, but they still have Sonic Wave, Chaotic Offering, as well as Ravage. So Apple City Gang still doesn't want to fight. Like you said, cycling these ultis just makes it very difficult for Apple City Gang to do anything.
Radiant's top tower.
Moving bottom. Oh no, dude. If they were 2 seconds later, they would have actually killed Yoi. Fortunately for Yoi, it's going to be Flacco that ends up tanking the gank. Doing his job as support. Thanks, buddy. But still, it's a scenario where you're just bleeding heroes. You don't feel safe anywhere on the map. This PA desperately trying to get towards a BKB.
It is worth mentioning, though, that the gold lead has decreased somewhat in the past few minutes. Apple City Gang is doing a really good job at not losing the important heroes and just farming the map.
Also, they haven't really taken much damage to their tier 2s, right? These buildings are still quite healthy. They're losing a tier 1 bottom, but, you know, whatever. As long as they keep the space in their jungle so that Storm can farm that side. PA is just taking up all the farm down bottom, so this is still fine. It's not great, but it's okay. You just picked up a Blink Dagger on the Tusk as well. You can try to make some moves happen, especially since the Storm is basically finished with his BKB.
I wonder if that means that they're gonna start playing aggressive soon. Or if they're gonna keep playing this style of Dota where you just try to evade until out of nowhere something magical happens and you can suddenly fight.
I kind of feel like they have to fight. Like I don't see them winning this game if they just make it a farm fest. These heroes on the Radiant side just become way too dangerous as time goes on. Too many big ultimates to deal with. I want to see them start rolling right now when they have the capability to fight.
You think they're gonna go for like one more item on PA or right now?
Looks like they're waiting for the shot. They want to have the break with the Tide Hunter. They're really feeling worried about his damage or damaging him. Sadly, they might just lose Yoi's life. Yet again, barely able to survive. Does evade these young little implemental hearts being thrown in. Sadly, Flacco does not have the same options as a PA does and will be bursted away by the Dagon of Wish.
It's always so nice when you're level 18 and a level 15 hero jumps
What's
on
not
you.
nice is this, a Chronosphere onto the Storm Spirit. There's a Ravage as well to slow him down. Wheel of Wonder's gonna be there, but he gets off the BKB, trying to escape. No! Chaotic Offering is there, but Wish, he didn't want to waste the offering. He didn't want to use the ultimate. The Sonic Wave will not be deployed, so the Storm Spirit will survive by the skin of his teeth.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe he survived that somehow.
But now there's nothing to do about this Roshan. With the BKB being down, can't do anything about this. Just have to watch it happen. They do scan the area. Ice Blast will be flying
Ice
in.
Blast.
Let's see if this is going to do something. Unfortunately, all of these heroes are still very high in the HP department. And part of the problem is now there's no BKB on Storm. How does he safely zip into the fight? But nonetheless, endgame feel a little bit skittish about continuing this attempt. And now here comes a jump in. They're looking for Jeezy. He will stay alive thanks to this Glimmer Cage. Sonic Wave pushing multiple heroes back. Jewel Race is on the high ground, but he's running out of mana. Now he's running out of life. He ends up going down. Nande jumps to the back line to find QBFY and bring him down as well. Now they turn onto Flacco. He dies in a second. Yoi with his BKB able to almost kill Mind Control. But as soon as the BKB expires, he has no options in this fight. He dies. Amaterasu is about to follow them into the grave. And they try their best to defend this Roshan. But it ends up just being a full team wipe for endgame. And still they get the Aegis in the end.
It looked so good at the start, getting that jump, but then like you mentioned, Storm without a BKB, just a sitting duck. Gets Atos locked down, and then once the BKB expired for the PA and she'd only killed a single support, the fight was over.
That's the crazy part about that fight is, remember, that fight didn't have Aegis, or didn't have Chrono, rather. Nande did not have that spell available, nor did they have access to their chaotic offering. So that was, weirdly enough, Wingblade, as good as it gets, given the circumstances of this game.
Yeah, kind of painful. Let's hope Apple City Gang can maybe play a bit more like skirmish oriented. They played a lot for just farming. I hope they can maybe try to get some pickoffs, but it's gonna be very difficult because now endgame is just gonna stack S5 and take towers, so it's kind of late. Maybe they can
I
creep
feel like
skip.
that window is closed. I don't think it's possible anymore. I would have loved them to be skirmishing earlier, like 15 to 25 minutes. I did not want to. They spent just way too much time on their own side of the map. The only one who was out their map was Yoi, but Yoi was just like farming bottom for his BKB, not really trying to press the opponents.
Tower is under attack.
Ooh, another amplify damage for Wish. Gonna hit level 18 soon as well. I don't think there is a single Apple City Gang hero that's gonna be able to deal with that amount of damage.
And I have BKB plus level 18, so that means Storm all of a sudden useless, AA useless, Tusk practically useless. Gonna be tough. On the bright side though, because they at least have this Meteor Hammer, if they leave this Medusa unaddressed for a while, she can slowly but surely keep pushing in these waves and just delay the game as long as possible for the team.
Yeah, that is technically true. Level 18 for Wish. That's gonna be the death for Flacco. I don't know why he was there. It's a warding expedition.
Is under attack.
They already got the wards down though, so just stuck around a little bit too long. Gets punished. Well, it's not an easy game to be an ancient apparition here, right? There's a Faceless Void, there's a Blink Tide Hunter that has the anchor with the dead in the water. There's a Faceless Void, there's a Ringmaster. It's a tough game. It's a tough game.
We spoke about how endgame doesn't have that much pushing, but it is quite safe they're pushing. Because Void can just walk in, hit a few times, and just Q right back.
You can do it. Tide Hunter can also put in some pressure as well. And here they go. Tier 2 tower, second one of the game shall fall middle. Are they ready to fight if they come on the high ground? And if they do come high ground, what's the defense plan here from the side of Apple City Gang?
Doesn't look like they're gonna high ground just yet. It's for a defense plan. I hope a support oversteps and you can get a jump on them. And you need buybacks, that's for sure. If you're gonna jump anyone close to your base, you need buybacks. If you don't have them, they just ulti you and you're gonna lose the game.
Yoi might be in some danger here. Nande gets the 2-hero chrono, him and the Tusk. They go for the Tusk first, getting the guaranteed kill. Sonic Wave will ensure that Yoi falls low enough that his life is also forfeit. Very easy pickup there. And to make matters worse, not only is he gonna go for the Tomi, but he also popped BKB. That was an 8-second BKB pop now. So 2 BKBs, neither of them is attaining kills, both of them leading to the death of the PA.
Oh, you can pressure bot lane nicely. This PA is still gone for 40. That's gonna be plenty of damage to at least take down the tier 3. Potentially more.
Do you like her build that she's going for the Desolator at this stage?
It's so difficult at this point to decide which items you need, but I think damage is the right call. If you don't kill anyone in like a few seconds, you're not gonna win the fight, so you need max damage. At this point, Deso is decent. I would probably go Rapier.
We'll certainly see a Rapier emerging. Will be a little bit of some chains being thrown in by the Gleipnir, but time walk away from Nande. Mind Control just walks out, and they get the tier 3 with very little commitment. But they do tend to play it safe with Nande having his Aegis expire. Rather go back, wait for the next Aegis.
Radiant's
And
top
more
tower
crucially,
is
look
under
at his
attack.
build. Nande is going for the Disperser next. He wants to make sure that he's able to actually just jump the Medusa and kill her by himself.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice disperser game. Also, the PA and Storm without the mana are so weak. Decent stats. You have the Dispel as well. Yeah, it looks nice.
By the way, did I ever tell you that I'm responsible for Eagle Song being part of the build-up of Disperser?
No, but please do elaborate.
So this was at TI, and I was, well,
Dire
communicating and talking is the wrong word. I was ranting at Bruno for hours and hours on end about certain things in Dota over the course of like the entire event. And then lo and behold, in the patch afterwards, I see many of my recommendations came to pass. Oh, nice dodge. Can't get the chaotic offering. So the changes that were specifically attributed, that I know for a fact is me, is Eagle Song being added to Disperser, Tumbler's Toy being taken away initially before being added back at a higher tier, and then OST being moved to tier 4. That was all me, baby. You're welcome.
Okay, okay, very nice. Good changes. You should join the team.
Well, I had other ideas that he didn't institute, so maybe that was just a probation situation. Like, we'll consider in the future what you do.
Dire's top tower
Uh-huh.
is under attack.
You know, if this
Poor
casting
Flacco.
thing doesn't work out, you know.
Now, if you lose your voice, brother, come through to the balance team. We've got a spot for you.
16k gold lead now. Nothing insurmountable, but definitely a difficult situation for Apple City Gang.
I will say, if nothing changes, like even if the goalie just stays the same, right? If the Faceless Void doesn't die before it hits 25, this game is impossible. You just lose immediately. Mid lane. Well, reveal of the Disperser onto the Medusa, and like we said, it allows him to do just this. Jump Medusa, kill her, and she is gone without buyback, and you still have access to 2 of your other big ultimates around you.
Yeah, and now all the deep push is gone pretty much.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Tier 3 tower on now, second of the game, and they're looking towards the racks. Range will fall first. They go in onto the Faceless Void. DKB popped by dual raise, but the escape back is going to be there to save him. In the meantime, MC also getting gone on. He does get off the Ravage before he dies. Only stunning Flacco, though, as Nande now forced to jump back. Almost died in that instance, but the time walk brought him back to about 70%. Escape back, bailing out this Warlock of Spartan for the moment. And they chase for more. Wish. Oh my goodness. What a sonic wave. Double kill picked up already. He's going for more. Your Y will also just end up dead on the high ground.
Middle barracks.
He does not have any way to keep this fight going. Does have a buyback, but already lost life number 1. And that fight was honestly starting to look a bit promising for Apple City Gang, but whenever you're this far behind, there's always one hero to forget about, and in this case, it was the worst
Dire's
one
bottom
possible.
barracks are under attack.
Yeah, the Fatal Bonds plus the Sonic Wave is insane damage. Also, we have to give some credit to the Lotus Orb on Nande in that fight. The Snowball actually saved him.
Oh no. Amaterasu going forward, they buy back on the PA. They have the chaotic offering drop down. Escape back will be there out onto the Faceless Void. Yawai on the back end looking to try and get some of these supports. He does manage to bring down Spartan. Jeezy's falling low, but he dies before that can happen. They do bring down Nande, however. And they get more. Now Gleipnir thrown out onto Wish. This Wish Queen of Pain is falling low and actually dying. There's a Shadow Strike onto the Medusa, so she may end up falling here. As we do lose QBFY down bottom. Wheel of Wonder thrown in middle. Doesn't connect flush onto the Medusa. Instead, it's going to be the Storm Spirit coming back in, looking for Jeezy. Escape back, buying him some time for now. Lotus Orb will be there as well. There's a rod of Atos in both directions, but Jeezy will die. Sadly though, not that much mana remaining on Dual Rays. How does he get out of here? There's going to be a gem stolen away. Dual Rays takes it, but MC realizes he will not have the damage to find this kill. Goes for the easier one on the high ground, reaches for Flacco and kills him. So the lone survivor of this fight is going to be Mind Control. But Apple City Gang, not only do they kill the Queen of Pain and the Faceless Void, but they defend the melee barracks in the bottom lane.
And they show that all of these endgame heroes are still killable. if they can find a jump onto the void with an ice blast, they can actually burst him down.
Radiant are scanning.
Bro, this PA dealt 8,000 damage in that fight. It's crazy. She got 1 kill, but dealt 8,000 damage. Make it make sense.
That's not a very high value, unfortunately. But hey, they haven't lost yet. Ancient hasn't exploded, so that's good.
Also, look at this. They're turning Medusa into a carry-oriented hero. They're like, right, we've got the Gleipnir for the Eternal Chains. You know, we've got ourselves this Meteor Hammer, but we need right-click damage. So if she's not the one caught inside the Chrono, she can really supply some of this damage from afar.
It's what I mentioned in the draft or like the pregame, but the best counter against Void is not like an item you buy on the PA. It's an item you buy on the Dusa to make sure that you're also a threat. You need to split the farm.
Oh no, unfortunately Medusa is about to die. Flaco goes first, and then they find Dusa, she's gone. And because she bought out for this Mjolnir, that will mean that she will not have access to a buyback for 5 gold. Okay, never mind. My bad, Amaterasu, I wasn't familiar with your game, my G. It's all good.
You think he makes mistakes? Come on. Oh. Oh man, love the new Roche. Oh, get the flip out of here.
He's got an essence ring, he's fine. Duriz doesn't seem to know about this. If he did, this might have been the most epic opportunity for a steal ever. They have the Observer Ward. They saw him for a moment, but he had a gem, so he saw the ward emerging immediately. Knows enough to just zip away. He will give up Roshan number 2, which also gives up a banner as well.
That's gonna help quite a bit with pushing.
Dude, look where your wire swung. What a lad. What a madman.
He just buys it. Glimmer Cape wants max value for the last remaining bit of gold that he has before endgame tries to end the game.
This actually might be the most defensive itemization I've ever seen on a PA. Glimmer Cape, BKB, and Ogre Seal Totem? Are you kidding me?
He just wants to be chunky. I don't know, I've seen Vanguard PAs back in the day.
Yeah, but you normally bought the Vanguard to build into like the Abyssal later, right?
Yeah, but I've seen it when it wasn't a part of the Abyssal build-up.
Oh. Oh. Casual Vanguard PA, sounds legit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's kind of stupid because every PA knows that Armlet is the item to buy on PA. But I'll save that for another time.
You're gonna keep your secrets. Well, but now the secret is that endgame. It's not a secret that they want to end this game. Because here they are on the high ground. Nande, level 23. They have 2 levels to kill him. If he gets to level 25, the game is fundamentally impossible. But let's see what they can do about this defense. Mystic Snake thrown out. Oh man, it's such a tough time though. Even if you drop this meme hammer, they have the Roshan's banner to mount this defense. So what can you do? There's the Chrono. They're going out, and guess who they're going for first? It's Amaterasu. Medusa is going to end up dying in tandem with the Tusk as well as the Asian Apparition. Massive Sonic Wave with the big Shadow Strike with the Aghanim Scepter enables them to have all the damage. 3 buybacks now coming in from the Dire side. They want to take this fight. Ice Blast whiffs completely. Nobody caught by this one. Amaterasu outside of the base with the Stone Gaze. Rest of his team will try to destroy the banner, and they get that one at the very least. Now though, Wheel of Wonder going forward. They do manage to take life number 1, but Chaotic Offering stuns up on the 3. Ravage stuns 2 with Yawai and Amaterasu, and both of them will end up falling. Neither of whom have buyback, neither of whom have any options, and that will lead to the end of the game. GG, well played, it's called. Endgame, secure game number 1, and show Apple City Gang just how to team fight effectively in the later portions of the game.
Yeah, their coordination was really nice. I'm not sure if you noticed, but when the Chrono came out, you saw Wish blink in, and then he waited for like 1 or 2 seconds, just waiting for the Spartan to drop the Fatal Bonds. He was like, come on, bro, come on. and then he throws out the Sonic Wave, and 2 heroes just disappear. Their in-fight coordination was definitely something else.
Certainly was crazy. I mean, the in-fight coordination is the reason why Wish ended this game having dealt 34,000 damage. So by far much higher than anybody else in the game right now. And honestly, you know, these kind of performances that show why the team, even though they might have had volatile performances out of Wish on his Queen of Pain, you still give him these kind of heroes. We're like, look, dude, if we just need you to supply the massive damage in the fight, bring us the plays. Wish can do that for you, you know? I'm not certain if he's your win condition, but if he's your fight condition, definitely give him the heroes that he wants. That was really good stuff. But I must say, Mr. Wingblade, why didn't Apple City Gang try to actually play more upfront earlier on? They had the advantage in the mid lane. Queen of Pain dying solo to the Storm Spirit. Medusa was practically unkillable on the other side of the map. Faceless Void, yes, was out farming the PA, but not by some massive margin. What happened? They made one like aggressive rotation down bottom. They died, and then they never tried again. Why?
I feel like there was just like a bit of hesitation of being able to actually kill the important heroes. I feel like they were always looking for like just one more level, just one more item, and then we can maybe find a kill somewhere. And then you blink twice, and then suddenly the entire enemy team is like ahead of you, has all of their ultis, and is walking together towards the tower. And then you're like, ah, shit, now it's too late. I feel like they could have been a bit more proactive, maybe like gone for like some vision smokes to get those deep wards to actually see the co-op and Void farm the jungle, and then try to go for plays, because it felt like they weren't really trying hard enough to win. They were just buying time.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. Obviously, within the modern iteration of Dota, a lot of people might assume that just getting enough farm onto their PA will almost guarantee victory. Unfortunately, Apple City Gang were unable to get themselves into that position. Now we have Endgame, who had themselves the 1-game advantage. You love to see it because these two teams were seeded at opposite sides of the brackets from the invites. Endgame, last seed, Apple City Gang, first seed, but yet it is the Endgame squad that is 1 game ahead. Of course, we're going to be witnessing whether or not ACG have what it takes to make this a full 3-game series. That's what we want, because Wingblade promised us some very good Dota. So let's see what happens after a very small break. Go grab some water and join us in just a few minutes for Game 2 of Apple City Gang versus the End. Welcome back, one and all, to CCT Series 8 as we continue with our first playoff game between Endgame and the side of Apple City Gang. So far, Endgame, the new EG, are ahead one game at the moment, trying to get themselves deeper in the playoffs. But ACG obviously want to turn things around. And Brother Wingblade, pretend you are the coach of Apple City Gang. What are you telling Flacco and the boys on how to approach Game 2 here?
I think in terms of draft, it wasn't too bad. So I ultimately don't think they played super poorly in general. I just tell them, trust your guts, trust your practice, trust your skill, and just play good Dota. I don't think they need radical changes. They don't need to wash their faces or anything. They just need to play a little bit cleaner and a little bit more confidently.
Makes sense to me. Well, we'll see if they adjust anything in the draft. So far, things looking very similar to Game 1. Terrorblade, TA, Jakiro being banned out by EG, with the Beastmaster as well. And then ACG, they took out Coddle Dogs here. What was the third one that they removed in the last game? I don't remember. They removed some hero and then they went for... Was it Prophets? It might have been
so.
Prophet. And then they picked a PA first, right? Do you think they should still go back for that track?
So... I don't really like PA first ever, but it has been working. So I'm still gonna say no. No, just ban PA, pick Prophets.
I like that. I do think Nature's Prophet is, in my opinion, the hero of this particular patch. Like that's a triple S tier hero. Can fulfill multiple roles on the map, just can play so quickly and so many different styles of itemization that as needed for the game. And there aren't that many carry heroes that can do that, right? Most of the time, the carry heroes have a very specific itemization route, but that's not necessarily true for the Nature's Prophet. That hero is insane right now. Can play so many roles. Also, man, it's sort of similar to like when you have a very good Monkey King player on the enemy team. A really good Prophet player feels uncatchable, even if you know where more or less where he should be farming at certain stages of the game.
They do it again. Okay. They're like, oh, PA worked so great last time. They do ban out the Tides, so they feel like it was a big problem, and I definitely agree. It was one of the big puzzle pieces that made Endgame's lineup so difficult to deal with. But now they leave open the Prophet. Is Endgame gonna pick it up? I think Nande can play it, right? I think I've seen him play it before.
Or Control can also play it. Let's just quickly cast our minds back to 2017, right? Team Liquid on the run that they had towards winning TI. They were not, right? Nobody can tell me otherwise. They were not the best team at that tournament. The best team at that tournament was certainly LFY with Super and the boys. And when they played them in the lower bracket final, Team Liquid was losing until they discovered one neat little trick. First phase, Mind Control, Nature's Prophet, and it literally, that one little trick carried them to winning the whole damn tournament. So if I'm Apple City Gang, I'm honestly not that worried about Nande Prophet. I'm worried about, guys, maybe Mind Control has remembered how to play this in the off lane, and that's going to create a lot of issues for us. Maybe the laning is not going to be that favorable for him, but it could still be very, very scary. I want to see them ban Prophet no matter what.
Okay. That's a very convincing monologue for sure. Let's see if they go for it. Or what the plan is here. For now, it's just gonna be a straight up boring Ringmaster first pick. Honestly, it fucking owned last game. We haven't discussed it that much, but my goodness, just constantly throwing out the daggers, some really good saves, and some insane ultis.
Yeah. No, you're actually right. We didn't give enough as towards Jeezy. He played pretty phenomenal Ringmaster. And I think as well, this PA found herself in some situations where she jump in looking for a kill, escape ad comes in, and then you're just like standing there lost, like, well, now what do I do in this situation? Yeah, so now I'm just wondering what's going to be the support pair, since you're not going to have Warlock. Having watched Spartan for many years, it feels like he's going to pick Disruptor, but we're going to see. We'll see.
Yeah, that would be quite nice. I think it's quite good against Ringmaster as well. We do still see the Prophet ban, unfortunate. Because Nande has played it recently, and like Snare mentioned, MC is a pretty decent Prophet as well. So they're gonna take that out of the equation. It's interesting that endgame bans the bounty hunter.
Perhaps they want like some Ricky Weaver, perhaps could be an option for them. Heroes that they don't want to get scouted throughout the entire time. Or hell, it could still be that Tinker, right? Tinker doesn't necessarily enjoy having the track put on top of him either. So they're opening up space for Wish. They have lost pick again, right? Yeah, so Wish is definitely going to get the 24 in this game. They're making sure that he has as wide a pool to consider as humanly possible.
So they pick up the Magnus. Could go in multiple positions as well. How does Apple City Gang want to respond? I really want to see a Rubik. I know it's not good right now, but against Magnus and Ringmaster, there's already such insane spells to steal.
That's actually a very good point. Crazy spells, 0 cost points, Ringmaster spells are crazy. But gonna go for the global first for now. Just having some kind of hero. This is also a way that can stop the saves if you have a good enough jump, good enough initiation. Okay. We have been seeing more and more Silencer, but despite how much more has been picked up, his success has still been relatively mixed. How do you feel about the hero overall in this meta?
I am not fully sold. I feel like picking him in the first phase is not that great because some games Silencer just doesn't do anything. And I feel like you kind of want it against specific heroes that rely on their spells to like escape or something. But now endgame might just pick run at you heroes and just jump the Silencer with like short cooldowns. Basically the style that Apple City Gang the style that Apple City Gang wanted to play last game, they can now pick such heroes and then Silencer is just food. So, I don't know. I don't love this. And I don't think Silencer plus PA is a super strong lane either.
Don't really get the maximum output of either of these heroes here. Also, like you mentioned, now that you have latitude to pick heroes like as a support, you have Disruptors, Dark Willows, these kind of heroes that can chase the snowball, make that difficult as a saving tool. PA does her best work, I think, when she has a heal in the game. There is a save at the very least, but would be nice if there was a heal as well. We'll see what the Silencer does. I mean, they can now, at the very least, be confident in the fact that it's unlikely they're going to get, like, Phoenixes or those kind of heroes picked into them. So, but like you say, probably endgame just say, well, let's just skirmish then, fine. Not play around the big ultimates if that's what you're concerned about.
I would love if endgame picked up a double melee offlane. Just one of those offlanes where you have, like, 2 brawlers that just run at heroes. I think that's going to be insanely difficult for Apple City Gang to deal with. Like, they can pick Magnus plus, like, one other melee support. Even if it's something, like, stupid, like a Sven. It doesn't matter. If they have 2 brawling heroes in that lane, they're going to absolutely destroy PA Silencer.
You know what my favorite brawling offlane is in the moment right now? Darkseer, Nightstalker. That combination, just every time I see it, looks beyond busted. I'm kind of disappointed that they did not go for it. You know, Mind Control is an excellent Darkseer player in his own right, but actually still do pick the Phoenix. Isn't the Silencer kind of a counter into the Phoenix?
I think so, yes. So it's kind of curious that they went for this. But you know, it is very strong with the Void, and again, they already have 4 teamfight ultis, so they're just gonna stick to the previous plan, even if that means picking some heroes that might not be optimal in certain matchups. And Apple City Gang, they're like, we really struggled with having that big anvil above our heads of like all the teamfight ultis, and we're just gonna pick one of our own, and we're gonna pick arguably the most impactful one in the game.
Bro, this game is going to be Teamfight Central. Global Silence, Black Hole, Supernova, RP, Wheel of Wonder, Dab Chronosphere. Jeez. It's a lot of teamfight that we're going to be witnessing here. Of course, it is a little bit easier for the side of endgame to layer all those stuns together. But at the same time, if they just get a little bit, both sides do need some damage from the mid lane, right? We don't know if this Magnus is going mid or not, but I do think that ACG, I want to see them pick a hero that can also help skirmish a little bit in between the ultimates, but crucially just provides damage. That's the one thing that outside of the PA that they really are lacking right now.
So, is this gonna be the OD game then?
Ooh. I hope, brother. I hope. That'll be exciting. Put OD mid, right? Does he play it mid? Dual Rays. I don't think I've ever seen Dual Rays play OD though.
I don't think I've seen Dual Rays play it, but I have seen Wish play it. That's for sure. Then again, I've been friends with Wish for like 8 years now, so it's not really a fair comparison.
Hashtag no bias. No bias. So Ember band, Pango band. We're probably picking Puck, Storm. Either of those heroes could still be really good. There's not that much disable on the enemy lineup, so I think you can still get away. And I think it's easier to get away with those heroes into Phoenix than it is Warlock, because Phoenix doesn't have the instant initiation catch onto you.
So what do you think of Earth Spirit here for Apple City Gang? Doesn't it look kind of sick?
The good silences, they don't have that many ways to hold you down. Okay, just not go for the top. And I would have liked the AoE magic damage though. That would have been pretty sick in this game. But they just go for the easier option. Just pick up some nice generic puck in the mid lane.
Huskar. It's Huskar time. Do it. Do it, coward.
Is it a good Huskar game though?
I think so, yeah. Don't care about puck. Not a lot of damage. Really early timing. You have the Phoenix as well. You have something to fall back on. This is the game. Oh, it's cool.
No, it's not. Just Queen of Pain. Okay. Co-op mid. They don't have the Warlock to buttress the damage that's going to come out of Wish, so a little bit more hard work required out of this Queen of Pain. But that being said, not really much lockdown on the enemy lineup. Also a hero that is not too sad if she has to buy either BKB or Yules to get herself out of that global silence or the silencer.
It's funny though, like we speak about Silencer being extra good against heroes that rely on their spells to escape. And we said that when we just saw the Magnus and the Ringmaster, and then endgame pick Void, Phoenix, and Quop. 3 heroes that rely on their spells to escape. So yes, now this Silencer is a great pick. Well drafted, Apple City Gang.
It's all good, gang. Nande is going to build a Manta style on the Void. We're going to get Yules on the Queen of Pain, Yules on the Phoenix. It'll be fine, gang. What could probably go wrong?
So, we have arrived at that crucial point where we have to ask, like, contractually speaking, which team we favor looking at these drafts. So what is it gonna be?
I'm saying 2-0. I'm saying 2-0. I don't. My main reason for saying 2-0, right, is I just don't believe in this silencer PA lane, and I think there's going to be a portion of the game where PA is not going to get enough out of the lane that she's going to be able to just snowball into the mid game. So that's to spend some time farming. And these heroes on the side of endgame, we saw in game 1 that because of how crazy their ultimates are, they're able to fight even before they have the necessary items to really take their engagement, right? You just overlay all the spells, you get a couple of kills, you can progress the map. The execution from ACG does feel a little bit high on this one for me, so I'm going to go the opposite direction.
Okay. You know, just for the sake of excitement, I'm gonna say it's gonna be a 1-1. This puck looks amazing. You know, they have the silencer. They picked it in advance because they just knew how the game was gonna go, and it's gonna end with them winning.
Let's go. That's what I want to hear. ACG, you have been not cast as cursed, you've been cast as blessed by Brother Wingblade. So please make sure that you get this W.
Was that smart?
Let's go. Game 2. Mind control on the boys. Of course, they're also making sure that they have the shore up for the late game. You know, you have Magnus in the Void, but this time around, the late game for ACG, you have Enigma, you know? One of those heroes that the longer the game goes, the more X factor you add to the Enigma and how it can just turn the whole game around.
We do have to keep in mind that there are 3 separate ways to cancel BKB through, or cancel Black Hole through BKB. So it's not the easiest Enigma game by any
30
chance.
seconds to battle.
Yeah. That's my main thing. That's what I was saying about like execution. This feels like one of those games that if you replay it 100 times with players of equal skill, you probably lose more often than not just because of how hard it is. But if you just level up a little bit over and above your opponents, outplay them somewhat, then I think they can make this work for themselves. But let's see how it goes. No horn has sounded. Last time around, they practically lost all the bounties. But this time it's not going to be so bad. We get some 2 for ourselves. We get off to, and look, we get 3. Oh, no, just 2. Okay, never mind. Just 2.
We almost had some excitement at the start of the game, but no, just a basic trade. So this game is another game where we have Wish in the mid lane, as we so often have. You think he's gonna feed?
A little bit. He always does a little bit. Wish always, I feel like Wish wins. Like you said it best in the previous game, right? If the game is even, he's super far ahead early on. You're like, we can deal with this guy, but give him a reason to try. And I don't think this is the easiest lane, right? The Queen of Pain puck lane. It's not like how it used to be, where you just spam the puck with the Shadow Strike. Now with Scream of Pain, you can always dodge it. Good times.
I think it's better than it used to be though, because lane dominance used to be more important for co-ops. These days you can just max the Scream and just farm as well and rotate. I think it's not as bad as it used to be. I think the lane is practically even. Maybe slightly favoring the puck, but not by much.
Down bottom. We'll have Spartan maybe about to lose his life here, but Nande... Dude, I love how Nande plays this Void. He plays so aggressively with the time walk, goes forward, hits the offlaner until he has to go back, knowing full well that he's going to draw more regen out of them than he has to expend himself. Very nicely done.
Yeah, he has the built-in regen with the time walk, but he also just has really good base stats. Like Void in terms of starting stats is insane. Ooh, Spartan.
Oh, they might kill Spartan though. He ends up dead. Amaterasu might die next though. Let's see. Do we have the last right click? Yes, we do. Nande extinguishes the black flames and secures a kill for himself in the bottom lane. Got in though. We do have a fight happening here as Flanco about to die. He ends up losing his life. Mind control though might also end up falling. Your wire wants to chase. One more right click is all that's needed, and Jeezy attempted the body blocks, but not going to be sufficient. And instead, actually might find himself in a little bit of danger. Thankfully, 4 does have access to that movement forward. Gets himself away. Man, this hero is so annoying to try and kill in those kind of circumstances.
Yeah, quite an active early laning stage for sure. Both carries already picking up a kill. And as we can
By
see,
the way-
Wish not going for any points in Shadow Strike, just focusing on the Scream and the Blink. Wants to get those range creeps. That's what it's all about. That's why you play Dota, to last with range creeps, honestly.
It's just a creep hitting simulator. That's all it is. I need to test your weeb credentials. Do you know where this comes from? Enigma's name?
No.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
sorry. I lived in Japan, but I'm not weeby enough.
Oh my goodness. You lived in Japan and you don't know this? Oh,
I'm
my
sorry.
goodness. So Amaterasu is an ancient Japanese goddess who, for most people's recent recollection, they'll remember her from Naruto. One of the spells or abilities, spells, that gets used by some of the Uchiha. It's called Amaterasu.
Ah, I see. The sun goddess.
Yes.
Yeah, I never watched Naruto. One of the classics that I haven't watched. But then again, there are so many classics in so many genres, and it doesn't matter what you watch, there is always gonna be this person who's like, what? How can you not have watched this? It's a
Radiant
classic.
are scanning.
Like you've only seen the Godfather trilogy once? What's wrong with you, bro? Bottom. Snowball forward, they do manage to catch up and kill Spartan yet again on this Phoenix. Nande, though, has expended the time walk, so he'll be down for another 12 seconds. He has no way out of this. He's gonna die. Nothing he can do. Right clicks from Amaterasu will secure the double kill. And the Sun Goddess lights up happily right now. This lane is starting to look really, really solid for the side of ACG.
Yeah, it's a really nice Enigma lane, actually. Like, in terms of the game, it can be difficult, but the lane is really sick, because Void cannot really deal with the Eidolons. And same is true for Phoenix, because his range is way too short.
Already has some drums being picked up by the Enigma. That's what you want to see. Like sub 5-minute drums with your wand available. That's that good stuff. So this game still hanging in the balance at the moment. Not really too much taking place. I'm curious though, once they get to level 7 on this puck with a if the puck does manage to pick up a power rune, is there any place that she can realistically go to find a kill here?
I think any lane, honestly.
Bottom, they don't even need the puck. They're bringing in some additional support through the twin gate. They managed to find the kill onto Spartan yet again, but now here comes the Queen of Pain making her first move onto Amaterasu with the Sonic Wave, and they get that kill. Now though, can she get out? Taking some damage from the tag team. She's actually gonna die. Are you freaking kidding me? QFY solo kills the Queen of Pain. And now, there's the first rotation from the puck, finding the Dream Coil with the Blood Grenade out onto the Faceless Void. He's going to end up dead, and QBFY gets himself a double. Ultimately, it ends up being a 3-for-2 exchange, and definitely much happier for the side of ACG.
Apple City Gang is really making it work right now. Just their reads on the situation are really nice. Even like Tusk just immediately recognizing, hey, Quop just blinked in. It's probably not going to be a level 3 blink at level 6, so I can just keep hitting and I'm going to get that kill. And now
I have a trivia question for you. After we see this small skirmish happen, because they are going to be going out onto GZ. But Spartan is here as well. They came in for the backside. Look at Amaterasu falling so low. Nande gets the bash, gets the final right click, and they find that kill. All of a sudden, QBFY wishing he left, but look at this. The Eidolons almost killed Nande. Thankfully, he did have the ability to time walk away. Came the beast going out onto QBFY, is losing his health. Sunray taking him lower and lower and lower, but now Nande comes on the other side to finish him off with the right click. Now it's a double kill for the Faceless Void instead of the Enigma.
I was about to say, well, Nanda, it doesn't have as good as a start as he had last game. But then he gets a double. Nicely zoned by the Phoenix as well, just gently guiding Tusk towards Nande.
I think we're going to lose the Magnus. You're trying to chase Flacco. He scared him, trying to scare him away from the Shrine. Sadly, the Shrine was taken. Flacco will die, but did get some intel before he goes down. Certainly worth it, especially because you still draw a rotation from Wish.
Yeah, and minus int as well. Dumb Magnus. Pepper Hands. Ooh, smoke breaks on Q, B, F, Y. Wish doesn't know it's happening, but Wish is also a difficult kill. He has raindrops and a wand.
They don't have global either. If they had the global silence, maybe you try this, but maybe not now. They will still go. Dream Coil's out with the Arcane Curse. Escape Act will be there. Nice shots from QBFY, but they do not have the capability to chase. Gonna have to let them go.
I think Wish is probably the most difficult hero to kill right now on the map.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Down bottom.
Movements towards Nande.
Yeah. They have Black Hole available. Still don't have the global though. It's a tough kill. It's a very tough kill. They might not try for it. Yeah, they're gonna back off. They realize it's too difficult. So while they're doing this, trivia time, baby. Our boy Amaterasu got his Drums of Endurance at 4 minutes and 54 seconds. How many Enigmas do you think have built it faster? In total, there have been 400 builds of Drums on Enigma in all the pro games, including this game. How many of them were faster than this one?
Damn. So we have to take into account that probably 1/4 of the Enigmas were not core. Potentially more. That already rules out 100. I think the average time is probably like 6 or 7 minutes, if not later.
Average time is 9 minutes 36 seconds.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean.
Dire's middle tower.
Oh, this is very fast. This is very. I'm gonna say 6.
Well, I'll tell you the answer in a moment because we do have a fight now. First chrono of the game, and it's saying Spartan. 3 heroes were caught. QBFY unable to finish off this Phoenix, and now he dodges the Sonic Wave by going into the Supernova. Well, it's an allied Supernova, so not exactly like that. Before the Supernova even pops, they managed to kill off Amaterasu. Nande gets the tip from Spartan because he found a 3-hero chrono. Amazing turnaround from the face of Void there.
What a sick fight by Endgame once again. Like, even the dodge of the black hole is so incredibly clutch. The chronosphere is gorgeous. The positioning by Wish, just chef's kiss execution by Endgame once again.
Dream Quail middle now onto Wish, but there's no follow-up. So not going to be able to catch up to this Queen of Pain. She's going to escape for now, so no quick revenge found by ACG.
Alright, please don't leave us in suspense any longer. How many Enigmas were faster?
Amaterasu is tied for the 10th fastest of all time. Only 9 players have been able to achieve a faster timing on the Enigma than him. But what's really interesting is that of those 10 players, right, 33 shows up twice, Zeal shows up twice, JG shows up once, and Whisper shows up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in that ranking. That's crazy, bro.
Damn. Whisper Enigma. His signature for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Knows what's up. So, good stuff being done right now by ACG. Even though they are losing heroes here and there, the one thing that they're not losing, unlike in the previous game, look at their real estate. They still have all their tier 1 towers. They're the ones that have they put some pressure. Yes, they haven't taken any of their own, but they're holding the play, giving some time for UI, and more importantly, space on the map for UI to farm. And now UI is actually going to go bottom. They want to kill Nande and hopefully open up the tier 1 tower. There's the snowball forward. Nande, is he going to jump back just yet? No. Walrus Punch will be there. They don't even need the black hole, but they don't have the damage to kill him. Finally, he dies. Sonic Wave will be out now. UI falling very low, but able to blink towards Amaterasu. They're still good. They're still going. 1 minute to black hole, though. So we'll see if they want to try and turn this around, or if they'll just be comfortable with killing Nande for now. And it looks like they don't have an option. Wish will find QPFY, stop the push, but nonetheless, they do lose their carry.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Also, it's interesting to note that this game, Wish's matchup in the mid was a lot more difficult than last game. Like, Puck is a lot harder to lane against than Storm, and Wish is doing way better. This is just what we mean about Wish. If the ults are stacked against him, he thrives.
Watch him start being the only player to play Void Spirit mid. I'm like, I got this. Mid lane, first global silence going out. Do they have enough to kill Nande? Yes, they do. Very nicely done. Bro, QPFY has just been actually playing some godlike Dota. Game 2, like game 1 he was playing well, but game 2, man, he seems like he's pissed. He has just leveled up like a boss.
I have no idea why Nande used his level 2 time walk to time walk into a creep wave. That doesn't matter right now as MC is in trouble. Tries to skewer away, but I don't see him making it out of this one.
He's dead. Dual Raze is going to be the one to grab that kill. Would you believe me if I told you that's his first kill of the game?
Yes. I would believe you. I think he's had an okay game, but he's not like super owning. We haven't seen him like get 3 solo kills on supports. He's been involved in fights, but as a Puck, your damage isn't that high just yet.
Things certainly looking up for ACG at the moment. UI also, in the previous game, it took him, oh, Chrono, bottom. That's a kill onto Amaterasu. Bye-bye. Very much bye-bye. So, the thing I was going to say is that in the previous game, UI only got his Battle Fury at 15.5 minutes. Now he's set to beat that timing by at least 90 seconds. And also lose QBFY here. Man, now that must feel satisfying. Wish is very happy to get that kill. Being like, get this pesky Tusk out of this game, man. He's been ruining our side lanes for us. We do see a small skirmish happening on the Wisdom Shrine here. Silence out onto the onto Phoenix. Phoenix cannot escape. Dual Raze will get another kill.
Spartan is being very cheeky with his movements. We've seen him dying at both tier 2s now. He's channeling his former companion maybe next time
Dire's middle tower
with
is
his
under
movements.
Now that's a boomer reference
attack.
right there.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are
Man, I'll never forget the Boston Major. In my head, they won that one.
I'm with
The
you.
legendary run.
I'll give you them winning Boston Major if you give me LGD beating OG as well. Let's see. I'll take it.
Sure, sure. That was a good series as well. We've been treated to some amazing Dota over the years. Like the TIs, the majors, the CCTs.
Yep. Bottom lane. Nande getting gone on. And right now, I'm sure he's wishing he was watching some of these classic games because he just get killed off. But the Supernova, is it going to stun? Yes, 2 heroes getting caught in this one. No kills just yet. QBFY will be the first one to go down. And with the Tame the Beast and the Sun Ray damage, I don't see how Dual Rays gets out of this one. And he will end up going down. Spartan might have been cheeky going forward, but in terms of defending his team, very responsible with his usage of his ultimates. Able to secure his team 2 kills and open up the space to push into the tier 1 tower.
Dire's
Was
bottom
silence
tower
up the
is under
entire
attack.
time, or did it just come online like a few seconds ago? I feel like
It
there
had to have just
were
come back,
some
right? 'Cause
opportunities
they-
there.
Remember they killed middle onto Nande like a couple minutes ago with the faceless weight, so it had to have been down, right? RP, oh, there it is, global silence, just as the RP comes out. So they are going to be able to turn this fight around. MC in some danger, sitting inside of a Midnight Pulse. He'll end up losing his life. Spartan able to Icarus dive away on the high ground. They lose Jeezy's courier on the chase, but they're not done just yet. Apple City Gang, they certainly want
Dire's
more.
middle tower is
Sadly
under
for them,
attack.
though, there's a Queen of Pain that has Blink. She's going to escape, but perhaps Jeezy is not so lucky. But QBFY doesn't want to cavalierly roll in until he has better vision. Drops the Observer Ward. Now he does the roll, and now they find the kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Some nice kills there for Apple City Gang. They haven't had to commit Black Hole just yet.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tormentor is up. Almost everyone is close, but without 5 heroes, it's always a little bit awkward. They should still be able to do it, but they might like lose a support in the process. Very
Dire's
close.
middle tower is under attack.
But they're good, they're good.
I love how
definitely
it's
one of the
so
better heroes.
universally accepted to sometimes just, you know, lose your position 5 to a Tormentor. That's worth it, you know? Don't worry about it.
Listen, somebody has to be sacrificed sometimes, you know?
Yeah, it's fine. It's just a life. Who cares? Gotta
Sort
get
of like
that
when you're playing,
economic value, you know?
Did you ever play Yu-Gi-Oh by any chance?
Back when I didn't get the rules, but these days I just watch video essays on it.
But that was basically when you kill a Tormentor with a support, you're like, I sacrificed this card to summon.
Ooh, Nande? I don't think
Is
he's
this gonna
winning
be a
this
win
one.
for
Oh,
Nande?
oh.
No, it's not,
No.
because there is support for your Y with the snowball. But Nande also, did you see what I saw? He sort of like cancelled at least 3 attacks there, scared that there might be some backup. I think if he had just gone for it, I'm not sure if he still wins the fight, but he definitely gets closer to killing your Y.
Man, that was so awkward.
Oh, there's gonna be an RP. Global silence yet again to counteract it. Dual Rays drops a young Dream Coil behind him onto 2 heroes. Gonna be able to escape for now. They're moving forward. Amaterasu pops the drums, wants the angle. Getting in with the Malefice stun. Midnight Pulse dropped the skewer away, but it will not matter. QBFY goes forward, secures the kill with the Walrus Punch. Can they get anything else in this instance? QBFY doesn't have his spells for another 6 seconds. Now they Yules up onto Amaterasu. Supernova on the high ground. But there's nothing to hold these heroes close to their air wing blade. They literally just walk away like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, seems good. Oh, it's time, Snare. Are you warmed up? How are your vocal cords doing? Because we have a blink on Enigma.
Hey, hey, I'm hype. I am hype. I love this. I mean, if they had the blink in that previous fight, can you just imagine how much more they would have gotten here in the mid lane?
There is currently like no response for blink in Black Hole with the global on top. BKB on PA as well. Oh, it's so go time.
Eidolon's putting in mass pressure in this mid lane. And honestly, we were talking about this off air, about how I didn't like how they played with the Medusa. I'm loving how they're playing with this Enigma. This is how I want to see them play. Have your off laner who gets a lot of farm, but it's also pressing the advantage, moving with the team, helping to take down buildings. This is exactly what ACG needed to be doing. And Amaterasu has not disappointed, having an excellent Enigma game so far.
Ooh, nice responses by MC. As expected of a TI wiener.
Bottom lane, they're going for Wish. It's caught inside the Dream Coil. Flaco doesn't have Global for another 2 seconds. It's about to come back online though, but I don't think they'll need it. They end up finding the kill. And Flaco is the one that gets granted that one. That's just revenge for game one. He's like, yeah, buddy, you are hunting me all the time. Now what? On the other side of the map, Mind Control does get himself caught in a black hole. Amaterasu able to find that kill with this gang. And they go right back in. Global Silence now triggered out. Faceless Void has no way out. He's gonna just die, Wingblade.
And I'm loving this from ACG. Their aggression is so measured, so clutch, so crisp.
Showtime time. We have a Solar Crest. We have a PA with the methodical challenge, or passive rather, inside the pit. They should not be long for the world. They scan it, they know it's happening, but there's no way you get here in time. Big man, but it's actually at half HP. It's not going as fast as I thought. So they could still come in, but without Nanda, there's no way. And he's still down for another 5 seconds.
Awkward timing. Flaco taking a lot of damage, but you know, he's chilling. He's chilling.
He's hanging out. Can somebody please in chat let me know if you know if you know ASAP Rocky, please. Somebody let me know. Whenever I see Flaco's name, that's all I think of right now.
I have no idea what that is, but I'm sure chat will know.
Rocky is a rapper, and one of his nicknames is Flaco. Pretty Flaco is what they call him.
You think that's why he's named Flaco?
I hope. I doubt it, but one can only hope and dream.
Regeneration.
Man, I wish we had some more player interviews. We could just ask him.
Hopefully they win the game. We'll ask him in the lobby for game 3.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yules up onto this park. They try to grab him in. Wheel of Wonder does manage to dodge the Tame the Beast, but NC is there. Oh my goodness. RP almost landed. Now it will. He's caught. Will he be killed? Yes, he will. Oh, wait. He's alive? What? No way, dude. No way. That's not allowed. That's illegal gameplay. Not allowed to survive that. There was a 4-hero Dream Coil, and now here comes Enigma. They're looking to the Queen of Pain. Bob is going to die during the Global Silence. So will Spartan, who's unable to escape away from QBFY. Well, actually, the silence ended. Allows him to Yules, but it's not really going to matter. Fortunately for the side of Endgame, they did not have Black Hole for Amaterasu, who's still on cooldown for another 10 seconds, but nonetheless, they massively lose that fight.
And Wish falls now, and at this point, all of Apple City Gang's cores are ahead of all of Endgame's cores. And I feel like at this point, it doesn't really matter how many teamfight ultis Endgame has, because they just cannot deal with the single biggest threat, which is the Black Hole.
Also doesn't help that UI is having a much better game on the PA. So we are starting to see why so many people value this hero early in the drafting phase. Top of the net worth, has an Aegis in tow. Right now having the full delivery of a SNY towards himself. Definitely feeling much more solid here.
Yeah, he has 50% more net worth than Void. I have no idea how they're gonna kill her. I think that Abyssal is an okay choice, but I would have liked to just see a Satanic just be invulnerable.
I like Satanic a lot. Moving towards mid. The 2 supports are smoked up. They still have an Aegis for another 2 minutes here. Mind Control should be able to get out, and so should Dual Race. But they want the tier 1 tower. Start slowly but surely opening up the map for themselves. They do get a catch here. They found Cheesy. Man, this must feel very satisfying to find this kill. After what he was doing to you in the previous game, every time you kill him, I guarantee these players are smiling right now.
Mm-hmm. The Spartan does have the Yules we spoke about.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Also, do you have any idea where MC's items are? I feel like he's been farming all game. Did I miss something? Did inflation hit Dota too? Awkward silence timing there. We may have lost Snare, unfortunately, so just gonna be me for now while he reconnects. We'll see if my play-by-play juices are still flowing. Doesn't look like I'm gonna need them anytime soon though, as endgame is just chilling in the top lane. I don't think they have any real desire to fight as of right now. Actually, with the BKB coming up for the Enigma, it's gonna make it even more difficult. Ooh, blink in by Amaterasu onto the Phoenix. Yules comes out. There is plenty of disable coming out, and the Spartan goes down once again. Aegis is gonna be up for another few minutes. Still, always difficult to breach that high ground, so instead Apple City Gang is gonna focus on map control in the outer towers as Puck TPs towards the top lane. Tries to catch something, but they find the PA as the Aegis expires, but they don't have any follow-up for the RP. BKBs have been popped by both the Magnus as well as the PA. Sonic Wave comes out onto the Tusk, is gonna fall. It's just a clean 1-0 in favor of Endgame. Apple City Gang a little bit bamboozled there. Keeping half of their team towards the top lane and then getting caught out on their Aegis carrier.
Radiant are scanning.
Looks like Apple City Gang wants to keep up the pressure somewhat. They still have their black hole, no silence, but should be fine if they can catch the Void. Phoenix is a bit more difficult because Void is behind. Yules comes out. Gonna see the big black or big Chronosphere onto the Enigma, but there is no damage from Nande. The Phoenix is already fallen. Black hole comes out. This time Void is dead. Endgame in way over their heads. They tried to make it work, but then somehow Nande didn't manage to get Yawai in the Chrono, or yeah, but even if he did, I'm not sure if it would have been enough. And now it's gonna be structural damage as there is no Chronosphere, there is no Sun from Phoenix, so yeah, it's just gonna be a set of racks for free. Master's gonna survive as well. Mid barracks fall.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's just nothing for endgame right now.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
And even when the Void respawns, what do they have? Only Sonic Wave. I don't think that's something you want to bank on.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Yawai, he's not gonna go back. Finally, it's gonna go back. Next item is indeed going to be the Satanic we spoke about. Nemesis Curse as well, just so much damage. I like the gem as well.
Radiant's bottom
Just
tower
choke
is
out
under
endgame
attack.
completely.
Radiant are scanning.
Roche could spawn in 15 seconds from now. But we're just gonna see the Tormentor right now. Go to Jewel Race.
Dire
The
are
rich get
scanning.
richer. Ooh, an amplified damage rune onto the Quop. Could be enough to take a fight, but Chrono is still down for now. And it's not gonna come up for another 20 seconds, so should be soon. It's gonna be a rather slow Roche.
Dire's
Another
top
3
tower
minutes.
is under
Endgame would
attack.
have loved to see Roche spawn soon. Potentially snipe it. But alas, they take the twin gates, walking into their own jungle, hoping to find a straggler somewhere. ACG is all up in the top side of the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Phoenix is gonna get caught out here, but manages to jump away just in time. Quiet before the storm, and Roche is up. Gonna go to ACG. No contest. Satanic as well, so in practice it's gonna be 3 lives here for the PA. This Roche is gonna melt. No chance for endgame to do anything about this. Gonna try, but it's just a little bit too late. Smoke comes out now from 5 heroes. Actually, they might be able to catch the tail end of the Roche. No, none of the smoke breaks. Too late. It's too late. She's gonna fall. Silence comes out preemptively. White jumps onto the ring master. Blink in Black Hole is gonna miss. This is a chance for Apple City Gang. Supernova comes out. Chronosphere onto 3 heroes. First is gonna fall, the second as well. Magnus is dead as well. Buyback from Silencer. Yowai still in the fight with his Aegis, and he should have plenty of damage to deal with Nande. It was a valiant attempt, but it's gonna be a 5-4-2, I think. And GG is just straight up cold. End game, they've seen enough. They're like, okay, we tried to give it our final fight. We used all of our ultis. We still didn't win. So might as well call it. Fair enough. And my dear Dota fans, we are indeed going to a game number 3. Apple City Gang, they bring it back. Yeah, that was a nice game. I think they played super well around their early power spike with the Enigma. Just the fact that they had this quick pipe, quick blink, they could just keep up the pressure. And this time we saw the weakness of a team fighting lineup against a more skirmishing high tempo style. They had all of their ultis, but they couldn't quite piece it together just right. So ultimately, Apple City Gang, they show their true colors, and we're gonna see where it brings them as we go into a small break before going into the deciding game number 3 between Endgame and Apple City Gang. Stay tuned, we will be back.
Welcome back, one and all. The promise has been fulfilled. We have a game 3 here between Apple City Gang and the Endgame. Endgame still going to be sitting on the Radiant side with second pick, first pick for Apple City Gang. So the draft order hasn't changed, but the nature of this series has changed, Wingblade, because now the momentum does feel like it's in favor of Apple City Gang with how they were able to utilize that draft and play at the speed necessary to get success.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. They played some really high tempo Dota. They ran away with the game. I see no reason why that would change right now. I anticipate pretty much the same picks, the same style, the same everything from Apple City Gang, and Endgame just scrambling to stop the momentum somehow.
We'll see if they decide that they had enough issues, or if they're tired of playing against the PA, or if they feel like the problems of the draft lay elsewhere. For now, the bans are exactly the same, so if nothing changes, they should ban Beastmaster Jakiro, like in Game 1 and Game 2, but here's the one. What do you think? Do we ban Jakiro, or is it finally time to ban PA?
I love how it's just the same game. Like, again, it's Apple City Gang with the first pick. Again, Endgame with the decision. Which hero do we want to give to them? Yeah, it's just gonna be PA again, if Apple City Gang wants it. I'm still not a huge fan of first picking this hero, but, you know, it worked so well, so might as well.
Might as well. So they banned the Tidehunter, and here we go. It's PA time, baby. Don't even waste around with us, guys. We know what's up. The thing is, the danger is that if they don't pick the PA, then there's a very high likelihood that Endgame just take the PA themselves and say, all right, we've got your best weapon. Let's see how you respond to this. So they kind of had to do this, and I'm not surprised with Warlock. Honestly, I think one of the big changes between Game 1 and Game 2, you were mentioning it just before my internet died, the way that Spartan was playing, being very aggressive, very cheeky. His positioning wasn't always the most safe and consistent, but when he was playing Warlock, it felt like he had like telekinesis, or telepathy rather, on where the enemy heroes would be before dropping a golem. I think this helps a lot. Also opens up so many more options for the heroes that they can deploy in the carry role in this situation.
So, you think this is finally the Gyro game?
I hope so, but something tells me they're gonna go for. They could still go for the Faceless Void, but I have a feeling they're gonna go for Morphling instead. I don't know if they're gonna go Gyro. I want them to, but I don't think they're going to.
I don't love Morphling against PA, but we'll see. Of course, it is Nande. Nande does like his Morphling quite a lot.
That's my thinking about it as well. One on the bright side, though, they do ban the Ringmaster, and we have seen that GZ was posing, even in the game they just lost, it still required quite a bit of effort to deal with the Escape Act against this Ringmaster, so I'm glad to see this removed from this game.
Yeah, that's some respect on his name, for sure. Are we gonna see the Ancient Apparition banned out as the position 5 of choice for Apple City Gang, or is it gonna be something else? I do like the respect ban on the Corp as well. A lot of respect coming out from this team. Such respectful young gentlemen.
All of them watch that Birdman interview. They're like, put respect on the enemy name. Gotta make sure. So let's see here. If they do go Ancient Apparition, I think Ancient Apparition does make sense. You're playing with Warlock, you rely a lot on that Shadow Word. But they leave it in. I mean, they did beat Ancient Apparition despite having the Warlock in Game 1. So they perhaps don't feel like it's that dangerous. So now we need to see the Mind Control hero. Or, not they should pick right now, Nature's Prophet. Decide what to do with it later, but it did manage to make its way through the ban pool.
Yeah. Come on, Endgame, give it to us. We've been good boys. We deserve some profit in our games. Because this is like the last time in the tournament it may happen. No, it's gonna be Tony.
When we did qualifiers for Middle East the other day, we did see that there was a lot of Tiny, when Nigma was playing it, being deployed in the position 4. There is a non-zero chance that this happens, because the last time I saw GZ play Tiny, he did play it at IESF, and he played it in the 4 role, so he can do it. I don't know if he will do it, but it's certainly something that can be... Like, ACG shouldn't be comfortable and just counter-pick the mid lane, thinking it's guaranteed going to go there.
That's interesting. Interesting point. Tiny is another hero who's like in his weakest state in maybe like 2 years and more popular than ever. I write articles on the side about Dota, and in the B patch, when they nerfed his armor by like 9 or something, I was like, okay, this is it. No one's gonna play him anymore after the crash landing nerf and the insurmountable nerf, and now the armor nerf. It's over. And Kanda is no longer an option. Like, this hero is now trash. It's gonna go in the dumpster. It's gonna be like the one hero that's gonna be out of meta for 4 years and then get incrementally buffed to a point where people start playing it again. But no, people are picking it more than ever. And that just means that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, Snare. I just don't know.
Nah, that just means that sometimes something is so busted that it's gonna take maybe 2 more patches of nerfs before we get to the place where we're like, all right, fine, this hero is in a fair state. One thing though, you do know what you're talking about, because we have noticed that the win rate of this Tiny has been going down, even though the pick rates have been staying extremely high. So the hero is definitely less effective, but sometimes you just get comfortable with a certain style of playing. You get used to a hero, even after it gets nerfs. In your mind, you're like, bro, it's still good, bro. I'm telling you, Ken, we can still make this work. And it turns out not to be the best hero. So we'll see where this hero goes. We also don't know where the Slaughter could go, right? Slaughter could be mid, Slaughter could be offlane, Tiny could be mid, Tiny could be offlane, Tiny could be 4. I've seen some Slaughter 4 games as well. I didn't like it, but certainly have seen it. But the thing I'm seeing primarily now is a tough game for Ancient Apparition, man. Man, I would not want to be AA in this game. This is going to be a rough one for him.
Yeah. I'm inclined to say it's Slaughter mid and Tiny 4. Because I think it's very awkward to have both Tiny and Slaughter in like a core position on the same team. Feels like they kind of want to do the same thing. And it's a Wind Ranger. Okay. We're seeing
So
some interesting stuff here.
So you were mentioning just now you could conceive of Tiny 4, Slaughter mid. Under those conditions, would you put Wind Ranger 1 then?
I think so, yes. But that's such a shit, or that's not a great lane together with Warlock, I think. It's kind of a wasted opportunity. Because Warlock doesn't really... Like, Wind Ranger doesn't take much damage on lane, so that kind of feels like a waste.
Yeah.
I would prefer to see Wind Ranger 3 with Tiny 4 and then picking another carry, perhaps. Or it could still be Tiny 1 as well. Man, at this point, I don't know anymore.
I do think Tiny 1 is a little bit less likely. Right now, if nothing changes, I would imagine that the Wind Ranger goes 1 so that she can be the one that buys the early MKB. She's very happy to buy the first item, Javelin. So we'll see. This could also be Wind Ranger 4, Slaughter 3, Tiny mid. Could be Tiny 4, Wind Ranger 3, Slaughter mid, another carry. Like you say, who the hell knows, man? And it doesn't seem like ACG have that much awareness either. They banned Monkey, but I wouldn't be surprised if they banned, like, not necessarily a hero in the same role, but another versatile hero as well, because Monkey can also fulfill multiple roles on the map. Might as well just ban versatile heroes, because you also have no idea where they're going right now.
I think a great pick for endgame would be Bloodseeker.
Ooh,
It's really good against Pango. It's a pretty decent matchup against PA. You just absolutely shred Ancient Apparition. The lane is gonna be just fine.
Also, one of the best heroes in the entire game against Night Stalker. Like, Ruptured Night Stalker is absolutely useless. Does absolutely nothing in the fight, so that's super solid as well. Man, I love that idea, actually. I really want VG to actually go for this Bloodseeker pick.
Like, I still don't know how they're gonna juggle the rest of their lanes, but Bloodseeker looks really nice. A Marcy ban. Man, they're cooking. These teams are hella cooking.
Did they get away with the Doxia here for ACG and then you run Doxia Night Stalker in the offlane?
Sure, just go for it. Yeah, fine. Do it.
What's the ban
Final
here?
ban.
They can ban Bloodseeker. What else could they really go for? You're definitely... I don't think you're playing Gyro. You can still play Gyro. It's not out of the question, but I doubt it. Could still go back for the Faceless Void again. Oh, wait, Darkseer's banned. First banned. Never mind. Can't see.
Right.
We spoke briefly about Morphling. That could also emerge, but we still need a solidified hero for the offlane first from ACG. They go Centaur, perhaps. No, but I want more damage. I feel like they needed a little bit more damage, right, from their lineup.
I think Centaur is fine. They go Lycan. Oh, Bloodseeker is so good. Bloodseeker is so good. It's like the Bloodseekerest game I've ever seen.
You own the Lycan in the lane because you don't have to worry about being chomped by the Lycan walls. You have permanent sustain, rupture amazing against 4 enemy heroes. You buy BKB, which practically makes you immortal against 4 of their heroes as well. Yeah, man. Bloodseeker is the way to go. Also, can you imagine a circumstance where you get Blood Rights on top of Fatal Bonds? That would be so sick.
Oh, come on, Endgame. Stop teasing us. Man, after this game, if they don't pick it, I'm gonna send a message to Wish, being like, what were you guys thinking? Why no Bloodseeker? I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. And then at the start of the second series, I'll be able to explain their thought process.
Okay. Come on, guys. It's gonna be... Slaughter, offlane, carry, Wind Ranger. Oh no, carry Tiny. Carry Tiny. Jeezy's gonna be playing the Wind Ranger. Oh, this is so disappointing, man. This is so disappointing. I wanted to see a Bloodseeker, man. I mean, the Storm is, I guess it's fine. I guess it's okay.
Is it though? They pick it into a Night Stalker. That's so scary. It's so scary.
But he's the only one. There's no other stuns. They literally have... What stuns do they have? They have Void, Mini Stun, right? They have Rolling Thunder. That's it. That's it, man. They have nothing to deal with Wish right now.
Okay, fine. But still, Bloodseeker, man. Would have been the pick.
Bloodseeker
would have been the
better.
pick.
Yeah. Alright. Since it is Storm Spirit here, now back to the question that you like to ask. Which draft do you prefer here? Who is going to be taking Game 3? Is it going the way of EG or is it going the way of ACG here?
I cannot give it to EG anymore. I'm too disappointed in them. I don't even care about the picks, but they're gonna lose now. No Bloodseeker, no win.
Real talk though, like Bloodseeker, man. Please message Wish. Don't even wait till the game is over. Message him right now. He'll check the message after the game is over and be like, brother, Bloodseeker would have destroyed this game. But he is the one that got the 24 pick, right? That has always been the trend for EG. Wish is the one that gets 24. So they were not willing to buck that trend simply to give Nade a Bloodseeker. And in this situation, Wish has to perform. And honestly, if this is the Storm game to do amazingly well, right? You should not really have that much trouble dealing with the situation on the Storm. Maybe the lane could go either way, but even Pango as a Storm, you're perfectly happy. You're perfectly fine. Honestly, I think Wish can carry this game. I think this is all on him this time around.
Okay. Honestly, I feel like Wish could have played Bloodseeker mid as well, but it doesn't matter. It is a good lane still, which means that Wish is probably gonna die to Jewel Race.
Oh, guaranteed, yeah. They might find the first blood here, though, as we do have Flacco coming on the high ground. Was trying to take away this Watcher. Unfortunately, does find himself getting slowed down by the Blood Grenade. There's the Slithering Crush. Do they have the follow-up damage? No. Too many heroes coming in from ACG to interrupt them. This is not insignificant. Now you've had to level up a couple of spells that might not be utilized on the first level in the lane. You didn't get a kill. You don't get the perfect positioning on your bounties. This is not the start that EG wanted for this game.
I think it's not too bad though. Like Crush is fine, Power Shot is fine. I think they didn't do anything super crazy. They might still be able to get 3 bounties because their lineup is way stronger level 1.
I'm gonna try for it. See some harass being thrown in onto your Y. Now here comes the jump in. Jeezy has himself hit with a shield crash on his body. At the same time, behind him, Flacco is dying as well. Who's gonna end up falling first? Which of these supports is the weakest? Turns out it's gonna be Flacco. They want the Ancient Apparition, and they are gonna get him. First blood for Mind Control. Jeezy should end up dead, but not the first blood, so who cares?
About the bounty situation, let's see. It's 2 either way. Yeah. Nothing too spicy.
Let's talk about this mid lane. This is the lane that you are proficient in. It should be Storm favored, but by how much of a degree is that going to be the case?
I think it's like 60-40, 65-35. Like it's really good for Storm. Because Storm wants two things. He wants to play against melee heroes and preferably melee heroes that don't have too much pressure. And Pango is like the opposite of a pressure hero. He's the kind of hero that just farms creeps. So Storm is gonna have a great old time.
Unfortunately for him though, like you said, Pango just wants to farm, so I think Dores should also be able to get his farm on the Pango. Man, this hero over so many years has just remained so consistent in the mid lane. What a hero.
Oh, GZ. No, he should be fine. Is he the most consistent hero in Dota?
I'd say there's maybe a strong argument to be had with Dragon Knight about that role. But maybe very high up there. I'm struggling to think of other heroes besides DK that have remained as consistent in the last few years of Dota.
Especially on the mid lane. Maybe there's like a support, like always does his job. Bango? Something else.
What a hero. In the top lane, I don't think your Y is going to find himself with as absurd a timing as he was able to reach in game 2. There's a little bit more pressure coming in towards him here, and these heroes will be ready to fight earlier on as well. He needs to be careful about how he approaches this lane, especially once the Slaughter hits level 4.
So, one thing we haven't really spoken about to
GZ. Mind control, bails him out of trouble, does manage to win run away. Had 20 HP. If they sneezed on him, he would have died. Does manage to survive though.
Yeah, and he was keeping the wind run as well. He was like, you know, I'm not gonna waste this spell. Scary.
One thing that's also going to be different from game 2 is in this situation, we're not going to be having nearly as many kills as we had down bottom. You know, the Enigma and the Void were clobbering each other, but this time around, the Tiny on the one side, a Lycan on the other. I don't really envision that many kills happening.
Courier has been killed.
Nice little freebie.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
When they're getting punched by a big scary man.
He's fine.
Tower is under
Gonna start
attack.
building into that Echo Saber. We are gonna see this Tiny accelerate in his farm on the map. Very short time. It's sort of taking me back to game 1. You know, game 2 became very action-packed in the earlier portion of things, but game 1 was a much more somber and considered affair. And it looks like we are back at that stage where neither team wants to... You're at the stage where you want to avoid losing a little bit more than you want to avoid winning in the early game.
Oh, MC. He's gonna try to snipe the courier. Get it. Ah, gets it, of course. Rasu. As the Helm of Iron Will, desperately trying to heal back up.
He's fine. He's fine. Helm of Iron Will, you got some of that bonus armor from the tower. Now all of a sudden it's Spartan that's in danger. The Howl came through, Spartan losing a lot of HP. QBFY coming back in the opposite direction. There's the crippling fear. They got the blood grenade out. They even brought in Flacco as well. Let's see if Flacco can have any influence on this fight. Nande interrupt the chase forward. There is going to be the cold feet, but no real easy way to force him to proc it. Finally it does. The Void gives just enough slow. Now Nande is in danger. The Howl is out. One more right click is all they need. Nande will finally fall. At the same time, they did manage to grab the life of the PA top. They read the fact that there are no supports to help her out. So you want our carry? All right, go for it, but we're going to take yours in exchange.
Yeah, it's a Tillis all this time. Your team is going on the enemy carry, and then you see a creep, and you're like, oh, I can get that creep and get away with it, right? And then you just get jumped by the enemy team who were waiting for you.
Top lane. In control. Gonna be forced to just guard and sprint away. He's gonna be fine. Alright. things are going to slow down a little bit. And the thing that scares me here is I'm looking at this mid lane, right? And how even things are. It's going to be very fun to watch who rotates first because the other one will almost certainly be in a position to match that rotation and make a massive fight happen on one of these side lanes.
Which team do you think is going to be the first to go for a big rotation now?
Radiant are scanning.
Probably Radiant. I think the Lycan doesn't really want that much small moment, wants to finish off some items. But Radiant side, they want to use this kill shot that GZ has. They want to try and leverage Slaughter. They even roll actually middle. They're not going to rotate to any of the side lanes. And they bump the Warlock into the river. Oh no. Worst case scenario. They're still going for him. Underneath the tier 1 tower, but unable to kill him. Dual raise. Now forced back. Block grenade dropped in on top of him with the fatal bonds. He's losing so much life. In the meantime, QBFY being chased around in the trees by Wish, and Wish is going to find and kill him. Wish, if he had more mana, would certainly have zipped back in, potentially killed both Flaco and Dual Raze, but didn't have the resources in that
Dire's
moment.
middle tower is under attack.
Both of them even down. If only.
Also, if only Dual Raze's Rolling Thunder didn't hit the Warlock into the river, worst case scenario there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's always so awkward, but nicely done by the Warlock. Standing close to the edge.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As a support player, you've had to deal with the shenanigans of a Pango so many times. You know what to do.
$1K, slightly below 1K lead in favor of endgame, but still, ACG probably not feeling too swag about their chances all across the map. They're liking is farming, Pango's farming. Get your Y now in the jungle in towards that battlefield and the PA, so this is the time to smoke. An endgame indeed will be the first ones to make their big rotation. Which wants to come bottom. They would love to be able to find this Night Stalker.
Tower is under attack.
Daytime at the moment, so it's not going to be the most difficult kill. Do they have the vision of him? They see him for a second, but it's too late. Turn back. They go towards middle. But the Pango, look how paranoid he is. He doesn't know where these heroes are. Oh no, he finally goes low. It's a haste rune. Also, Wish outclicks him for the haste rune. There is going to be an interruption on the Rolling Thunder. Firstly with the shackle shot, and secondly with the death. They find themselves a kill, and now they're going to head into the jungle to steal some of the farm away from the entire lineup.
Dire's
well
bottom
done
tower
by
is
endgame.
under attack.
Looking a bit better than last game already. Like they haven't lost their footing completely after the defeat in game number 2.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Coming bottom. Dire scan will trigger out onto GZ here. It still decides to go forward. Oh, Lycan is super forward. He's super forward. Tarasu does have the shapeshifter. Okay. So that'll be the only thing that dissuades Nande from just trying to jump him heads up. Now he needs to be careful. Now that he sees GZ, he knows that they want to either take the tower or his life.
Radiant's middle tower.
But they will not settle for leaving without either.
Stupendous.
Spartan has the rock. He's anxious to drop it. I think they're gonna be pretty content to just take the tower.
Under attack. Dire's top tower.
They have a flag bearer wave coming soon as well. And have some very good vision behind, but not gonna find a clean angle of initiation. Right now, Storm still busy farming himself, pressuring the mid tower, so doesn't want to be involved in this action down bottom. I still maintain that Wish is gonna be the one that like carries this game. I just don't feel about Tiny the same way. I'm with you that Tiny has just fallen off. Oh, first chaotic offering of the game, drop bottom onto QBFY. I'm not so sure they actually killed this Night Stalker. All right, Nande from the high ground. Beautiful angle for the Avalanche. They do manage to find the kill, but weirdly enough, okay, I was about to say the chaotic offering calling is not going middle, but it's gonna go mid instead. But it might not reach there because they're coming for the life of this Warlock. He does get bounced to the high ground, but it won't matter. This time around, Dual Raze does manage to kill him. And this Wolf, Wamaterasu, is gonna try chomping down onto this chaotic offering. This is a lot of free gold.
Structures are
30 seconds to go though. You don't really want to force the issue on this one. Please someone on the Wolves, and there we go. Free gold for the Wolf. Nicely done.
Delicious. I love how the Spartan just accepted his fate. Like you hear the shapeshift come out and you just stand still. You're like, okay, my time has come. As a warlock, it's probably the worst hero in the game against shapeshift, because he's completely immobile, squishy, and he only has a slow for which you need to stand still. So just no escape from the wolf. Is there a hero worse against Lycan and shapeshift?
And Warlock.
I don't think so, right?
Let's think.
'Cause
Silence is
most
pretty bad.
Dire's top tower
silencer is
under
pretty bad, that's true.
Radiant
But I think Warlock is worse because at least with the Silencer you can be like, well, actually wait, Silencer might be worse because with Warlock, at least if you die, maybe you have some Aghanims or whatever. So you know, you die, you have maybe you have that talent as well. With the death talent, you die, you drop the golems on his head. Maybe there's some turnaround potential, but if you're playing Silencer and you get caught, you just die no matter what. There's nothing.
Yeah, it's actually good, you know?
scanning.
Warlock is good. What are we talking
You
about?
just have to die. You just have to feed a little bit, bro. Jump forward, Blink Dagger reveal from Mind Control, but unfortunately they are there with the Rolling Thunder, Ice Blast, Mind Control goes down. Jeezy able to land the Shackle Shot onto your Y, but it will not matter. They still managed to find that kill. What a move. Man, that's always the best feeling, right? When the enemy reveals their initiation item, their next 5-minute item, and you immediately counteract them and then kill them as well. Amazing.
As a DD, he really wants UBFY here. It's too risky, even for Wish.
If he had the Kai Sanji, he might have gone for it, but not under those circumstances.
Just the risk of a silence into a TP. Too much, too much.
Dire are scanning.
Well, they have moved this Night Stalker towards the eastern part of the map, so they need to be careful because now they have full vision on top of him. Nande was here, but didn't have an angle to close the gap. Unfortunately, Night Stalker will be okay. They're all gonna move middle and take the tier 1 tower without any contest from ACG.
Dire's
It's so even in terms of net worth. It's gonna make the first big move. Well, City Gang is gathering somewhat. They're gonna have Rolling Thunder soon, but there's no easy kills on the map.
Radiant's top tower is under
I think
attack.
they badly need this Blink Dagger for the Night Stalker. QBFY realize he's not going to be able to put enough pressure on this Wind Ranger
Radiant
to
are
secure that fight. He actually needs to get out. MC,
Radiant's top tower
quite a
is under
sliver of
attack.
vision on top of him, but doesn't want to blink forward because he doesn't actually have vision on that side. And the last time he blinked towards this northwestern part of the map, he did die. So we'll certainly remember that experience. Jump forward.
Why?
Looking towards Jeezy. The silence might be there, but they first go on to your Y. Very nicely done. Killed off by Jeezy, and now MC goes on to Flacco. 2 for nothing so far, but they did get the Ice Blast onto the Storm Spirit, so easy kill to be picked up thereafter. So 2 for 1 exchange. Mid and support in exchange for, or mid in exchange for carry support. The gold exchange is still in favor of endgame. I don't know if I am 100% okay with this one, just because of how important I think Wish is. I don't think it really matters how far Nande is in this game for their prospects of victory if Wish is having a bad one.
I think it's pretty even, all things considered. Wish is very, very
Radiant's
big.
middle tower is under attack.
Jewel Race is also quite big though, almost has an Aghanim Scepter. That's quick.
Let's see how things are going to develop. We have a Tormentor potentially being taken by endgame as they've taken the Twin Gate down bottom. Tommy is up in 2, 1, and here we go. Give me Tormentor. Give.
Ooh, Ice
Ice
Blast.
Blast. Oh, it hit Jeez. It hit Jeez. Is he gonna die? They even have to pop the smoke to get away from the Tormentor on this one. Even threw in the Lycan Wolves. But by some miracle, it's not gonna be enough. Jeezy still will end up dead. The last tick of the Ice Blast is what brought him down, Wing.
Man, amazing. And like denies 1400 gold from endgame as well. It's not just the kill. It means that they can no longer take it. Really clutch. Just that single play is like probably gonna be the highest value play of the game.
They're gonna get themselves the Tommy now. Stacking up top. Enemy team does not have an Ice Blast to send out, so just have to watch this thing taken away. Does go the way of Ancient Apparition, which is, it's pretty decent. It's not too bad with the AoE Ice Blast. AoE Cold Feet, excuse me, yeah, not too bad. Oh, Rolling Thunder. Mind Control, trying to interrupt the TPs out. Yoai will leave. Dual Raze has his TP interrupted by the Chaotic Offering off Spartan. And because they have the Corrosive Haze, they have the vision. They know where he's at. He's going to try his best to get himself out of here. Dual Raze, can he do it? Ice Blast is flying in. Going to land onto Wish as well as NC, but it's not going to be enough. Still end up losing this Pangolier in the end.
Still very good for Apple City Gang, getting the Tormentor. MC just gonna go for a BKB next. Very stable.
Down bottom, they're coming to potentially try and kill this Lycan, but he does have reinforcements streaming in. He gets caught before he can get off, but he does have the shapeshift available, so they don't have enough to hold him in position. Now MC, he got tossed up. That's not what they needed. With the toss up, there's no escape here, Wingblade. Both of them are gonna die. Cold Feet already triggered out onto the Tiny. They finish off Mind Control first inside this crevice here. Amaterasu able to chase him down with QBFY. Nande doing his best to escape, but Yoai is on his ass. Yoai has his number, and Yoai takes his life. Might not be done either. QBFY now scouts vision over onto Spartan. They find a double for the PA. Wingblade, what on earth possessed them to try and jump a shapeshift Lycan that deep onto his side of the map?
I'm not really sure. Definitely some overconfidence there. If they had like this, I don't know, Stormclose or Wind Ranger, might have been possible, but just the Slardar and the Tiny? Maybe they could have done it if they prevented the shapeshift and like had perfectly layered disables. Maybe? Not like this. They gave away so much.
Not like this. Surprisingly, after all of this is said and done, number 2 on the net worth is still Wish. Number 3 is still Nande. But number 1 is Yoai, who's building in towards having the Manta Star available. So if this game continues to scale later and later, in the previous games, I know I was weighting heavily the impact of that Faceless Void, but I feel like this is one of those games that even if it scales and scales and scales, both teams still have a very decent shot of winning those later game teamfights. We are going to see a roll now. Onto Tiny. Nande doesn't have a Blink Dagger, doesn't have a BKB. There's the run of Atos, there's the Ice Blast. They should be able to kill him. Flacco, though, he's gonna die to Jeezy's kill shot. Amazingly done. The other side of the map ends up losing Spartan, but the big prize is saving the life of the carry Nande, and they have done it successfully.
Yeah, the classic, trying to go on a Tiny, but he has like 3000 HP and status and slow resistance. It always looks so appealing. But it's always so difficult. And now he has a Shadow Blade as well.
Silver Edge will be very useful in this game into the PA, of course. Hell, even into the Lycan. Taking away Feral Impulse is actually no joke in terms of his sustainability in the fight.
Yeah, agreed. It's a very nice item here. MC inching closer to his BKB. It kind of reminds me of the first game, where he's farming quite a bit, but he just doesn't have anything to show for it.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mind Control. Gonna start streaming towards the top side of the map as they have scanned the entire Dire lineup, but might decide not to take this fight in the end. Yeah, both sides scan each other. They know what's happening, so we aren't going to have a small little skirmish. But what we will have is a Blink Dagger for Dual Raze. So I would not be surprised if they trigger this smoke that's sitting on the Ancient Apparition. I mean, this is a perfect time to reveal a Blink Dagger on PA. Let's go, baby.
Big gold lead for Apple City Gang. They're gathering. What's their move gonna be? They have a really good Roche lineup, but it It's kind of scary to take while everyone is alive.
I'm very surprised that they decided to show this blink middle on the PA, on the Pango, excuse me. Thought we were gonna try to reveal this like from Fog, but instead they're gonna show it and still just go into the Roshan pit. Oh, I see. Perhaps they're making them think that they're not doing this kind of move because they showed middle, but unfortunately the trick didn't work. Endgame are aware. They even dropped the chaotic offering in the pit. Here they come. Big fatal ball is out as well. Mind control. Can't reach the fight. He gets silenced by QBFY, and they should be able to kill him. No slaughter available. Ice Blast onto Nande with the cold feet proc as well. They are able to kill him. 2 for nothing, and they go forward. Wish trying to at least bring down Amaterasu. Does have quite a bit of mana at his disposal. With the help of GZ, they bring him low, but there's the silence from QBFY. He doesn't have a BKB ring blade, so he's just dead. 3 for nothing exchange. ACG get the kills, they get the Roche, and they get the massive advantage here in game 3.
Yeah, they scout the Roche really nicely, but then the fight just wasn't that great, and it all comes down to MC not having a BKB. Like, he jumps in, he stuns, and then he just has to run away because he can't do anything. And now it's suddenly an 8k gold lead, and I feel like at this point, if the Storm and the Slider do get the BKB, it's not really gonna matter that much, because then you have these other threats like the PA and the Lycan that don't care about your BKB and just right-click you down.
Yeah,
That's rough.
getting close to her own BKB now. Manta with the Battle Fury and Essence Ring as well. Let's see, do we have any interesting neutral items? Eh, not really. Everything seems more or less standard.
I feel like because the neutral items are so consistent, it's kind of rare to see really interesting stuff happening.
Mid lane. GZ trying to do a foot race with this Pangolier. Nice shackle shot there. That actually might turn into an opportunity to kill this Pangolier, and indeed it does. Dual race. Try to get the kill onto GZ with the swashbuckle, but he missed. And he managed to bring down the Pango instead. Man, that force off that GZ bought, best amount of money ever spent in his entire life. I guarantee he's gonna be like, guys, forced off game-breaking item. You cannot get a better usage out of 2,000 gold.
Yep, fully agree. Wish my supports would get forced more often. One day.
Are they too busy buying Crystallis?
Yeah, or like they save the entire game for a Yules so they can die 2 seconds later.
Oh, lol. Oh. That kill, it shaved off about 2,000 net worth away from ACG. The more important thing for me is that it allowed them to maintain the tier 1 tower middle. I do feel tier 1 middle is not as crazy as it used to be in prior patches, but it's still, with the lack of tier 1s elsewhere on the map, is necessary for them to have any semblance of map control right now.
Yeah, it's really nice. Ooh, they're drawing on the Lycan. They see him.
They are indeed,
Shapeshift
but he
comes
did
out
get off the
once again.
shapeshift. MC does find the stun. Do they have enough lockdown? They drag him in with the vortex. There's the bash. Amaterasu, is he gonna live? No, he's gone. MC, this time around, able to get his revenge on the Lycan by bringing him down in the end.
Some hopeful signs for EG. Feels weird to say EG, man.
I'm trying to keep the name alive, brother, you know?
One day NA Dota will return.
They'll be back. My boy Sam is on the clock right now as we speak, putting in the work to bring Rebellion back into proper form.
I hope so. I hope so. Just wait for CCT NA Series 1.
Yo, that would actually be very entertaining, Dota, I won't lie.
Does NA even have like enough players to make 8 teams?
It might not all be American players, but yeah, sure. There's enough players in the region itself right now, as we do have a little bit of a skirmish. They're trying to chase down onto Nande, and they do manage to find him with the silence from this Night Stalker. At the same time, Dual Raze was chasing Spartan into the pit. Nothing that this Warlock can do. He gets ran down and killed, and QBFY, he wants more. They're looking towards GZ here. They do get the silence out with the blink. Forced off yet again, proving to be invaluable for GZ. That'll keep him alive once more.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, an AC now on Lycan as well. This is a big timing for Apple City Gang. Let's see. We don't have a BKB on the Storm just yet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not that far away. I mean, 1,000 gold is not that close, but should still be able to get there.
He has the
question.
plasma recipe as well. Like, there is a devil on Wish's shoulder telling,
Oh,
yep,
no.
it's Wish. Of course he's gonna do this. And we
Yeah,
love
I
this.
shouldn't be too surprised. I should have expected this. Nande throws in the avalanche. He doesn't have a BKB of his own, so he also needs to be careful here. There's a chaotic offering if needed, but Spartan needs to be careful as well. Ghost Scepter protect him from the Lycan army as they zip to the far side. Look at Wish! Wish!
He's
Oh
fine.
my goodness, barely gets out of that one, but now certainly wishes he had a BKB.
It's Wish. He's just gonna do stuff like this. This time it looked good, you know? Relieving some of the pressure. Forcing some spells. Just chilling.
At least they did get away the Aegis. MC went on to this Lycan, and now your Y getting gone on. There's a chaotic offering. Do they have the damage for this PA? Absolutely not. He turns on the BKB, rifles through the life of the Tiny, and Tiny is gone. Spartan now, Ghost Scepter will be able to get to the low ground. Shout out to the most worst item in the game, Tumbler's Toy. And now Wish going back in, but yet again realizing no BKB means no entry into the fight. QBFY is out of mana, so he's going to have to retreat himself as well. Your Y getting jumped on. They want him. Wish held in position by the Rod of Atos. He's looking for your Y. He finally going to be able to help finish him off. Jeezy gets the kill with the kill shot, but unfortunately now that he is out of mana, he's going to end up dead himself. Does at least kill off QBFY in the process.
Radiant's top tower is
But in
under
the long run, his life is forfeit. And honestly, given that they lost all of their cores, I'm going to go ahead and say hashtag not worth on that one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
probably not. But you know, it looked swaggy.
Radiant's bottom tower
I
has fallen.
just don't feel this Tiny plus Lordor. I spoke about it in the draft, but having both of these heroes just feels so awkward.
Honestly,
Not a
for me, the big
tormentor.
issue is Tiny. I think Slaughter offlane I can deal with, but I just don't believe in Tiny core anymore. Like, whether it's mid or carry, I don't really care. Every time I see the Tiny as a core role, it just... Worse, I would actually mind it less if it was feeding, right? But I mind a lot more when he's just ineffective, regardless of the resources you pump into this hero.
Oh, Amaterasu. I've seen this one before.
Nice one. MC's not here. Oh, MC is here. He took the twin gate. Never mind, he's not fine. He's not fine. He's dead. He's dead. They need
It's a
MC
slow
for this one,
kill.
and they do indeed have him.
But it's a kill nonetheless. Amaterasu giving away a lot of these kills. I feel like he could be a bit more mindful about his farming positions and like scouting with the wolves. Gotta get into that RTS mindset, you know?
Mid lane. Blue Race goes into the Rolling Thunder. Looking towards Mind Control. Ice Blast. Not gonna land in time. BKB will be there. And I don't think they really want that smoke that much. They're gonna reach forward though. Amaterasu's not around, so Flacco just dies very easily. Dual Race gets shackled to his creep wave. Stunned up by Mind Control. They found him and they've killed him. Okay. We might not be feeling the influence too much of this Tiny, but like we said earlier on, when Wish is turning it up, he is the driving force. He enables his team to find two amazing kills here in this mid lane.
And it's all because Amaterasu was farming too aggressively. Well, we can't fully blame it on that. It's also his team, like, being positioned a little bit too aggressively, but still, it's what allowed it to happen in the first place. You have to be so conscious about these kinds of plays when you're ahead.
Still ahead in the gold department, but here they are losing a tier 2 tower, so they only have the one tier 2 bottom in terms of objective advantage on the map.
has fallen.
That being said, they did just pick up an incredible item. We're still quite some way from a BKB on the Tiny. Well, he could buy one now, but both him and the Storm need BKBs, and Lycan has an Orchid. If they can find a fight now,
Are scanning.
with this Orchid, especially with 20 seconds until nighttime, this could be like a drastic turnaround in favor of ACG again.
Go time. They really want to go before the Slaughter finishes his AC and actually becomes a proper core hero.
Did just go for a BKB on the Tiny. He eschewed going for the early Revenant's Brooch. I really like that. Thank you, brother. BKBs are good. And Storm hasn't been caught top. This smoke is not going to connect onto anybody, Wing. So this is a lot of time that endgame have been spending farming the edges of the map, and ACG have been getting nothing. As you can see, the gold lead has literally been shaven in half during this smoke attempt.
And now Wish finally has his BKB. And there is nothing that goes through because UI didn't go for a basher. He just has a nullifier. So it's 9 seconds of free play for Wish. Which means that he's either gonna kill 3 heroes or like forget to pop it and die at the start of the fight. Either way, I'm excited.
Endgame's turn to smoke. They're leaving Tiny in the wave. Power shot forward will give information that the Roshan attempt is indeed underway. So let's see the angle of approach that Endgame want to take here. Such a tense moment. Jury is sitting on the high ground, ready with the Blink Rolling Thunder. They have obviously so many mobility tools of their own. This is tough. This is very tough to go into for Endgame.
Mm-hmm. Roche is slowly falling. Well, falling pretty fast, actually. It's now or
Decide
never.
to do something, guys. Endgame. Do nothing. Let Roshan go. Jury now might still start the fight. Storm zipped in, but they're going to the backline. They want to try and bring down this Warlock before the Chaotic Offering, but still they lose QBFY first. There's going to be the Chaotic Offering holding back your Y, but he still wants to reach forward. He wants the Tiny, and they are able to get him. Flaco died on the back end of the fight. With a 2-for-1 exchange, they TP out with Wish as his BKB expires. MC, is he going to be able to get himself out of here? Your Y able to bring down Jeezy now as well. So although they are able to get the kill onto 2 supports, unfortunately it cost them the life of their carry, and they still give up the ages towards your Y.
Definitely not what they were hoping for. I wonder if Amaterasu, after his Orchid, is gonna go for an Aghanims now for the PA. Yep. As I say it, he queues up Aghanims. Wolf Bite coming up.
Yeah, boy. Why do you think they didn't want to go into that pit? They had 3 BKBs. They still had Chaotic Offering. They knew for a fact where these heroes likely were inside the pit. What do you think caused their hesitation?
Ooh. He's gonna fall. I think it's vision. They had no good vision. Even if you have BKBs and you have like a theoretical good fight, if you don't see the right heroes, you're probably not gonna have a good fight. That's what makes the Night Stalker so strong as well. He was just in his Dark Ascension, just running around, providing vision.
He's also going to get a BKB as well now on the Night Stalker, so an additional tool of defensibility. Top lane, potentially going on to Nande. There's the silence coming out of this Lycan, but the Gale Force will push him back. Spartan, oh, that's so unfortunate. The final moments before he's able to TP out, gets connected into with the Rolling Thunder. That will lead to his death.
I feel like that would have been the perfect moment to all chat. When you have like the Ghost Scepter, you know you're dead. That's why you're like, please, don't kill me.
But you start offering them, you're like, I'll give you my credit card number if you don't kill me. And it's okay.
Why is
7,000 in the net worth department.
It's back to 7k.
Oh. BKB forced out of the Storm Spirit. Okay. I cannot help but feel that this game would be markedly different if the order of these items was swapped around, right? BKB first and then the Plasma. Because they were that, you remember that one massive sequence of fights that happened around middle where they came very close to killing heroes but Wish just couldn't stick around? Imagine if he could and they got those kills. I don't think they'd be in this hole that they're in at the moment if that had happened.
Inclined to agree.
Oh, top lane, Nande. Does have BKB forced to pop it. Needs to get out of here. Ice Blast is on him, but it doesn't really even matter. He dies, and he also loses Spartan. And the scary thing is, neither of them have access to buyback. How is Wish supposed to defend all by his lonesome here? He's getting jumped on. Doesn't have BKB. He doesn't have BKB. Wish is dead. Oh no. 40 seconds before the BKB returns, but 80 seconds before he respawns. Even if he buys back, they're losing at least one lane of racks, let alone two here.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
Yeah, it's rough. Without the Tiny, they don't have damage. It's just 2 sets of racks. MC tries. It's
He
gonna
has to pop the BKB and try and run away.
die.
Sprints
Yeah,
will
I
be
think
cancelled
so.
out thanks to the nullifier, but he's still alive for now. Does have a very big magic wand. Pops it. He stays living. You're wide, looking for the kill. Oh my goodness. The Ice Blast onto 2, followed up by the cleave hits from the Phantom Assassin. Leads to both GZ and Mind Control dying. GZ will return into the fray, drops a Gale Force, hoping to drag these heroes closer to the tier 4 towers, but they don't have follow-up damage. Spartan gonna wait, try to get off as many heroes in the Fatal Bond. There they are, in with Wish. They have the Chaotic Offering, doesn't connect onto anybody. Dual Ray is trying to get himself out. They go right back with your Y. The Wolf Bite enables them to eviscerate the Warlock.
Radiant's middle tower.
Wish buys back, but he still has nothing to offer. His BKB is already down to 6 seconds, so it's already finished. He's gonna go in, try his best to hold back tide of aggression from ACG, but it will not matter. Wish does kill off Dual Rays though. That's something. Now on the back line, looking towards QBFY, but he eats a full Ice Blast. He's gonna die. No buyback available for 2 minutes. Your Y though loses his first life. Only comes back with life number 2. What's he got? No BKB though. They don't have anybody to toss him into the fountain. That was a mistake. GZ was too close. They kind of screwed up on that one. The game is still ongoing. The Y jumping back in, finding the Warlock. Warlock is gone. The Y needs to be careful. Does stand in the middle of the Gale Force, being pushed in towards GZ. Mind Control, finding the stun on top of them. There's the Focus Fire as well. Nande doing his best, but the Tiny just does not have enough damage. Your Y is still standing strong right now. They throw him back. QBFY almost died in the process. He even missed the shackle power shot there as well. So he's cool. Stun out from NC, but he is probably wishing he stayed in the fountain. He gets brought down, so does Nande. And as they die, the G's are dropped, the Ancients will fall, and the series will go the way of Apple City Gang. GG well played. We have our first entrance into the upper bracket semi-final.
Apple City Gang really showed their true selves in game number 2 and 3. After game number 1, we had some doubts, but damn, they looked really solid in this game.
Yeah. Honestly, you know, before the series started, here I was gassing up Apple City Gang, being like, damn, these guys, they look so solid last season. I'm so glad to see them still playing at the same level. Game 1, an absolute travesty, let's not lie, but like you say, 2 and 3. I think 2 was more about drafting than anything else, but in game 3, this was just pure out execution. They were just, yes, I do think that they would have won the game evenly, even if the game scale later and later. Like I said, I don't believe in the Tiny, but they knew enough of how to exploit the Tiny as well. I mean, look at Nande. He spent so much time farming, right? Had a gargantuan amount of gold. He had 19k net worth, but most in his team, 3rd most in the game, but his damage numbers, paltry, you know, relative to the PA, relative to the Pango, meh. You know, barely even felt the influence of Nande up until the very last fight. But even then, at that point, it's kind of too late to expect the Tiny to carry you from that point onwards.
Yeah, I think so too. Unfortunate for EG, but Apple City Gang, I'm excited to watch their rise.
Yep. The Apple City Gang got themselves a 2-1 victory here. So, of course, they'll be moving through into the upper bracket of the next stage of the CCT Series 8 playoffs. Of course, we're not done for the day just yet. We still have some more playoff action to bring you. So, in the meantime, go grab yourself a glass of water, walk around the crib a little bit, you know, call your mom, say what's up to her, and join us because the next series promises to be just as exciting as this one, as we have Zero Tenacity taking on Passion UA in our second playoff game so far here in the series. So make sure that you are here with us. Make sure that you have a picture of Wingblade saved on your phone, and we will see you in a couple of minutes with some more Dota 2 action here for CCT Series 8. Welcome back, one and all, to some more CCT Series 8 action as we continue in our playoff bracket with our next matchup being Passion UA taking on the side of Zero Tenacity. Now, the previous game between Endgame and Apple City Gang had ACG win, but they're like a new upstart team having just entered in the last CCT. We had, of course, Endgame, a lot of well-known names, but it's their first time playing in the CCT. However, Wingblade, this matchup, these are some CCT veterans. At this point, this is almost like the CCT El Clasico, man. These two squads, whoever wins, it's almost like it guarantees who's going to get into a podium position between the two of them here.
Yep. Also, another apparent CCT veteran, which is, looking at the script, is already destined to be in the finals, is this team called TBD. They look pretty sick.
TBD too strong, bro. You can't play against TBD. That team is too powerful. Guaranteed place in the grand finals. They haven't even had to play a single game, but they just get to the finals. That's how good they are.
Insane. I've never seen them play, but they're so good. They're in every finals. Anyway, I'll shut up now. Let's look at these rosters. Passion UA. We have Crystallized Niche, B Body, also known as what's his name again? In game, it's different.
Ooh, Bachuk.
Ah, yes, Bachuk, that's it. And Fernance and Kraker, one of my favorite support duos, because they always feed, but they're always impactful.
Yeah, I really like how these guys play. I will say my favorite player on the squad is Crystallized. He's been growing on me more and more. I remember years and years and years ago where he was tipped to be the next big guy to helm Na'Vi. It didn't work out at the time, but he still kept his head in the game, stuck around. I really want this guy to succeed because we don't get to have as many stories of long-term tenacity paying off in Dota as I like. So certainly he is one of them. They haven't necessarily been able to get to the top of CCT series in a while, but certainly there is some opportunity. But their opponent is not going to be an easy one. Zero Tenacity, Retsu, Stoikov, Nefrit, Pablo, and Rebron. I really like that support duo as well, of Pablo and LeBron. These guys they just play like some nice, crazy Dota, And you like support duos where neither of them are really concerned with their own lives. They're only concerned with killing the opponent. It's very fun to watch.
Yeah, speaking of Dota tenacity, these names have also been Jesus, I cannot speak anymore. These names have been around for a long time.
Yep.
LeBron Dota is like the king of tier 2 Dota. Maybe even the emperor at this point. He's been like ever since before I even started my pro Dota career, within quotes. He was already like captaining these tier 2 squads. It's good stuff.
The way I think about LeBron, right? He's sort of like, you remember when we still had DPC, right? When we had DPC, we had a situation where obviously you have Div 2, Div 1. LeBron would always be on the team that qualifies from Div 2 into Div 1 and then immediately get kicked back into Div 2, So his place is secure. If you cannot be better than LeBron, you cannot be a tier 1 player. But so he is the gatekeeper holding the reins around everybody. We saw in the previous game that experience doesn't necessarily count for everything. Team cohesion seems to matter a little bit more. And honestly, I'm really excited about this matchup because although there are more renowned names on the side of Zero Tenacity, Passion UA as a team has just stuck together longer and have made very little changes in the time that they've been playing together. So by now, team chemistry and team cohesion should be absolutely through the roof for the Passion UA squad right now.
For sure. And they're like the most consistent CCT team as well, right? I think out of all 8 series, they've landed like 3rd, 4th, like 5 times or something.
Yep.
It's pretty crazy.
Oh, you love to see it, LeBron being the gatekeeper of tier 2 Dota, Passion UA being the gatekeepers of CCT in all of the series, not just Series 8. So I'm very much looking forward to what's going to happen between these two squads. Before we see the dropping blade, just give me a quick prediction on which squad do you believe is going to come out on top?
I mean, it's gotta be Passion UA, right? The CCT veterans. No team knows this tournament better than they do. Gotta give it to the boys.
Let's see if the experience is going to carry them through here. Of course, they're the ones that are sitting on the dire side with the first pick, second pick for the Radiant lineup of Zero Tenacity. And these bans, so far, we still see Magnus banned, which we saw in the previous series. We still see TA. We saw some Nature's Prophet, but the change up is going to be PA and Ancient Apparition now promoted to being first phase ban material. Okay.
Okay. Interesting. What do you think about Bristle these days?
I actually had a long conversation with Lizard about this a few days ago. I don't think the hero is that good anymore. If you must pick it, I don't think it deserves first phase, in my opinion, right now.
So why do you think Passion UA still bans it?
Oh, that's a very simple answer. It's because Nefrit is a god on Bristleback. So it's one of those like hero player combinations. I think it's one of his most played heroes, like of all time. Let me quickly go check actually. But yeah, it's one of his most played heroes. It's an ultra uber mega comfort for the guy. So it's sort of similar to when you play against some Falcons or whatever. You ban Timbersaw even if Timber's not in the meta, just because Amar's in the game.
Yeah, fair enough. That makes total sense. No Nefrit bristles, but we are going to see a gyrocopter.
Yes.
The man with perhaps the pointiest mustache in all of video games.
That is a very pointy mustache. Oh, I don't know if all of video games. That's a bold statement. We must go and check. Speaking of checking, I have confirmed Nefrit it's his second most played hero, the Bristleback. He has 72 games on the hero with a 59.72% win rate. And ironically enough, his most played hero is Beastmaster. 83 games with a 51.81% win rate. So they made sure that Nefrit is not going to have his comfort in this game.
Yep, feels bad, man. So what's his third most picked or played hero?
Terrorblade. 55 games, 60% win rates.
Okay, I think it's unlikely that actually it's in the pool. It's in the pool.
It's in the pool.
It's an offlane hero often, so you know, get it.
We can see it. It wasn't banned out. At the same time, they didn't get Nefrit one of his comfortable heroes, but they did get one for Crystallize. Not only do I like Gyrocopter as a hero overall, but I did just confirm that this is his most played hero by quite some margin, sitting on the Gyrocopter right now. So he knows how to rock with this hero, knows how to make it work for the squad. And I do think without the PA being in the game, the only other hero that you really want to pick up right now is probably like some Morphling. So if you ban out the Morphling or you have a plan to deal with the Morphling, you probably feel very happy about this opener of the Gyro.
Yeah. So you think it's gonna be Warlock together with the Gyro? That was the big combo.
Yeah, it has to be. I would be shocked and amazed if it's not Warlock. Like, genuinely, I'd be astonished. And I'd have to try and figure out why. But not only would it just be good with the Gyro in general, but in tandem against the Beastmaster, they went Ringmaster instead. I don't know about this one, because now there is potential for... I mean, I guess I understand you want the Escape Act, that can be very useful against Primal Roar. But they could now go for Warlock themselves, and then now you have to deal... Imagine a team fight where there's Fatal Bonds and a Drums of Slump beating around. That's a lot of damage bouncing in the fight.
Curious. Also, I made a promise to chat and you after the last game where I was gonna ask Wish about the Bloodseeker pick. He didn't respond yet, so...
Oh, no.
I'm getting ghosted by Wish. Feels bad, man. Just when I said we were friends. Friends on Steam, I guess. That's the extent of it.
Here's a hero we don't see all that often nowadays. What do you make of our Hoodwink showing her face here?
I guess Zero or Passion UA just want to go for the furry team, right? That's what I make of it.
Okay, so we gotta go Lone Druid next.
Yeah, Lone Druid. Which other furry heroes are there? Actually, let's drop the subject. Hoodwink, yes. Got some buffs. Pretty decent these days. I feel like there's a few heroes that kind of do the same thing. And it depends on which hero is better at this moment. I think the best of these archetype of heroes right now is Jakiro. He always gets banned. So then you have like Hoodwink and Willow and maybe Grimstroke. And I think Hoodwink is one of the better ones in terms of like, I'm not sure how to say this, but like spunky supports. You know, they can just do whatever they want. They can clear some waves. They can make some plays. I think Hoodwink is up there, together with like Muerta. Muerta is another one. Same archetype.
So basically, the crit heroes. If crit plays the hero, then you're like, all right, it's in that purview right now. One thing I also really like about Hoodwink, in the way that they picked up with the Warlock, is now they have, combo break from the Warlock. They have some measure of backline pierce with the Hoodwink and a little bit of initiation, but crucially, they have damage. The Beastmaster will get damage eventually with the Aghanim Scepter, but even before that point, they can still make plays with the Hoodwink +1 and still find heroes across the map, which I think is very, very instrumental to do. And now I see a Dragon Knight. I don't know what other heroes are going to emerge, but some of them will have passives. Some of them are going to be very nice to be able to break. We already have the Hoodwink to do that. I love that pick. And again, obviously, I love the fact that they paired with the Warlock. You still get like the double damage with the Beastmaster, but now you also get Fatal Bond Sharpshooter. Not Sharpshooter, the other spell. Master Q again on Hoodwink. Acorn Shot.
Acorn Shot.
A surprising amount of damage, brother. A surprising amount of damage. I've fallen prey to this damage myself. It's kind of scary.
Okay, sounds very nice. I think the DK pick is indeed a bit curious, picking such a passive dependent hero into a Hoodwink, but it's still DK, and according to us last game, DK is one of the most consistent heroes in the game, so it should be fine still. And we have a fish as well. Okay. Wait, is this gonna be like a position 4 or 5 last pick? It's special.
Seems that way, yeah. 24 pick, unless we have something crazy happening, like the Slaughter being deployed as a position 4. I've seen that before, but I'm not sure if that's in their wheelhouse. But it could happen still. That could be a possibility.
I hope not. It's like Ember Spirit 4, where it's like, yeah, some people have won games with it. Doesn't mean it's not shit.
Facts, gang. But the more straightforward reading would indeed be Slaughter going into the off lane, DK mid, Gyrocopter going safe lane, and then whatever support you want at the very end. Now we'll see if they want to throw a curveball at us, but I don't think they will. And for Passion UA, this is probably a very safe time to go for your carrier, right? You know that there's either going to be DK or Slaughter at the off lane, so you have some latitude in depth. Well, I remember what I said earlier. They should ban Morphling, but they didn't, so it gets picked against you as a Gyrocopter. And to make matters worse, the Morphling is the one that gets access to the Warlock Fatal Bonds.
Yeah. Man, this draft from Passion UA is looking so good already. Warlock plus Morphling is a pretty good lane as well, because healing on Morphling is super efficient. Yeah, Zero Tenacity, they've kind of drafted themselves into a corner, but maybe this last pick, position 5, is going to change everything.
Not position 5 would be amazing for their team.
Hit me.
Warlock.
Yeah. Yeah, would have been. Okay, so what else is there? Which cool heroes? I don't think Silencer does anything. Maybe Tusk. Tusk could be cool.
From Tusk? That's not the worst. From Tusk, Jack is gone, A is gone. We have seen some Willow being played. Tusk I like. People have just shied away from picking up Baden at all, even in the 5 role right now, so we're probably not going to be seeing that. What do we want here?
Could be a Pablo Windranger as well.
Kind of like that, actually. I kind of like that. You know that the Beastmaster is going to have like a lot of minions around him, so there's additional opportunities for shackle shots. Morphling is going to spend a lot of time in low HP, so even if he has high armor, the kill shot with the power shot does actually deal damage and bring him down. Yeah, give me that Windranger 5. I like that.
Let's see if he goes for it or finds something else. Or maybe it's Gyro's support as well. And then he doesn't skill up Flak Cannon at all. I could see that happening. Then Morphling is no longer a problem, and oh, that's interesting. They even banned the Doom. So they think it's supports Gyro as well. Interesting. And I think that's the right call. I think support Gyro is pretty bad, I think giving up Flak Cannon for free is even worse.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't type of scenario. As an adjustment, I do like that tech actually. Like I'm with you. I don't really like 5 gyro, but it could work. They get themselves on Mars here, so this is going to be their initiating hero who's going to start the fights for them. Can be very annoying against gyrocopter as well. If you're not like near the arena or you're just on the outside of it, you do like nothing inside. You can't really counter initiate with your team. You never buy blink dagger, never buy 4-star for anything. So you just have to watch as your heroes die around you. I like this. I like this. One thing, it does mean that there's more responsibility on the Beastmaster and the Morphling to do the damage, and it means either Beast or Mars has to play mid in this game.
I think Mars is a bit more likely. Who is the SA mid player that always plays Mars? Oh, I should know this. It will come to me.
Okay.
It's gonna be offlane Mars.
Okay,
Instead.
so mid Beast.
Okay.
How do you feel about this? Seeing it all unfold right now.
I still like this Passion UA lineup quite a bit. Even if the Morphling can no longer steal Flak Cannon. I like it slightly less with the mid Beast and Mars off though. It feels like if they don't snowball, they're not gonna skill that well. While for Zero Tenacity, they just have like a linear scaling lineup. They're just gonna get stronger over time. And I feel like only Crystallize is gonna skill really hard unless Niche or B-Body get like some insane amount of momentum and can stick to it. Regardless, I am gonna go with Passion UA.
Yeah, I like Passion UA here. I just think it's a bit more straightforward, the way that the draft is going to operate. And I just am worried about the influence that LeBron is going to have on this game as the 5-position gyro. I just feel we will definitely hit a couple of fights where it feels like they're playing 4 versus 5. You know, this Warlock able to drop Chaotic, offering Fatal Bonds. My gyro throws in the cooldown. And I'm like, well, that's nice, buddy, but does it really win us the fight every single time, you know? I'm with Passion as well. And I also really like this Hoodwink in this game because they have managed to put this Beastmaster into the mid lane now with the Mars as well. They are actually going to be somewhat reliant on this Hoodwink in some of these earlier mid-game rotations, but the Hoodwink will supply that damage necessary to get those kills. So I am all in putting the stonks into Passion UA. Let's do it. Oh, I remember Dark Margo. It's Dark Margo. It's Dark Margo.
Ah, right. There we go.
He's known for his Mars, his Kunkka, and there's one other strength hero he plays a lot middle that I'm picking right now. Tiny. Yes, it's Tiny. Yes.
Dark Mago. I asked ChatGPT as well, and it told me it was Carlos fucking Matt Tavares.
What?
Yeah, just classic hallucinations.
What? Next thing you'll be like, who's the best Dota player from South America? Argentinian Dota player Lionel Messi. He's the GOAT.
Yep. It's a shame that AI doesn't know about Dota. Since there is not enough people speaking about Dota on the internet, we should change that.
No, brother. It's a good thing. It means that the information that's available to us about Dota is not prone to hallucination, you know? It actually requires human interpretation at all stages.
That's good. That's good.
Means you can also trust the data that you get, right? You know that's like not some random AI that hallucinated the data. You know that's actually real.
And now it's gonna be a random person who hallucinated it. That's better.
Exactly.
It's my boy John Dota making up some shit.
The battle begins.
Nice little move there from the Beastmaster of Niche, sitting in the trees, breaking the smokes, ensuring he doesn't get caught out, and that will of course lead to the start of the game with a 2-2 bounty trade, nobody dying. At the very least, Pablo gets some free gold, bringing down the Beastmaster ball middle. That's nice.
Moral victory. I'm very curious about how this bottom lane is gonna play out. We have a DK Gyro against Hoodwink Mars, and Hoodwink Mars is historically a really strong lane. And DK Gyro is historically not something that has existed. So we'll see.
That's true, right? Because that period of time where Gyro was being played 5 every other game, DK1 wasn't really in the mix at the time. He was still being deployed mid or off lane. So probably not that many times in history we've seen this.
You remember me saying, well, I think Gyro support is actually pretty good because you can make sure that the Morphling doesn't get the flag cannon. What's the first?
Flag level 1.
Yeah. Oh my god, LeBron, why?
Radiant's turret has been killed.
I am cry, Snare. I am cry.
Oh no. Yeah, I don't know about this one, game. I don't know about this one. I mean, maybe the rationale was that, like, look, if I play with Rocket Barrage, getting to these heroes is practically impossible, right? Mars spears me away every single time. I'm always going to get hit with the bushwhack, so I can't get the damage out. And I don't want to go homing missile level 1. I can see why you went for it, but definitely forgot about the Morphling while doing so.
In homing missile level 1, it's 90 damage for 120 mana. It's not great, but it becomes 180 damage for 130 mana, which is decent. Like, it scales quite well. I just don't get it. Oh well.
Oh well. Oh, Crystallize. If he's being told by the team right now, hey bro, don't worry, Gyro got flack, he's going to be smiling. And of course, he's going to be smiling more if he's able to find this kill. Unfortunately, he didn't go the full angle on the waveform, took it short, and as a result, that's going to lead to the life of Pablo being saved.
Mid lane. Been rough for Niche. He's 7-0 or 8-0 against 18-3. Ooh, Pablo is dead. Is he? Is he? I think so.
Is. Tame the Beast is out. He's throwing in a lot of these circus tricks. He's juking, he's jiving, but he is still dying. First blood drawn by Crackers is able to bring down Pablo with the Warlock.
Yeah, I had my doubts about the Mars plus Beastmaster, but especially if Beast doesn't even win mid, then you're kind of giving a free game to Storm.
Dude, he's owning double the CS middle. Are you kidding me? What a player. Stoikov doing the Lord's work here. Getting himself another range creep. He's level 4, about to hit 5, whilst Niche is still just halfway through 4. This game is not going to be that easy because unfortunately right now nobody is really stacking all that much. There's one stack on the Ancients, but Beastmaster might need more. Down bottom, we do see they get some damage out, and maybe this is what LeBron was worried about. He has 2 points into the Rocket Barrage right now, but every time he uses it, he's immediately just sent so far away that no damage comes towards these heroes.
Yeah, turns out that Gyro's support isn't that great. Crystallize is also kind of losing his lane. We were beaming about how Morphling plus Warlock is pretty good, but it's getting wrecked by Starter Ringmaster.
You know, actually, in the previous game, you were talking about the interaction between Ringmaster and Medusa with the Impalement Arts, because it does HP damage, and how it's not good against Dusa. However, it's amazing against Morphling, right? In these kind of situations. As soon as he's hit by this, he has to decide, am I going to stay alive or am I going to farm? I can never do both. And they've been leveraging that to ensure that Nefrit is able to farm freely.
Yep. A damn good start for Zero Tenacity, all things considered.
Literally the exact thing we just spoke about. Oh, also another factor to this. If you're forced into go to Strength Morph to evade Impalement Arts, that also means that Shadow Word is less effective. So that efficiency you're talking about with how these heroes operate in the lane gets taken away as well.
Disasters all around. Can Passion UA even come back from this? The answer is yes, of course. It's 5 minutes into the game. Oh, Crystallize!
Got him. Got him. Got him. Tame the Beast, baby. Doesn't just tame Beast, it tames Water as well. Nice kill on the Morphling.
I like how Crystallize, between his stellar performances on Morphling, sometimes does something like this to make him a bit more relatable.
Mid lane. LeBron, Akon shot is out just to slow him down a little bit. Here they come with Cracker, but they also bring in Nisha. Primal Roar was thrown onto Stoikov, but unfortunately, because it wasn't deployed onto LeBron, they might not be able to kill him. The slow is going to be there from the pause, and there's the pushback. Dive Hawk comes into, and they do manage to find that kill with a little bit more effort than they thought it would take, though.
6-minute rune is gonna be a bottom. Stoikov, poor guy. Still has a 1, so should be fine. He's gonna have to go right back to base.
It's actually going to bring the Beastmaster back. Now, all of a sudden, he's ahead in the net worth department, despite being absolutely trounced in the CS war middle. So he's chilling. Doesn't need as much recovery as I thought he might after that kill.
Yeah, that's very nice. He does farm very fast as well. Like, this is a strong point for the hero. Oh, but Morphling, poor Morphling. He's gonna get outfarmed by LeBron soon, and that's a bad sign.
Wait, holy base. Nefrit is already level 6. Oh my god. That's very, very scary. Honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised if on the next power rune, Stoikov just heads top to try and force a kill there with the vision from the haze as well as the additional damage that comes out of it.
I wouldn't be surprised if Nefrit gets a solo and Crystallize at some point.
Dire's middle tower is
Where
under
Stoikov is at. Playing some very awkward areas right now, but he wanted to try and steal away this Beastmaster stack, but they brought in the additional supports, and they're like, nah, gang. Niche needs this money more than you do. We are going to protect his investment.
All things considered, turns out that the Gyro plus DK lane does just fine against Hoodwink plus Morris, especially when both of the supports aren't there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I was about to say, it's a 1v2 lane. They left Batrick out to dry, bro. LeBron's just been chilling middle. It's like, guys, team, help? I can't do this alone. Help. Mid lane, they are going to make a jump. Niche was able to throw out the Primal Roar. There is going to be a homing missile, chases him. Infernal Arts is there. Stoikov comes out. Not a that, he's still alive. Finally, though, one of the ticks of the Impalement Arts brings him down from Pablo. That was surprisingly close. If the Warlock didn't have to go home to heal and stay alive, they might have been able to turn that around.
Also, we haven't... Oh, Stoikov, he's going again. He's going again.
Oh my god, that was so much damage that he took, and he's actually just gone. LeBron finishes him off with the level 3 Rocket Barrage.
We have not spoken about this, but it's actually a Frost Dragon.
Frost Dragon DK. It's for the Morphling. It's for the Morphling.
Yeah.
I see.
So there is built-in
like
healing reduction, and it's just a little bit stronger in the late game in general. I think it's a very good choice here. You have enough like carry power to fall back on, so you don't need to flash farm super fast. Yeah, Frost DK and good start for Zero Tenacity overall.
Also, because he's playing with the Slaughter, he doesn't actually have to farm as crazily as normal because he'll have some natural damage amplification. So, can't afford to just take it easy for now. Keep accruing net worth. All the cores on Zero Tenacity are actually doing amazingly right now. Slaughter, not that far away from having the Blink Dagger. Mid lane, Kaya's being finished up. Tier 1 towers being
Dire's
sieged.
middle tower is under attack.
Can they defend this is the question.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I think they should be able to. The push is quite slow on Zero Tenacity, and Beastmaster is really good at deep pushing. And so is Hoodwink.
Dire's middle tower is under
Because
Yeah,
it's a
Beast is
Frost
going
Dragon,
into
he's
his
gonna go
eggs.
for a Maelstrom.
Ooh. Okay. Is he gonna be, what do you think? Maelstrom SNY, or is he gonna stop over for Dragonlance?
I think S and Y would be nice, but kind of a player preference thing, I think, most of the time, and I'm not sure about Retsu's preferences. You know, he isn't like Wish, where I've known him for a long time and I can just send him a message after the game and then get ignored.
Mid lane. Stoikov finished all of his mana, attempted to dive onto Cracker, but was unable to kill him, nor could he draw out the stun. There's gonna be a bushwhack. Oh, he's in trouble. Primal roll. Stoikov. He's gonna get brought down here. There's no way out of this one. There will be a chaotic offering dropped onto his head as well. And despite attempting with the magic wand to zip to safety, there's just far too much damage. He goes down in the mid lane. And they're gonna try and leverage some push onto the tower, utilizing this chaotic offering golem, even though LeBron will do his best to dissuade them.
This was some beautifully staggered disables as well. Gotta say, it's really easy to mess up. Storm just needs like 0.2 seconds and he's out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Top tower has fallen.
Yeah, one tower in the top lane will end up being brought down. Slaughter does now have a blink dagger. Does Pablo have a smoke? He does. Brings it in from the backpack. In the meantime, they jump bottom. It's onto these heroes. They want Fernance first. Stoikov, is he going to be able to find him? Pablo misses with the impalement odds. Fernance trying to scurry through the trees, but not going to be able to make it. Unfortunately, Stoikov expended quite a bit of mana to make this happen. Might not have enough left to chase forward onto the Mars. He's still going, but he has support coming in. Sadly though, Cracker doesn't have chaotic offering. Even though there is an arena, I don't know if they can keep him alive. Wheel of Wonder will be there, and they should be able to bring him down. And now look at this, Nefrit reaching forward, looking towards this Warlock as well. They have the vision with the haze. They have the stun with the Slithering Crush, and they have the kill with the right click. Two brought down, tier 1 tower to follow, because here is Red 2 with the DK form ready to hit some buildings. And they're not done! Wingblade, Fernance, he TP'd in onto the tier 1 tower. Why would you do that, brother?
That is rough. Gonna be the tier 1 falling. Beautiful turn of events. 4-0 tenacity and syncs so nicely with the blink dagger from Slardar. Just everything lining up for the Radiant right now.
The thing is, I'm wondering to myself why they were willing to go and take that fight. Before that point, they weren't that far away from Niche finishing off his Aghanim Scepter. I feel like they need the Ags on the Beastmaster plus the Fatal Bonds in order to take these fights. Otherwise, they just don't have damage at all at the moment.
Agreed. Like, how are they gonna kill anyone? Especially now that like Slardar has a blink and there is a storm in the game. If you go on anyone and it takes too long, you're just gonna die. You need that big burst damage.
Here they are, bottom again, but once more, Zero Tenacity. Have LeBron sitting in behind. He has the cooldown available again in 1 second. So you can drop that if necessary. The DK not too far away, and scary enough, almost everybody else has access to a TP scroll. We'll see. Here comes Slaughter with the first one. Homing missile going forward. Stoikov reaching in onto Bachuk. They want the Smars. They also want the Warlock. Warlock will drop the chaotic offering before he dies, and so does Mars throw in the arena. With the God's Rebuke, they are able to at least claim the life of LeBron, but Bachuk knows that his own life is forfeit in this situation. They are going to play Ring Around the Rosies with him. Nefrit finds the stun. They get the disables, and Stoikov finds the double kill. Cracker at least going to try throw in the Warlock Golem to do some pressure onto the tower, but very shortly it should be... Okay, they're not going to chase it, but not going to be able to bring down the tower either.
At the same time, Niche still hasn't finished his Aghanims yet. Just farming the creeps. He's gonna get it soon, but oh, they've already lost so much on the map. And I feel like all three of their cores kind of need to play catch up.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Not what we wanted to see in this situation, and now they smoke up again on Zero Tenacity. Slaughter wants to go for something. See the DK very safe down bottom. Storm Spirit also trying to come middle, and they have this Observer Wood. Look at this, it's being de-warded right now, but it has still scouted the Beastmaster. They could still jump him or the Warlock. Who's it gonna be? The easier target is the Warlock for sure, and indeed, he's the one they're gonna grab. Bye-bye, Warlock. Sorry, brother. Wheel of Wonder will be there. He's still alive, though. He's not dying. That's a surprisingly tanky Warlock, and now they turn with the Primal Roar. Escape Art will be there. There's a nice stun coming in from the Slaughter as well. He's still not dead. Stoikov comes in on the back edge. They finally finish off Cracker. They get out. Sharpshooter doesn't connect. It threads the needle. Fernance misses. But in that instance, Wingblade, we see why in the previous game, Ringmaster started to get banned out. Escape Art, what a goddamn spell.
I cannot believe Nefrit survived there. Insane. Oh, Pablo. Perhaps in over his head. It's still gonna survive.
And my man here tames lions as a job description, man. He can deal with a water boy and a little squirrel.
Yeah, fair enough. He's going for a 4-staff too. Such a good little support.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Speaking of items, Mjolnir almost complete on the Dragon Knight. That is quite scary. We do finally get the Aghanim Scepter, though, onto this Beastmaster. Okay, so what do we have? We have Aghanim Scepter on Beast. We have level 4 on the Fatal Bonds. Do we have a smoke somewhere? I do think it could be the proverbial go time once you have the Primal Roar available again.
Mars is just 300 gold away from his blink. It's gonna be big. I think that's what they're waiting for. First, they're just gonna go Roche. You have a Beast, you have a Vlad. Yeah, might as well. I don't think Zero Tenacity wants to contest, do they? Nefrit Twin
they do.
Gated? Oh yeah, they're
coming.
coming. They're hella
Vision
coming.
going forward. Nice pushback onto Storm, and they're not doing this fast enough. And now it's so low that you can't give it up either. They have a Slaughter. Now Slaughter comes in from the west-hand side. He finds Fernance. There's a Hoodwink gone. And this Roshan, at less than a third of his life, he could easily be brought down. But we'll see Passion UA how badly they want to defend this. And it seems quite badly. They are not going to give up this position in here.
Alright, get yourselves a drink. It's gonna be 2 minutes of just chilling next to the Roche. Or is it? Zero Tenacity. 5-man smoke.
Red 2 will prop the DK form, but there is no Blink Dagger available on this Dragon Knight. The arts do connect onto the Beastmaster far away. There's going to be the arena. They're going onto the Dragon Knight. Escape Art though! Keeping him alive for now. Massive cooldown thrown in from LeBron. Still though, Red 2 trying to hold his ground. He has so much healing though. He's still alive at the end of this war. Meantime, Stoikov found a double kill. They finish it off with Crack on the backside of the fight as Red 2 managed to bring down the Morphling. It's a 5-hero wipe. Red 2's not dead. The path to Roshan is open. And this game has just been blown wide open in favor of Zero Tenacity.
We have to praise Pablo's positioning there. Keep in mind, Escape Arts, despite being a super strong spell, has really short cast range, so he had to be in the right position. He is, he saves the fight, and it's a 5-4-0, plus a Roche in favor of Zero Tenacity.
Well, what do you think? Are we banning Ringmaster next game?
No, you don't ban it because you can counter it. And then you lose to it. Then maybe next game you do.
Goddamn Ringmaster. The crazy thing, I think how they need to balance the spell. They need to change the they need to scale like the cost range as well. So you don't just get like this level 1. Yes, it's a short-ish cost range, but it's still a bit too big. I think it should scale with the duration as well.
To be fair, I think like Shadow Demon would have had the same effect here.
Morphling gets caught. Crystallizer trying to farm the triangle. Pablo, him and Stoikov right there, but they don't have the kill threat initially. That's also another hero that whenever Shadow Demon is in the meta, good god, what an annoying hero.
LeBron has his shard, so pretty much all he can ever wish for. Now a Solar Crest. I just hope that he doesn't max his flag cannon. 3 hits. That's okay. We can give Morphling 3 hits.
Top lane, they're going to be hitting the Mars right now. Batcho's getting jumped on. He was attempting to farm his BKB. Strong emphasis on attempting. Gets foiled. Nefrit gets another kill. And this tier 2 tower should fall as well. So now it's an 11k gold lead. Fam, it's 11k at 20 minutes. That's crazy.
Top tower is under attack.
Yep. Also, the kill score is 17-4 throughout these almost 21 minutes. Fashion UA's only killed 4 heroes. LeBron twice, Stoikov once, Pablo once. Oof.
Part of the problem they have as well is because they need to reach this ringmaster at the back of the fight, but who is their reach? Mars can't afford to go to the back lines, right? He has to start the fight on the front lines. They do have a blink dagger now, though, on the Beastmaster, so perhaps it'll be his purview. At the same time, though, Mars, he might be dead before the fight even starts. They're running up on top of him. He's losing his life. He can't even get off the arena. He's down. They get the primal roll, but it's only on the gyrocopter. He gets in with the escape pod. They turn around, though, with the chaotic offering. They want to keep this fight going, but they just don't have the damage. They lose Fernand, they lose Niche, and now they jump in onto Crackler as well. The Warlock should go down to Nefrit. 4 for absolutely nothing. The Gyrocopter, position 5, who they jumped on with an ultimate from the Beastmaster, still remains living, Wingblade.
Yeah, they popped everything on the gyro and don't even kill him. You know, that tends to be a bad sign. I'm not gonna mince words.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy.
So yeah, I do have to respect the resilience from Passion UA to not call it. Like they just got wiped 5-0, now they get wiped 4-0. And they're like, yeah, but it's winnable game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Gotta respect it.
Well, Gaben affords them a 10% chance of still coming away with the victory on this one.
Bottom tower
So
has
it's not
fallen.
0, still possible. Maybe these Lotuses will help out on the Hoodwink, especially because he's about to finish in ATOS. That could make a difference.
Dire's bottom tower is under
For
attack.
sure.
Radiant's top tower is under
Look at
attack.
Retsu though on this Dragon Knight.
Dire's bottom
Just
tower
posted up
is
in
under
front of the tier 2
attack.
tower, beating it down. The rest of his team though, they're going top. Look who they found. It's Batyuk yet again. Mars is dead. Feels bad.
He was so deep there. Very risky. So one thing that is nice about playing Gyro support is that it's quite a tanky hero. He has 2.5 strength gain. He doesn't really need any items, so he can buy tankiness. Went for the talent as well. So he's running around with 2k HP and a Soda Crest.
Pretty damn tanky. Pretty damn tanky. He's actually about as tanky as the Mars and the Beastmaster at the moment.
Seems good.
No, actually I'm wrong. He's tankier than both of them. Because he has right now 18 armor. Yep, he's tankier than both of them. That's crazy. Bottom.
Plasma on
They
the
found
storm.
Fernance in the trees. They got him with the Slithering Crush, but there was no access to the shard. So without the shard, no free vision. Oh no. He almost made it out, but the last second cancellation. In the meantime, on the other side, Escape Art will be there onto Pablo. No way, they're not allowed to not kill Pablo. Instead, they're gonna lose Cracker. Stoikov comes in out of nowhere on the back lines. They're not even gonna get a Pablo Ringmaster at this stage. In fact, the Ringmaster gets to sit very happily and instead kill Batyuk. Nah, gang, I'm calling it. If we can't kill a Ringmaster while all of his team is on the other side of the map, the game is over.
Yeah, Passion UA, they're gonna try to go for one more defense, I reckon. Maybe a buyback on the Mars. We're gonna have a Warlock with Golem in 5 seconds. They need to give it at least one more good try. Come on.
Dire's top barracks
Let's see
are
what
under
they've got
attack.
here. Mars up in 10 seconds. But by then, the racks will be done. They don't have a cliff to pop anymore. So there go the melee barracks. Range to follow shortly. They smoke up. Fashion UA, they want to catch them on the retreat. The DK form is also not that far away from expiring. It's at half duration practically.
Top barracks are
So
under
they'd like to do
attack.
something. Can they get a catch here? Doesn't seem like it so far though.
From 0 to Nasty as well. Could see a big clash.
DK is the first one showing, but he's the last person they want to go on. They'd love to go on Pablo, but they're still going to jump him. DKB popped before the spear can emerge, so Bachok just dies almost immediately, and now Fernand's also going to be brought down by Nefrit. Niche able to get out the primal roll, but it's not going to matter. Stoikov is right behind him, zipping in, catching him in place. As he goes down and as he watches Kreger dying on the other side of the map as well, him and his squad will throw in the towel. GG, well played is called. Zero Tenacity don't just win game one, but they dominate one of the most absolutely one-sided games we've seen in the playoffs in a very long time.
Yeah, no contest at all. From minute zero, Zero Tenacity were winning all of the lanes. Everything looked up for them the entire time, and there was no point throughout that game where I was like, you know, Passion UA, they might come back. No, just a stomp.
Yeah. I want to check, just look at these damage numbers, right? So check this out. The lowest damage dealing hero on Zero Tenacity was surprisingly their carry, right? Retsu only dealt 9,000 damage in the game. Didn't have to do all that much. LeBron did more. The highest damage dealer on the side of Passion UA is the Warlock, bro. 9,100 damage. That's crazy. Like, these heroes just never really got going. We never got to see that crazy combination of like Fatal Bonds with Drums of Slom beating onto the whole team. Also, I think there's two things for me that really went wrong for Passion UA. Mars didn't have a game, practically, right? It took so long for him to find his Blink Dagger. By the time he did, they looked like they found that one good catch, but Ringmaster just completely nullifies that play. They had no way to reach the ring. But another thing, man, this Morphling was a complete non-factor in this game. Did absolutely nothing. Like, there were times I even forgot that Crystallize was here. I was like, oh yeah, by the way, they have a Morphling. Was not involved in kills, lost his lane extremely hard. The matchups against them, we were thinking about maybe you get like the Gyrocopter flag cannon, but if it's DK, that just becomes a completely different matchup. But worst of all, because of how badly the start was, he wasn't able to even sustain himself throughout these fights. The moment a fight starts, he has to run, so you don't even have the Morphling to potentially even deal damage there.
Yeah, outdrafted, outplayed. I hope Passion UA can discover in the break time, or recover, and maybe discover a recovery method.
We'll see if they can discover a recovery method and show us a new and enlightened version of themselves as we enter into Game 2. For now, though, we'll give them time to go and think. Game 2 is going to be exciting because it will determine if Passion UA can still take us to a Game 3 or if Zero Tenacity will just clutch it out and move on into the upper bracket semi-final. We find out in a few short minutes, so join us soon for Game 2 of our side here of Zero Tenacity versus Passion UA. Welcome back, one and all, to some more CCT Series 8 action as we're in with our second series of the playoffs between Zero Tenacity and Passion UA. And we were hyping it up, saying, yeah, it's going to be such a close matchup, two closely tied teams. But Wingblade, bruh, man, Passion UA, they got their ass kicked, man. It didn't look like they stood a chance in that game.
Yeah. And even after the draft, I was like, yeah, this could be good, you know? You know, there's some questionable stuff, and, you know, there's a gyro support. That's crazy. And he went for the flak cannon level 1. It's going to be a clear victory for Passion UA. And then we were, like, hyper-focusing on that lane. Like, 2 minutes later, we're like, wait, do you see the mid lane? And then, yes, it all went downhill from there.
Yeah. Mid lane, absolute travesty. Top lane, not much better, so... Now they need to figure out something else. For the first part of things, in the ban phase, they have changed up the ban somewhat. We do see Tinker being removed right now. But Zero Tenacity will open up proceedings with an Ancient Apparition. So Passion UA, well, Crystallize, you're definitely not playing Morphling this time around, even if you wanted to. So the question is, what is going to be the first overall pickup? We could still see some Warlock. We could still see some Ringmaster, man. After that first game, I'm starting to feel like that hero needs to be addressed early on in the drafts.
Yeah, I'm very inclined to agree. It looked so strong, and Passion UA, they go for Beastmaster again, even though it didn't really do anything last game, and into an Ancient Apparition. Is it confidence or is it hubris, Snare?
Perhaps you play this off lane and then you eschew the Aghanimus build, you just go for the old school Overload, Helm of the Overload, and you just try to like overzoo the Ancient Apparition. So that the AA at some point will not feel comfortable playing against a massive Beastmaster army. So if you go for that build, if you go for the Drums of Slum, it does feel like overconfidence. But if you itemize differently and just try to play the old school Zoom meta, I think you can still get around this. And maybe you can also take the chance of buying like a Pipe of Insight on this hero, reduce the overall Ice Blast damage.
Okay. You know, maybe it's confidence after all. I'm convinced. See if it ends up working out, and it's gonna be Zero Tenacity banning out the Ringmaster. They were like, you know, last game when we played it, it was too good against the Beast. We want a more difficult game. So, yeah, we're not gonna pick it up this time. Maybe they just go for Shadow Demon, though.
What happened to that hero? I haven't seen Shadow Demon in games in quite a while. Maybe in like a year, maybe, that I've seen Shadow Demon. What do you think has happened to the hero that is no longer pickable?
I don't know, man. I always think the hero is the strongest hero in the game, but then people stop picking him. I think it may be just like the meta carries right now. Because if you look at what is strong, you have Nature's Prophet, you have PA, you have Tiny. Shadow Demon doesn't really do anything against these carries. Like, if the meta was like, I don't know, Luna, Night Stalker carry, Bloodseeker, then SD would be crazy, perhaps. But that is just a theory, a Dota 2 theory.
I had a feeling you were going to do that, and I was waiting for it. Wonderful. That was perfect. We get some Gyrocopter coming in right now for Crystallize. So yet another one of his favorite heroes that he loves to play, his most played hero, in fact. And, you know, this time around, we don't have Warlock yet, but if it's available, please, gang. Like we saw it didn't necessarily work out with the Morphling, but that had more to do with the Morphling Warlock than it had to do with the Warlock. The Morphling just had too tough of a time with the Ringmaster and everything. But just give me Warlock, give me that Fatal Bonds, give me that flak damage everywhere. Do the right thing, gang. Just do the right thing.
So here we have the famous Nephrid Bristleback. Are they gonna pick up the Morphling as well? Just go for the double whammy.
Maybe you pick Warlock now, actually. That might be the play. You can actually, I've seen people play the Warlock like in the Bristleback lane before. I forget which team it was in Eastern Europe that did this quite a lot, like Bristleback Warlock, and Warlock played as 4. And then he went just like maxed out like at level 3 at 2 points Shadow Word instead of 2 points Bonds. Just keep it on the Bristle. He can do whatever the hell he wants in the lane. I wouldn't be too sad to see that. But Morphling, I mean, why not, right? Why not? You already have one game in the back. Why not? Let's try it. YOLO game.
I was gonna say I really don't like Warlock here because then you're basically submitting to having 0 stuns or reliable stuns in your lineup, and then they pick the hero with the most stuns out of any hero in the game. So yeah, that solves those issues. And now they just need to pick a ranged carry, like a Morphling, and then it's all good.
I'm just thinking back now. I see Earthshaker, you're talking about Morphling. Remember Aghanim's Morphling with the Earthshaker? That was some good times. That was some interesting Dota back then.
Yeah.
They will not do that. Oh, I like this. This used to be the classic combo, like 2 patches ago. Gyrocopter Clockwork in the lane. It's crazy strong. Lots of magic damage, lots of chase potential. You now have vision as well that the Clockwork is going to give you. Hoodwink is going to give you vision as well. Beastmaster can give you vision as well. Lots of long-range initiation from this clock. You do have some burst damage emerging from the Hoodwink, from the Gyrocopter, some disables from the Clockwork Beast. I will say this draft is a lot more balanced on the side of Passion UA than what we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, this looks really nice. I like it a lot. You have good scaling, good disables, good skirmishing. Looks nice. So, what does Zero Tenacity want to deal with this? A storm? Okay. So what is it gonna be? I hope to God that Passion UA doesn't play the Beast against the Storm mid anymore.
What would you like to see in that lane? We sometimes see Pango, we see Puck, which has been banned, we see Queen of Pain, we see Amber. Which one of those feels good? No, there's AA, bro. There's AA.
Yeah.
No.
I know it's taboo to say, but I think Lina is still the best hero against Storm.
I like Lina. I think that's a pretty decent shout. Give us some burst damage. We already have some. The only issue is that if you do pick Lina, then the Clockwork has to do all of the catching throughout the game. I don't think Beastmaster is going to go for the Blink build, but we put more pressure onto these supports. So it's either you go that route with the damage, or you get a hero that's going to catch for you. But I still like Lina.
They could also go for Earth Spirit. It's also nice. Fits their tempo really nicely.
Earth Spirit can also roll in and kick out the Bristleback, so he doesn't maintain his positioning. Has to play it very awkwardly. In a bygone world, you know, Void Spirit, if he was still a mid hero, could actually be pretty good here, honestly, for Passion UA. But Void Spirit is not a hero, so what can you do?
But the OD we've been discussing so much today.
Like OD. Outworld Destroyer, Outhouse Devourer. Yes. Give me some of that.
He's the Benedict Cumberbatch of the Dota world.
Now, okay, you see, now you just gave me an idea. Benedict Cumberbatch doing Dota voices? That would be epic. That would be sick.
He may be one of those secret people playing Dota too, while also having a relatively successful normal life. Crazy.
Yeah. Successful life and Dota could never be me. Gotta choose one or the other. So, speaking of choices, what's the carry here for Zero Tenacity? Morphling is still in the pool, of course. He's the priority one, the big one. Still have Life Stealer. Lifestealer morph, PA's gone. We do sometimes see like these strength heroes in the safe lane. Tiny is gone, but Tide is in the pool maybe. Let's see. But Tide can get broken by the sharpshooter. Maybe not the best actually.
Yeah, I don't love Tide. Huh. Yeah, I think
Spectre's not that great either.
No, Ursa's not great. It's gotta be Morphling or Lifestealer. I don't see another good option. Clark? Perhaps?
It's not so bad.
Sven?
Sven. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So since they know for a fact that this Beastmaster is not going to be playing with the Aghanims because there's an Ancient Apparition on the other side, he's most likely going to be playing around the zoo. You wanted some additional clearing mechanics of those creeps, so you do get it out of the Sven with the Cleave. Bristleback can help out as well. If you get on top of Gyro, you can do quite a lot of damage before he's able to get the turnaround on top of you. Gives you some Roche, some Ancient taking, some additional armor as well. Because I'm looking at this damage as well from Passion UA. Because they're not going for Drums of Slum, most of their damage as the game scales will be physical, outside of like some early mixed damage from the Gyro. So if you do have some bonus armor and some BKB, you feel kind of invulnerable in like the first 30 minutes of the game as the Sven.
Yeah, it looks nice. If they make sure that he's not the only hero who has farm, I think it looks great. In a situation where the Storm and Bristle have a bad game, I could see him getting kited, but because they have so many threats, even in the supports, I think it looks very nice. Both of these lineups look hella good.
One thing I like about the Sven as well, it's the classic combo in the lane, right? Cold Feet, Stormhammer, guaranteed proc pretty much every time. Lots of bonus damage in the lane.
Does it still guarantee a proc? Not sure. I think it
should.
This is bad. This is really bad.
Bad for who? For Passion or for Zero Tenacity?
For Passion. I think Sniper is one of the hardest heroes to play against Storm. Like, the lane is gonna be amazing. You're gonna have so much fun, but the moment Storm hits level 6, it's hella over.
Make matters worse, it's not like you have that much save behind you, right? It would be one thing if you had like a task or something, or if you still had Ringmaster, maybe that could elongate the fight a little bit. But in this situation, the problem as well, after the Storm is able to start playing the map, right? Sniper, number one, doesn't really have tools to help deal with the Storm Spirit, but if he ever gets hit with the Ice Block, that hero just dies. Like, he is just not able to sustain himself throughout that. The rest of his lineup probably not going to be going early for the 4-staffs, you know. Rod of Atos is needed first on the Hoodwink. They need some Solar Crest or some Pavis or whatever out of the Clockwork. So without these 4-staffs, you get hit by Ice Blast, Storms on top of you. There's a long-range fissure. Hell, maybe even the Sven shows up out of nowhere, hits you once or twice with a blink. You just die, you evaporate. So, you know, when I first was thinking about mid-heroes that could happen when you mentioned the Lina, initially I was thinking maybe a Sniper could be okay, but the bevy of threats on the enemy team dissuaded me against it. So how should he play this game to make the Sniper successful here?
Well, he needs to win his lane really hard, I think. And I also think that the same thing is true that I said about the Sven for Zero Tenacity. They need to make sure that he is not the only threat. Like, if it gets to a situation where if he dies, the fight is over, Passion UA just has no chance. But if Batchak and Crystallize also have a good time on their Beastmaster and Gyrocopter respectively, then it could be fine, because then you can have a situation where people have to jump the Sniper, they overcommit, you counter-initiate and still win. So he needs to win his lane, and they need to make sure that the lanes go well for them as a whole.
Yeah, I agree with that. The recovery potential is certainly not there as much as I would like to see from them, but the snowball potential certainly is. So let's see if it's going to be them able to make that happen for game 2, or if Zero Tenacity will ride the wave of a much more safe draft into a game 2 victory and walk themselves into the semifinals.
Quick smoke from Zero Tenacity. This means that they don't want to be aggressive. Late smoke from Passion UA, which means that they do. Or, I mean, they haven't smoked yet, but they probably will.
Let's see who's carrying the smoke right now. It's on that clockwork, but everybody's really far away from him.
Yeah,
Let's see
maybe
if he
they
will
don't
come
want
back.
to.
They're chilling, gang. They're chilling.
Oh, money.
Oh, Lord it.
30
110 mana for 36 gold. Hashtag worth, bro.
Yeah, it's worth it for sure. Remember, you can buy a clarity for 50 gold, and it's gonna give you. Let's do the math. 150 mana.
Mm-hmm.
Because he has passive regen as well. He's already regening.
Oh,
He's almost gonna
bottom.
be full when he gets to lane. Oh,
The
LeBron.
aggressive smoke. It came
Oh,
through
no.
as you expected. LeBron is going to be the one that gets caught out by this one. And let me tell you, right? The reason they let Bachu get the kill, it's not because they want to get the game started for the Beastmaster on a positive note. No, 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 my friend. He just wanted revenge on what LeBron did to him in game one. He's like, yeah, it feels good, doesn't it? Huh? Nice getting this earlier harass, isn't it?
Yep. And it's more tilting to get killed by a kamikaze bird. So Nisha did go for the ghillie suit, which is pretty much the norm these days. Because normal shrapnel is a little bit better for farming. And take aim is actually a skill that's worth picking now and worth using, which makes ghillie suit better as well.
You know, when I first saw Ghillie Suit with this facet, I was just getting some Vietnam flashbacks to like Call of Duty 4. Did you ever play like multiplayer in that game? And there was that one map, the one on the farm, where you'd have these Ghillie Suit players just hiding goddamn everywhere.
Yeah.
Man, that was annoying.
I'm a big fan of the remake. I still play that one. The 2019 version.
That's pretty good.
Good times.
So top lane,
Sniper not doing so well at the start of the game in the lane, which is problematic. Man, if Storm wins this lane, then I don't know anymore.
Oh. Well, you did say that you don't want the sniper to be the only threat, and Crystallize has taken that memo to heart. He's trying to find a kill onto Pablo right now, and he will succeed in doing so. Yeah, now what, bruh? No escape out this time around, is there? Yeah, take that.
Yeah, this top lane is so weak. Bristleback plus Shaker. I have a difficult time imagining a weaker lane than that. Stoikov taking some punishment here. There is another charge of shrapnel, but it's gonna zone out the rune, I guess, as opposed to try and kill Stoikov. Now he has no shrapnel charges. He's gonna get double
Still will be
water
able to
runes
get
though.
Yep. Double water rune. We're gonna run out of regen eventually for Stoikov, but we'll see how things pan out. And then bottom. My big surprise for this game is that despite playing into Ancient Apparition, Patrick is not deciding to go for the Zoo build, still sticking to the Blink Drums of Slum idea for himself.
Yeah. Again, the Zoo build also isn't that great against Sven, Bristle, and Shaker. Okay, the more I look at it, the more I agree with his decision. Because the drums are counted by one hero, but the Zoo is counted by 3.
So far in the lane, it's going okay for him. They haven't lost any heroes on this side of the map just yet, which was a problem in game 1. So far, though, everything's okay. Still nice and chilled.
Right, so skilling up the cleave. And some more pressure on the Beastie Boy.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh, we got Crystallizer's Courier. That was carrying some blades of attack. So, getting closer towards having his access to the Falcon Blade. That's not going to be allowed right now. Feels bad, but still in a good enough position that it shouldn't really make that much of a difference. Cracker's going to pull back his wave.
Dire's
Fairly
structures
decent wave going to
are
come in.
fortified.
Should be able to farm all of it. And they'd lift the wave. Is somebody being dove somewhere? No. Might have been a misclick.
Ooh, Stoikov.
One more right click is all they need. He
Slicer.
tries to hide with the trees and he almost made it, but unfortunately, his life will eventually be forfeit. He dies, loses his life. On the other side of the map, they end up losing the Ancient Apparition down bottom. And at top, the fray might cause them to lose one more, but thankfully, Nefrit and Pablo are tanky enough. Ashen UA getting kills all across the map, and now bottom, they dove underneath the tier 1 tower and they managed to find a kill onto Retsu as well. They are just on fire here in the early game. You wanted them to start strong, and damn, are they doing so.
Yeah, they're getting kills in literally every single lane. I mean, the Storm is still doing okay, and all of Zero to Nasty are still doing okay in terms of CS, but kills are like really big CS. They don't want to give too many of those away.
1K gold lead. 5-0 on the kill score. Top lane, they were all going to try and go on to crystallize here, but unfortunately, not enough in the tank. So he's chilling, brings in the clockwork to help him out, and nobody's going to die.
Stupendous.
Stoikov just chilling in the jungle, as is expected. He did okay in lane, then he died, so now it's just the basic Storm gameplay. Fernandes knows what's up, taking the XP.
That's a very
Being
aggressive ward as well.
generally
They're going to go in, actually, with the bushwhack. Stoikov does not have the level 6. Acorn shot's going to slow him down. There's the triple shrapnel. Do they have the damage to kill? No. The second shrapnel didn't connect, so Stoikov able to walk it off. But in the meantime, Bashin UA, they dove onto the bristleback and they killed him underneath his own tier 1 tower.
Not a kill for Passion UA. No, one day Zero to Nasty are gonna get a kill as well, and it's gonna be glorious.
There's a saying that people have here in South Africa where it's just like one day is one day. Basically, that's just not going to happen anytime soon.
No faith. Feels bad, man.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, right now it's looking like this Beastmaster, top of the net worth, is just owning. He is level 5, getting closer towards level 6. Unfortunately for Passion UA, it is a sniper mid, so you can't envision him making the big rotations. But this clockwork can come through the twin gate and apply that pressure down bottom as soon as they get the 6 on Beast.
It's gonna be soon. Sven is really starting to struggle in this lane.
Oh, clockwork though might find himself in some danger here. Oh, he tried his best. Wanted to push Pablo out of the shrine. Unfortunately, I maybe end up dying. Pablo dies first. Gregor's still alive though. At the same time, Stoikov having come in, they ensure that they find the counter kill. Crystallize feeling very, very strong, but now he's out of spells. Does have a rocket barrage available, but he loses his life before the damage can come out. Nefrit finds a double kill. And that is the worst case scenario. When you are winning a lane against the Bristle, you give him the double kill and allow him to be there to claim some experience off the Shrine of Wisdom. This is a big turnaround. Down bottom, Bachuk also almost lost his life, but they ran out of damage on the Sven. Retsu being chased into the trees. Fernandes finds an amazing bushwhack. Is the follow-up damage there? There's the sniper with the assassinate. It lands flush. Sniper getting the kill onto Retsu. Almost got the follow-up, but it's unnecessary. Nonetheless, his rotation pays off, and Passion UA get back to their killing ways.
Bachuk went for Arcane Boots this time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gonna get a fairly quick Aghanims, judging by his current farm. Each with an Orb of Corrosion. Not sure if this is the current sniper meta, as we don't see too much of it. Makes sense.
Definitely need a 4-staff in this game. You're playing against Ancient Apparition. It's a requirement. Gyrocopter, we made a rotation bottom. They have Primal Roar. If he steps up, he dies. He needs to be careful here. But little do they know that Stoikov is in the vicinity. Zero Tenacity wanted to make a play, but look at this. They're turning around. The sniper, he was coming in from the back edge. They see this Observer Ward. They jump him. Sniper's a lone wing blade. They don't have enough support for him. The Clockwork will eventually come forth, and he does put out the cogs, which makes sure that the Sven cannot close the gap. Sniper will actually end up with a kill onto Stoikov, and he's still alive. What the hell is this? The bounce back of the headshots. They can't close the gap. Batyuk also drops a roar behind to make sure LeBron cannot approach either. They bring down both supports. They get the kill on the Sven. And although they had the perfect vision, they just didn't have the lockdown. But more importantly, they did not have the damage.
Yeah, I feel so bad for the level 5 Sven just walking through level 4 shrapnel, trying to desperately get in 1 or 2 hits, which would then deal like 50 damage each because, again, he doesn't have ulti.
Oh boy. 4K
Oh.
worth at 10 minutes. Wow. It's crazy.
What do you think Zero Tenacity needs to do differently for game number 3?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that's funny. Well, it's actually a very similar situation that we've seen throughout today. Well, bottom lane, we'll talk about it in a second. Hook shot onto LeBron. Should end up dead here, nothing he can do. And at the same time, they also found the Sven. Crystallize is right on top of him. He's at least gonna try to kill some creeps before he goes down, and he gets denied. The Ancients, they pulled through, they did their job.
Radiant's bottom
They ensure
tower
Crystallize
is under
doesn't take
attack.
all the gold, but unfortunately, it still results in the death of the Sven.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So much momentum for Passion UA. And this is one way to make the sniper work. Just get to a situation where
Radiant's bottom tower
all
is
of the enemy cores are just so weak that they can't even get to you.
That I think I would change going into the next game. Firstly, the off lane didn't really work out for them. Was fairly weak, like you mentioned. But if you compare the two support duos, right, between these two squads, you see the one duo on Zero Tenacity extremely static, at least up until they pick up a Blink Dagger on this Earthshaker, and that's going to take a while. Meantime, on the other side, Clockwork, Hoodwink, these heroes are able to move around. They're able to make plays. I mean, look at their kill involvements. 9 kill involvements for the Clockwork so far. Hoodwink sitting on 8, because they've managed to be in as many places as possible. But Zero Tenacity's heroes just can't do the same. So I need more heroes able to respond to some of this aggression from Passion UA.
Dire's
seems
middle
like-
tower is under attack.
They're just waiting for the Blink Dagger on Shaker, but he's not even going for a Blink. It's gonna be like the Fisher Shard build.
I don't know about this one, if I'm honest. I feel like they need a Blink to reach. I mean, you don't want the Storm Spirit to be the only person that can realistically get to the Sniper. Eventually, Sven gets there when he gets his own Blink, but that's still going to be a while. I really think they need a Blink earlier than they need a Agnum Shard.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, but again, going for that Blink build means that you're so worthless until you get it. That's also not a great situation to be in. Because that means that there's even less space for your Sven, for your Storm to catch back up. Do they need a Blink? Yes, but at the cost of what?
Lots of difficult decisions are involved for Zero Tenacity right now. There's going to be a smoke from Passion UA. They're coming bottom to support Batyuk. At the same time, Zero Tenacity are coming in towards him, hoping to bring down this Beastmaster. Can they get him? Fissure is going to be there. They go forward. Ice Blast connect. Do they have the damage? Echo Slam. Everything committed, but they find him. Then, in the meantime, doesn't get caught out by the rest of Passion UA who are coming from the south side. Instead, it's going to be the Storm Spirit who goes back in onto Cracker. They are going to be able to find a secondary kill. Double for the Storm Spirit. And Sniper, they throw in the Assassinate. Not enough damage, though, to find a counter kill of his own. So it's a just straight up 2-for-0 trade. Very good read of the situation coming in by Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, for sure. And Passion UA needs to be a little bit careful because if this game gets closer in terms of net worth and XP, I think Zero Tenacity is way stronger.
Still a lot of Dota to go. They still have access to a tier 1 top, haven't lost any of their tier 2s. Despite not being able to take any of their own, these last couple of seconds, like the last 90 seconds or so, we have slowly but surely seen both Bristleback and Sven coming up in the net worth department from farming. And of course, Stoikov just got a double kill, so his net worth has also been buttressed too.
Chuck. Kraker going for Roche. Classic Beastmaster things. This is basically the strongest that Batchuk is ever gonna be in this game, so he needs to leverage it. Having an Aegis is definitely gonna help.
First Aegis of the game. Batchuk, Aegis, big Aghanims, Arcane Boots, almost has a Blink Dagger. And they might find the Blink Dagger if they get this kill on LeBron. This is some free gold to be picked up here. They throw in the ultimate, and Batchuk gets the kill. Well, thank you, buddy, for contributing to the Blink Dagger Fund. We really appreciate it.
No roar for 75 seconds. Honestly, I don't think Batchuk needs a roar to kill most of these heroes.
As long as he has Dive Bomb, I think they're all good on the kill department. So now, going for a Tormy. Who is gonna get it? It's either Hoodwink or Clockwork. And it goes the way of Clockwork. Good times, baby. Jetpacks. Now we have even more vision. Pablo, though, he came through hoping to try and catch somebody on the retreat. Sadly, now he has to run. His life is in jeopardy, and Batchuk is gonna claim it in the end. That's his 10th kill involvement here in game 2.
Yeah, they were hoping for another Ice Blast situation. No such luck.
Man, look at these items that they just got. Aghanims on Gyro and Rod of Atos on the Hoodwink.
Oh yeah, Stoikov's gonna have to buy a BKB, even though it still feels really bad. He doesn't buy it, he's just gonna die to Hoodwink and random stuns.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Beastmaster, although he's the net worth leader, the dangerous one is gonna still be the sniper for Niche, who is now level 13. Aghanim Shard, Maelstrom, Orbital Corrosion, Power Treads. Bottom lane, they need to watch out for LeBron. If he had stepped forward any further, he would definitely be dead right now.
Dire are scanning.
I wonder what LeBron is gonna buy. With all of his funds. So forced.
You're playing against Clockwork, you probably need 4 stuff, right? Yeah, you choose 4 stuff.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still a lot of items that need to be picked up by Zero Tenacity. Still though, the fact that they didn't lose any heroes bottom does mean that Passion UA are a little bit skittish of diving at tier 2 at this early stage. Gonna come back now though, once they have more of the team streaming in. The Gyrocopter's also gonna make his way bottom. They want to take this building no matter what. Back. Good. Oh my goodness. Hookshot. They find this poor ancient apparition. Game is hot.
The AA experience.
Dire's middle tower is under
This
attack.
must be such a fun game to play Clock.
Radiant's
So
bottom
many
tower
appealing
is under
targets,
attack.
so many opportunities for cool
Radiant's
plays.
structures are fortified.
I love the little side gunner. Look at the little dude.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Pew, pew.
Pew, 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 pew. One of the most satisfying Aghanims to buy, honestly. When you're farming with this, Gyrocopter eggs feels so fun.
Mm-hmm. Stoikov. Goodbye, potentially.
Atos, Bushrack, Sharpshooter. Oh, Pablo dropped the fissure though to buy him some time, but unfortunately, on the other side of the zip is still a Beastmaster ready with the Primal Roar. So Stoikov, well, you're gonna be studying exactly how water conducts electricity as it gets sent back to the fountain.
Worth mentioning as well that Pablo managed to materialize a Blink Dagger.
Okay.
He's got some pretty good money, actually. Despite the state of the game. He almost has Arcane Wood's Blink shards at 19 minutes. That's not bad.
Another good item that has emerged now. They have the ones that brought the Pipe of Insight. Okay. And lots of magic damage coming in from the drums of Slum, so this will help, and they smoke up.
Dire are scanning.
They don't have a blink yet on Sven, but they want to go and fight right now.
Yeah, Aegis
See
is
if
gonna
they can find
expire.
anybody. Fernandes, he's the one that's going to break the smoke. He should die from this. Cold Feet will proc onto him. So they find the kill onto this Hoodwink. Hoodwink. As he gives away this gold, the Aegis will now expire, and Passion UA don't really have a further appetite to keep this fight going.
It's going for a Crimson Guard yet? Or next? Gonna be very good against Gyrocopter. You get maximum value.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Definitely giving the team the utility that's required out of this Bristle. Nully is gonna come eventually though. Look at this. Nullifier being built up by the Beastmaster next. So, gonna be a very, very strong Bacho. Rock bottom LeBron gets caught inside these cogs, but here we go. Sven able to turn around. He does have a Blink Dagger now with the full ultimate. Be able to cleave through the life of Cracker. Sniper able to get the vision with the shrapnel. Assassinate will be there. Barely survive. 70 HP, but it will be enough.
Reds is catching up nicely. Practically even with the gyro now.
Dire's middle
Quietly
tower
farming
is under
away.
attack.
Because Crystallize's build isn't super greedy. You don't see like the casual Crystallis or something. Just Falcon's Blade into BKB. Or Falcon's Blade into Aghanim into
Onto
BKB.
block here. Ice Blast was thrown out, but doesn't seem to even be necessary. Man, these little pickoffs that they keep getting here and there, it's just slowing down Passion UA's progression so much. This is the kind of stuff that ends up losing you games when you lose your heroes cavalierly across the map. They might try dive bottom though. Onto LeBron. Batjuk wants this kill. Hasn't found it yet. We'll get it. The question is, does he get up? Pablo is here and so is Nefrit, and they don't want either of them. They want the big one. They want Crystallize. Pablo finds the stun out onto him. Stoikov wants him as well, and they are gonna get him. Gyro has been taken down. Batjuk forced into a BKB retreat down bottom, but his BKB has now expired. They know more or less where he's at. They get the vision of him. Unfortunately, Stoikov is out of mana, so this chase is very difficult to accomplish. At the same time, we do see that the sniper has been holding back this Earthshaker. They go on the high ground now. They're looking for him. Pablo unable to get the Echo Slam. It got cancelled, his Blink Dagger. But still, there's the Blink forward from Retsu! Mask of Madness, God Strike, baby. Make that a double kill. He's able to find the Hoodwink, finds the sniper, turns the fight around. Oh my goodness. Winkblade, this game has just swung on its axis. We're back in favor of Zero Tenacity.
Yep. Oh, Retsu. Okay, finds Kraker as well. Is he gonna get this?
Dire's middle tower.
Be careful.
Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, that's what I mentioned about the sniper, right? He has so much net worth, he has so much impact, but there is so many heroes that if they get on top of him, he just dies. We cannot just blame the pick though. All of Passion UA very like disjointed in their movements. I don't think Zero Tenacity takes that fight if Passion UA presents a united front.
Yeah, because the way that fight started is they pick off the Clockwork all the way on the other side of the map, and then they dive AA with just Beastmaster. He doesn't get the kill. Gyro is available all of a sudden behind them. And now, literally the exact same place Clockwork died that set up that cascade of awful events bottom. Now it's the Hoodwink's turn. Fernandes loses his life right in front of his tier 2 tower.
Yeah, and now Sven has a BKB. Oh. It's all slipping away for Passion UA.
MC Wingblade with the rhymes. Shout out to you.
Thank you. I mean, I have a good role model.
Uh-oh. Gyro, 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 Gyro. He doesn't have his BKB wing. He's gone, baby. And he was literally 20 gold from finishing the BKB, but now he's been reset to 300 instead.
Dire's Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, 300 and a full minute of being dead. Oof.
Wow.
Lincoln's
What a
for
turn.
Stoikov as well.
Dire's
No
structures
longer has to be afraid of the roar.
Dire's middle tower is under
You
attack.
might still have to be afraid of Bushwhack and the like. Oh, nice zip away. They broke his Lincoln Sphere with the Rod of Atos, but unfortunately, Bachok not in time with the Primal Roar. So he's cool. He's fine.
Wonder if he's gonna go for a BKB on top of this. Looks like just a Parasma for now.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I'm gonna go and sneak away a Roshan. It will be scanned out. Ice Blast coming through. It's gonna unfortunately not kill, but here comes Storm Spirit onto Bachuk and Fernandes. They took down Bachuk. Fernandes is down to hookshot onto him. He does end up dying onto Stoikov. Niche able to pick up a mega kill streak. Ton of gold for him, but they've taken away the Aegis. And now Pablo finding himself getting roared into by Bachuk. Do still find them 2 kills for themselves and a Roshan's banner. Only losing the Hoodwink in the process, but man, they really wanted to be able to play the next 5 minutes with the safety of their Aegis.
Would have been very nice, but still. They kill 2 heroes. They get some loot. Not too bad, considering the previous few minutes of engagements.
The only problem is, while all of that was happening, the Sven has now gotten himself into the 2nd position in the net worth charts and will begin building into having the full-on data list for himself.
He's gonna wreck this gyro. It's not even gonna be close.
He's got his full
Radiant's
harpoon
bottom
now.
tower is under attack.
So let's see how he kicks on from this point.
Radiant are scanning.
Master. Looks like he changed his mind and wants to go for Shivas next.
Ice Blast, Ice Blast, Ice Blast, Ice Blast. Oh my goodness, it almost hit
Is
Cracker.
under attack.
Almost hit him, but it did crystallize. Crystallize? Now he should be fine. Right? Right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's only level 2 Ice Blast. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. That being said, though, now the heroes that are not inside the base are not fine, man. Fernandes, he's going to be the one that gets caught out by Stoikov. So free kill for Zero Tenacity, even if they have to give up the Tormentor to get it.
Smoke. Coming out from the 4 remaining heroes from Passion UA.
Dire's bottom
Do want to find
Shot.
something. They find Nefrit and Retsu.
Both of them inside. The Primal Roar out onto Retsu, but he did go off the BKB. And now look, Stoikov on the backline. They're looking towards Niche. Echo Slam as well from Pablo. They brought down the sniper. Retsu cleaves through Cracker, and he wants to continue the fight. Looking towards the Beastmaster. He dies next. Crystallize does manage to dodge the Ice Blast, but his BKB is down. He doesn't have any allies, and now he doesn't have a life. 4 heroes will fall. The Hoodwink died earlier to turn that into a full-on team wipe. So you get 5 heroes, a tier 1, a tier 2. You're on the high ground. What the hell has happened here, Wingblade? They're just now completely in control.
are fortified.
I have no idea. They wanted to go for some kind of surprising play, going 4v5, but then they found literally the 2 worst targets to jump on Zero Tenacity. The Sven with 3000 HP and a BKB, and a Bristle with 2.5k HP, a passive that reduces his damage taken by 40%, and a Crimson Guard and Pipe. So, yeah. Interesting idea, not the best execution.
Cracker finds the exact same targets inside the cogs, but after the previous fight has zero appetite to continue this engagement. Just has to watch as they claim the lane of Rax. Back up. Now they claim a 10k gold lead in favor of Zero Tenacity. They're going to steal the Wisdom Shrine as well. I mean, they're like, guys, who cares how many Tomies they took? We are now completely in charge of the game.
Yep. And look at Crystallizes quick buy. He's like, ah, shit. We fricked it up. I'ma go Rapier. And I agree with this decision. It's the only way.
Ain't no other option. There's no more room for negotiation. Enemy team, the boys have been talking that trash. Gotta pick up some real heat to take back to them, but Here they come with the smoke. Zero Tenacity. They don't want to stop the aggression. They don't want to make the same mistake Fashion UA made against them. Not going to give them any space to breathe here. Mid lane, Vernon's going to find himself just easily getting killed off. Well, at least he breaks the smoke and protects his cause, but maybe not. They're still hunting for more. Stoikov coming forward with the zip. They know that there should be a clockwork here. Do they find it? Yes, they do. Harpoon into the Stormhammer. He dies, but the space was made for Crystallize to escape. Mid lane, though, Bachuk might also need this degree of assistance as he's forced up a BKB effort running onto the high ground. There will be a nullifier putting in pressure onto him, but Niche now gets hit with the full ultimate. The Ice Blast is on top of him. Stoikov is there too. The sniper has gone without buyback. Crystallize forced to pop a BKB, but just to retreat inside the base. Cracker, he fought back. They threw in the hook shot, but to what end? There's no follow-up damage here. They can't do anything. Wingblade, if you can't kill a bristleback on the high ground who has a full nullifier on top of him while being beaten down by 4 heroes, you simply cannot kill him.
Yep. This is, I guess, why people ban bristleback against Nefrit. I'm starting to get it.
My man knows what's up. This itemization has also been excellent as they jump back in onto Crystallize. He doesn't have a BKB available. He's gonna lose his life, and he too lacks the capacity for a buyback. The jump forward onto Bachuk. His BKB also expended. His BKB not going to be back in time. And his life about to be forfeit. Maybe they kill Red 2 on the way out. And indeed it succeeds in doing so. Actually, hold that thought. Look at Bachuk posting up on the high ground. Solo carrying his team back to victory. Stoikov trying to beat him down. It's a mad fight on the high ground. And the Storm man is superior. Winning out the fight. Zipping home to safety. Securing yet another team wipe in favor of Zero Tenacity. However, that being said, the Beastmaster did protect the lane of Rex.
Yeah, they were like, oh, we're just gonna dive the throne instead of finishing off the racks. And, you know, I fully agree with that decision because it's way more fun. Ooh, a pulse?
Puppy pause. Okay, so while we're paused...
Pablo pulse.
I like that. Let's take stock of where we are right now. Is there anything on the horizon besides this Divine Rapier that you think can help turn the tide in favor of Passion?
No, I think it's gonna have to be the Rapier. Because Beastmaster finishing Shivas is nice and all, but it's not gonna change anything in the dynamic of this game. He's just gonna be a bit stronger. And honestly, I feel like Bachuk has been playing a fantastic game. I don't think it's gonna be enough. This is not a game that a Beastmaster can win anymore.
I mean, he's been involved in 20 of his team's 26 kills. 14 for... He actually has the best score on the map at the moment, despite the fact that his team is 11k gold behind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's the real carry. Again, part of that is because this is such a bad sniper game. So it's kind of hard for Sniper to do great, and Crystallize, well, I'll shut up.
Speaking of Sniper, here they go again. They found him. They didn't even need the Ice Blast to kill him. He just dies to the right-click damage of Stoikov, who's walking around with this Parasma High Assange. Cracker will end up dying, ticking out to the Ice Blast. And as these two heroes are gone, the Sniper does have buyback. Unfortunately, the real cores are not here. The creep wave is not here. So you shouldn't lose the full set just yet, but you might have to contemplate buying back on the Sniper.
It's Rex gone. And all of this is without Aegis as well. They feel so confident that they're not even willing to wait half a minute, potentially.
Here they come. Retsu's here as well. BKB, Chrysalis, Harpoon, Blink Dagger, Mask of Madness, Gunpowder Gauntlet. This man is strong. Strong. They go for Bachuk. They find him. The primal roll is going to be out. At the same time, Stoikov going on the backline. They find the Hoodwink. They want to bring him down. Echo Slam comes in from Pablo. And they rendered the right click onto the Beastmaster. He's gone. Crystallize doing his best with the BKB active. Niche backing him up behind. They're trying to supply the necessary damage. It's just not there with Blade. He goes down without buyback. Niche will get brought down within the fountain, no less. And Zero Tenacity, they have done it. GG, well played, has been called. And ZT, next entrance into the upper bracket semi-final, despite the fact that they were losing earlier, they pull off the comeback of a lifetime. The draft wins out in the end, Wingblade.
Yeah, at the start, I was like, oh, maybe this sniper, you know, it could work. You can get to a spot where no one can even kill you. And there was that epic moment in the jungle when Sniper was just running around with 200 HP and everyone was making a mad dash for him and he still survived. But then they started losing heroes and more heroes. And I was like, ooh, but if this is even, then Zero Tenacity's lineup is way stronger. And then Passion UA never stopped the bleeding. They kept losing heroes, and then it got to a point where Sniper was actually in danger, and we saw just how much damage this Sven can do. And ultimately, yeah, I just didn't like the Sniper, and because the Sniper couldn't have impact, Crystallize couldn't farm, so it all just fell apart.
For me, I think my turning point for the game, obviously there was that disastrous fight that happened in the bottom side of the map, but I like that Pablo went blink. He changed his mind from going the early shot, but not just him going for the blink, but immediately afterwards, Retsu gets the blink as well. So you have 2 blinks on these heroes, and you have the Storm Spirit to go forward and find the sniper. And you can see in the subsequent fights, right? They made it their mission. Retsu would stand happily, like, come at me, Nefrit, come at me, cool. We'll take the damage, just so we can isolate the sniper, find out where he's at, and immediately Pablo and Stoikov, for the rest of the game, made it their priority to just kill him and nobody else. And it's like you said at some point that if Sniper, you get to a point where killing him ends the fight, once you have that strategy going reliably from Zero Tenacity, killing him just ends the game, it feels like.
Yeah, for sure. And Crystallize was never in a position where he could capitalize or counter-initiate. It felt like Bacek was desperately trying to keep the game alive, but both of his other cores just weren't in a position to thrive.
Well, despite the fact that Passion UA did look like they were going to round out this series and make it a three-game affair, unfortunately, it is going to be Zero Tenacity who grab themselves the W and move on into the upper bracket semifinal to take on the side of Apple City Gang tomorrow. A very exciting game. Not exactly the results I expected, but nonetheless, one I am glad to see because it's always fun to watch comeback Dota happening in this instance. Unfortunately, Brother Wingblade, that is going to be the end of our tenure here in CCT Series 8, at least for today at the very least. Before we sign out, tell me, what are you expecting to happen in the other series that are coming up later in the day?
Oh, I love this phase of the tournament. I always speak about this, but this is going to be the point where like the new invited teams are gonna meet the group stage veterans, and it's extra exciting because it's like the new OG that we're gonna see. It's Navi. We love to see Navi. So how is it gonna go? I'm not quite sure, but I'm gonna be cheering for my boy Stormer. Love that guy. Most PMA pro player for sure.
Stormstormer, I can confirm Stormstormer is an extremely PMA individual, so we'll of course be watching those games from the sidelines, and you at home, make sure that you are tuned into the channel to witness those games as the day continues. With that, we're going to take a small break. When we return, our 3rd playoff series here in the upper bracket of CCT Series 8. Make sure that you are following the channel. Go ahead and follow my boy Wingblade, grab some water, and join us for the next series here in the playoffs, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back in, everybody, to CCT Season 8. We are going to get started with the next set of playoff matches here. It's going to be Na'Vi versus One Move, and then after that we have OG coming up against, I want to say I'm pronouncing this right, Robert Yagi is the team name coming through. That's going to be the fourth and final playoff game of the day. But for now, we are going to be able to focus on Na'Vi versus One Move. Na'Vi entering into these playoffs here as One Move. They did come through the groups in third place in Group A, coming up against Apple City Gang, Zero Tenacity, Y5, and Quantum. And we see just how the playoffs are going to break down. So we already have our upper bracket semi-finals on one side of it with Apple City Gang and Zero Tenacity looking to move through into the upper bracket finals, and we're going to see here in these next two series who is going to be moving through to the upper bracket semis here too for the playoffs to join one of those two teams in the upper bracket finals. Teams do drop down if they lose, so tomorrow Endgame versus Passion UA going to be the first series of the day, and we're going to be finding out winners and losers here of these two series to see who is going to be joining them there in the lower bracket, just trying to make a desperate run through that lower bracket for survival. And who's going to have that one up? Who's going to have that extra life here in the upper bracket? Myself, I think in these two, I might be back the two entrants into the playoffs here, Na'Vi as well as OG. I've been watching OG for the past few days. You know, they've looked pretty good in other events. They've got a little bit, as a team, you know, they've only been playing together for less than a week, you know, and they've started to get that team coordination down, starting to get the players down. If you didn't hear, fastest win ever today in one of the series. But yeah, looking through the teams, One Move and Robert Yagi, how did they actually play? So both teams finished in third place in their groups. So there was the forfeit from Asakura. So, you know, we're going to be able to take a look at the One Move roster here for Robert Yagi. But One Move coming through, they lost to Apple City Gang. They lost to Zero Tenacity in a 1-2 though, and then beat out Quantum as well as Y5. So ended on a 2-2 score. Looks like they took the tiebreaker there against Y5 because they did beat them yesterday it was, yeah, so they beat them yesterday, able to advance through here into the playoffs. Take a look at the roster here for One Move. It's going to be different. Chodex, Gilgit, there's a way to pronounce that, and I apologize. I know there's is it Verse, or I think it's something like that. I know it's not BB3 like I usually say, and then it's going to be Eyesight here as well for One Move, which is if I fall. So just playing around, yeah, so it looks like it's going to be BB as a sub. On the other side, the Na'Vi roster. Looking forward to this because this is going to be the first time I get to see Ari playing on the Na'Vi roster with Yuragi, Sanctity, Boom, and Kaori coming through here. So, again, a bit of a new roster here for Na'Vi. And I'm, again, looking forward to see how they're going to be able to do here, how they're going to be able to play out. In another event, did they get through? They didn't. They went down to Aurora here in one of the grand finals for an Eastern European qualifier. But again, first outing as a team, and they were winning every single. In fact, they beat Aurora first and then got 3-0'd in the grand final. So this Na'Vi roster, it looks like it's going to hit the ground running, and I'm looking forward to seeing again how it is going to play, how they're going to be able to do on this team. As there is, you look at the players, so Yuragi and Kaori both from Ukraine. You've got Ari from the UK, Boom coming through here from Chechnya. I want to say that's pronounced like that. And then Sanctity from Mongolia. So you have this international roster here for Na'Vi playing it up. And, you know, it's so important that you get that, like, communication down as soon as possible. You don't want any mistakes. You don't want any issues. So, yeah, the Na'Vi roster, it's going to be an interesting one to see how it's going to play. And again, UK Dota, there's a reason why I'm a little bit biased here. Ari, that last and final chance coming through for UK. So hopefully they are going to be able to make some things happen here, going to be able to make it work. And I like that Na'Vi entering the CCT events, getting that practice done, like OG as well, you know, entering these online events, getting this practice, showing what they can do as a team, but taking the events very seriously too, from what I've seen so far from the both teams playing in these events. On the other side, One Move and Robert Yagi, they're the mainstays here in the CCT. They show up every single time. They give it their all. They give it the best effort, and that's how they get better as a team. That's how you keep on growing, how you keep having an impact. So we'll see both teams coming through today up against these playoffs teams, what they're going to be able to do here, what impact they're going to have, if they're going to be able to maybe get one over on the other team, maybe step it up a little bit. and able to lock it in, lock themselves into an upper bracket semi-finals, or if we're going to be seeing them a little bit earlier tomorrow in those lower bracket round ones. And the lower brackets, as always, they are survival matches. If you don't win, you are out. You're one and done there. So you need to be on your best going through into those matches. So we'll see who is going to get through and who is going to drop down. Just waiting on the draft to start. Draft shouldn't be too far away. Getting ourselves into it now as well. And we are going to have Mr. Bowie joining me. Bowie, how are you doing today?
I'm doing all right. My light just dropped, but besides that, everything's looking good. What about you?
I'm doing pretty good. It's finally started to warm up here, so it's going to be nice to get out of the house, go for some more, take the dogs out, get out walking. But I'm looking forward to the Dota as well, because like I was just saying, Navi, OG coming through, newer rosters, seeing how they're going to play up against these teams that have had a bit of a warm-up here in the CCT, and how they're going to be able to play these games.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this Navi roster, bro, it looks stacked. Super excited for this one. I always was a big Uregi fan, and now we have Ari joining them as well. We have Boom, someone that was pretty popular for a while, kind of dropped. Sanctity is, I think when we used to do, I don't remember which tournament had a lot of Sanctity games, but I remember casting them with you. And yeah, this is an international, really interesting draft roster coming from Navi. Yeah,
and like I was just saying here as well, it's so important to get that communication down early on with it being that international roster. So we'll see how they're going to be able to do in other events. In one of the qualifiers that's just gone on, they went all the way to the grand finals. They did get 3-0'd in those grand finals, but they beat Aurora in the upper bracket finals the match before. So maybe an off day in that grand finals. But yeah, Navi, for the most part, looking solid. Maybe one or two issues to iron out here, one or two issues to try and deal with. But yeah, for the most part, they have looked pretty solid. And looking forward to seeing what the draft is going to be. Banning out the Tinker, the Medusa, as well as that Magnus PA being taken out already on the side of one move. They take away the Nature's Prophet and that TA. All very, very strong heroes at the minute.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen the whole offlane Dusa with the weird facet thing?
Yeah, with the undulation. So he gets 310 movement speed, and that's just it. Yeah, so I've been watching a lot of events going on. I've been casting a few events on my own, like doing my own work, but watching this Medusa in the offlane, building into the Meteor Hammer, Gleipnir, I think it's like a Hex that comes out after that. Yeah, and the hero's just so strong with that Gorgon's Grasp. It's about 10-12 seconds worth of lockdown overall.
Yeah, I definitely like that facet. I think it's super interesting. Some people were saying that like you needed to be buffed, you needed to add like focus fire to it so you can walk as you move, but I think it's probably good enough as it is.
Yeah,
we give it a couple of patches until we truly know how it stands. But yeah, they're gonna get a Monkey King, another hero that has looked pretty good for a while now.
Yeah, and the Phoenix is going to come out here for Navi, but yeah, the Monkey King, so you can play that 1, 3, 4, even in a 2 roll. It's a very nice flex hero to come out for one move straight away. So not sure where they're going to be laning this one. But it does really take over, especially if it's up against melee heroes. It's going to take over whatever lane it's in. So really strong Monkey King coming out. Phoenix's reply. How do you like this? Because it feels like the Phoenix not as popular in the meta at the minute.
I think it's just a good response to the Monkey King, right? The attack speed is low in lane, is very strong against Monkey King. You can break trees. I think in general it's just a good answer to Monkey King, especially because you can always egg outside of the Wukongs, and then he has to choose if like he stands his ground or if he just runs away. It's a good hero. Not necessarily, as you said, the best hero right now, but looking at the stats from the Dream League qualifiers, he had like a 55% win rate. Not that many games, but still pretty healthy.
Yeah, it's a pretty good pickup, and say if you feel like it's going to be able to be a really nice hero to say in the draft, and obviously depends what they draft around it to try and offer that protection here. So maybe we see something like the Mars coming out. They've already banned the Enigma on the side of one move, so not going to be seeing that Black Hole Supernova combination. Not going to be sent into space with that. But yeah, if they get a really nice hero, something that's going to be able to give some good area of denial, this Phoenix could really turn the tide of the fights with that Supernova.
Yeah, interesting that they ban Enigma. Usually, Monkey King is actually a really good matchup against that hero, so that leads me to believe they're more likely to play Monkey King in a row that's not 1.
Yeah.
Because, that's just weird. Probably because they feel like the Phoenix would be a 4, and against the Monkey King, if he has the Phoenix in the lane, it doesn't matter that the Monkey King is a good matchup against Enigma. That's probably the line of thought.
Yeah, and bottom up the Tide here. The Tide Hunter is getting very popular. Speaking about popular, Jakiro, instant lock in here for Na'Vi. So this hero with the, and I'm seeing a lot of people use the damage reduction facet. You know, you get more damage on your right click, so your double right click's doing a lot more damage. And it's a nice deny pick as well, because the Jakiro, obviously with the 2 right clicks, nice up against that Phoenix Supernova as well.
Yeah, it's definitely cool. I've seen. I mean, the pick rate is still pretty big on Icebreaker, but overall, it's nice to that we're seeing a little bit of differentiation, as they do go for Silencer. This hero has started to pop up a lot more this past couple of days, and I'm still deciding how much I actually like it.
Ooh, Marcy, that's a really nice one, yo. You've got your instant jump in. Yeah, is an egg breaker with your ult. Yeah, excuse me, the Silencer I've seen to varying success. You know, some games it looks absolutely unstoppable. Some games it's just like it looks like a creep with a right click. You know, it's not the best hero. But that global silence coming out, especially if you can get it off once the Jakiro maybe tries to throw out an ice path, or the Phoenix comes in with the Icarus dive. Quick fingers on that silence can stop big impact spells coming through. Speaking about big impact spells, Sunder and Metamorphosis here on the Terrorblade. This is you've got 3 ranged heroes effectively coming out here, or 2.5 ranged heroes coming out for Na'Vi. I like it because you're going to have a lot of spacing around the Monkey King and that Wukong's command, you know, and I don't know how Monkey King so far is going to land a good Wukong's coming out on this.
Yeah, and overall, like, if you have Monkey King Marcy, there's a pretty big chance both of them are cores here, and they're all physical damage based against the Terrorblade, so already really good matchups for him. But on top of all of that, this Silencer pick, when you're banning Enigma, it's all very weird. I'm not gonna lie, I think one move right now, they're gonna have to wrap this draft up really nicely, because there's a lot of loose. I don't know. It's just not cohesive at the moment. They need a really good 18 here. Oh, so it's a Marcy Morphling lane probably.
And are we looking at then the Monkey King with that pickup being locked into the 4? Do you think?
I think it's a 2 maybe. Yeah. They might be flexing that one. Oh, okay. And then they need an offlaner. That's probably what they're gonna 23 here for one move. Na'Vi needs a mid hero, unless this is mid Spirit Breaker, which I don't think is the case.
No, could be mid Jakiro. You know, that could be something that we see coming out. I know it's been tested. I don't know how effective it was, but it has been tried from time to time.
Could be a core Phoenix as well, right? I think Boom used to play that. It's actually probably the more likely option, which means they need to pick a mid hero for Na'Vi. Yeah, I think it's offlane Phoenix.
Yeah, okay. We'll see. Yeah, if they're going to lock that in with that. And yeah, like you say, with that Spirit Break potential being the 4 being out, the Dark Series ban out, so not going to be able to lock that in. They ban out the puck on the side of one move. And if you are looking at this potential Monkey King mid, what's good for Na'Vi here? What are you expecting them to look towards? Because mid lane wise, I've seen the Dragonites coming out, I've seen the Tinies coming out, I've seen the Emspit, but it's a lot of melee mid lanes coming out that the Monkey King does kind of battle and take over that lane from.
You talked about range heroes, right? I think Sniper sounds good. You have the Spirit Breaker to cover for him. He doesn't really care about Silencer at all. Morphling is the only hero that's kind of annoying, but I do like Sniper.
Okay, we'll see if that's what they're going to look at. I mean, one move have that one more ban. The Storm, is still there as well, but Sniper might not be a very... Do you have to worry, though, with the Monkey King going to have the Tree Dance, you're going to have the Marcy with the Diving, the Morphling with the Waveform, that the Sniper, they get on top of that Sniper way too easily?
I think you have decent protection, right? You have Spirit Breaker Charge, you have Ice Path, you have Sunray and Egg. If the Sniper is in a good position, I think it should be okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting that they ban Brew, but they're not 100% confident that they need an offlaner on one move. That's interesting.
Yeah. I think they've just taken out what's strong here, your what's left. They take out the Ringmaster just to cover bases. That I didn't realize as well, the Escape Act, you get, I think it's a boost in movement speed, right? Like you get extra movement. I thought it slowed your movement speed. I thought that was the trade-off, that it saves you from spells as they go for the Underlord here. But yeah, that escape act feels really damn strong. I think that's the first thing that's going to get nerfed on that hero.
Yeah, that's true. But you know, we were talking about sniper. I think this is another hero that makes it a bit hard for a sniper to be picked, because now you have this global ability to find him. Maybe go for something a bit easier to play. What could that be? Maybe Quap?
Yeah. Just thinking of heroes, maybe something. I mean, I've seen a couple of Kunkers coming out mid as well. You know, you could always go. If you want to go super cheese, you've got the Huskar on the menu. That Invoker is still there as well.
Yeah, Invoker is nice. You get the can get the Jingu off. Alacrity of the Terrorblade. I like that.
We'll see what they want to try and lock in here. Yeah, Tinker took a ban. That hero is just a menace. I'm going full J. Jonah Jameson on the Tinker. It's just an absolute menace of a hero. Every time I see it, it just becomes, a completely different Dota game with the way the hero plays. Even as a support, when it's popping out defense matrix on all 5 heroes. So I'm glad to see that one ban out earlier.
Yeah, the hero's pretty crazy. It's definitely too strong as they pick Beastmaster. Mid Phoenix then?
I did see Stormer play a mid Beastmaster a couple of days ago.
Yeah, mid Phoenix. There you go.
Yeah, it is going to be coming out here. So the mid Phoenix, up against, and you were talking about, that being good up against the Monkey King. So if you're looking at this one now as well, it is going to be that Monkey King in the mid lane. So Sanctity going to be playing that mid Phoenix. Is that still a good matchup 1v1?
It is such a weird one. It should be, but I think Core Phoenix is so weird, man. Every time I'm like, yeah, this patch is Core Phoenix patch, and then like a couple of pro players try it out and it looks so bad. So it should be very good on paper, but I haven't really seen this played out too much. So yeah, there's definitely some variability inherently to Phoenix, but it should be good.
Okay, well, we'll see how it's going to play in the mid lane. Looking at both of these lineups, first of all, everybody but Marcy's got the drip going on. Marcy's just going to be in the plain Jane default uniform here for her. But more importantly, looking at these two teams, who are you looking at as the better draft? Who are you favoring going into this game number 1?
I think I like Navi's draft a bit more. The win condition is pretty clear. The one thing about one move that I really like is the Morphling response after the Spirit Breaker. It's supposed to do well against Beastmaster. It's a good matchup against TB. And, Spirit Breaker is just a classic Morphling as a counter to the hero. So we'll see.
Okay. Going to be able to get ourselves into us and see who's going to be coming out on top. Overall, between these two teams, like I say, Na'Vi, they've only had the Dream League qualifiers to warm themselves up, whereas Warmouth, they've been playing every day for a few days here. I think they were in the qualifiers here too, so maybe a little bit more on the ball. Na'Vi had a bit of time off between the qualifiers here coming into these playoffs, so we'll see who's going to be coming through warm, who's going to have the better time, who is going to be in control, at least in this first game. Smoke coming out from one move straight away, and I'm seeing more and more teams do this now. You smoke up, even if you're not looking for an offensive rotation, you just use it defensively to cover yourself around the wards. See if there's any invasions coming through, if there's any rotations from the other team. And it does feel like this early smoke, this is exactly how most teams like to use it.
Yeah, they are definitely trying to wrap around here. Unlikely that a level 1 fight unfolds, I would say. It's not like their level 1 is that good, honestly, but they're actually going pretty deep here. Marcy is all the way around.
Yeah, I wonder if she's going for like the deep courier. Only has a sentry. Okay, I thought she might be going for like a courier ward or something, but only has that sentry 2 drops. So we'll see what Grip wants to be using it.
That's super deep. I've not seen that much that type of play that much anymore.
Wonder if he's looking for a courier snipe straight away. You're right back behind the tier 2 tower.
Like she drops a sentry there.
Okay. Oh, there's going to be jump in now as well. What can he do? There's going to be the Firestorm coming out. Yuragi taking a lot of damage from this one. He's got a lot of armor, but not a lot of health left here, Yuragi. And Yuragi, a couple more right clicks, it will take him down. And BB Verse going to be able to get that first blood on the board for the side of one move.
Oh, did you see what he do with the sentry? He actually drops the sentry just under the vision of the tower. so that the creeps lose time when they attack it, and so the creeps are going to be under tower.
That's so clever.
Yeah, I have. Have you ever seen that play?
I've not. No, I've seen.
Huh.
No. I've seen like different. Obviously, you get like the Earthshaker fishes. You know, you get. Remember the T-Gov pull? You know, the early pull through where you used to rotate behind, pull the camps out onto the creep wave. I've seen that, but yeah, not seen a sentry ward being used like that.
Very interesting. As you said, though, it is a Twin Terror Jakiro. Only 10% of Jakiros get it, but it looks like... I think against Marcy, there's definitely kind of a benefit, right? Because to kill the creeps, you need an extra attack, so it might be a way to get some courier kills early on.
Yeah, I did see Courier there. He tried to snipe out the Underlord's courier. Obviously, he took the 2 shots, and then the courier got away on 1 health because he couldn't get that last right click off there. But yeah, like you say, maybe it's just a ways to try and deal with that. And the damage overall as well. You know, it feels like it's such a good, if you have other control coming out, and they have the Raw, have the Supernova, they're going to have the charge in as well from the Spirit Breaker. So having the extra damage is really nice. The Liquid Frost, the Liquid Fire into the Dual Breath. You really do force out the tankiest offlaners in this lane.
Yeah, that's already happening here. Marcy did pull through, so Codex will get a little bit of experience under tower. But this is the type of lane where you're going to have to dodge for the most part.
Oh, top lane Ari gonna get super down low. He does go down. Verse gonna be able to pick up another intelligence here on the sniper 2 already. Not even 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that's a weird thing about this draft, right? Because I expected the Marcy to be a 5, just because in general the hero just plays really well with Morphling.
Yeah.
But putting the Spirit Breaker in that lane is not a great 5. He's just getting destroyed.
Yeah. How do you feel as well about the tower changes? I know they didn't move that much further forward, but do you think it's a little safer in the safe lane now? Is that, or are you looking for heroes to be pushed right back under the tower and then making the rotations a little bit easier for the offlaners, like to dip behind the towers?
Yeah, I think it's both, right? In a way, you have less terrain to chase the carry, but at the same time, the rotations are easier as they will go for a poor Ver gets killed again.
Ari going to be able to get some immediate revenge there onto the Silencer, and it's a shame that he doesn't get the intelligence back, but I'm sure he's going to be happy enough knowing that the Silencer is dead. Okay.
So 1 for 2. The mid lane is what we were really talking about. We didn't really check too much on that, but yeah, the Phoenix is winning so far, which is what we expected.
Yeah, and yeah, like you say, the last being slowed down makes it so hard, especially like that when the creep wave is under the tower. Sanctity, he did go for the Dying Light facet, I do believe, here now as well. Here in a charger, where's he going to be coming across? He's going to be coming across onto Verse here. Boom does get pretty darn low. Do they have enough in the mid lane as well? Difference burning down to the Fiery Spirits. So we'll see. We need that picture-in-picture going here. BB, Verse, can he get himself away from this one? It looks like the charge from Ari. It's set up just enough damage here, and it's not going to be easy. The axes do fly through, and Ari locks it in. Gets the kill. Oh, Ari could go down here. It's Eyesight doing a little bit of damage out onto Ari, but Ari's going to be able to get the TP back to base, and if he needs to, charge right back onto that Morphling or the Silencer once he... Does the Silencer have a TP? The Silencer, it's on cooldown. He's going to have to do the Walk of Shame to the lane.
No boots either. No smoke. That's going to take a while.
It's going into the mid lane here. Difference, not a lot of life left here. Icarus Dive comes through from Sanctity, pushing Difference back, but they're going to see him still on the charge. He might be able to get the kill. The salve, is it going to be enough here? He gets that tree dance away, but it looks like Ari wants to carry on going, at least cancel off that salve. But the Mischief, it keeps the salve going. Tip comes out from Difference. That was a really well timed, because it's the window on that was like half a second now for the Mischief. That was really well played, really well timed for Difference.
Damn, all right, that was pretty clutch. I mean, it's 0.1. It's not half a second. It's a tenth of a second. Yeah.
Damn, dude.
Yeah. I think it used to be like 0.2, and then they nerfed it back to 0.1.
It used to be a full second, I'm pretty sure. Or
like
when it very first came out. Yeah. And we're going to see a little bit. We're going to be seeing a lot of damage coming through onto the couriers being taken down here. Verse going to lose his as Ari. He deals with that sentry once again. He's just playing the sentry on sentry game here. Going to be another charge out into the mid lane. Difference, not a lot of mana left here. We'll see what he's going to be able to do. Does he have any regen coming through this time? He does not. But Ari going to pull that ripcord. Doesn't want to charge underneath the tier 1 tower here. Does put a little bit of damage onto Difference, but again, that tier 1 tower taking shots. TP down from Marcy now as well. Grip, dive in. Looks like Ari going to be controlled out. There's going to be the dive from the Icarus on Sanctity as well. Grip taking a lot of damage. The bash comes out now as well. The balance strike, it stops them both in the tracks. And Grip, just enough move speed here. The Phoenix, this Fiery Spirit's not going to be able to get the kill out. Marcy will get low, but doesn't die off. And if one of those Fiery Spirits had it connected, that was a level 3 on the Fire Spirits here, as Yuragi does get the kill onto Chodex while the Marcy is away. But the Marcy will live by the skin of her teeth.
That's the problem, though. Like, this is the first Underlord death, but when you check his CS, he's 8-3. Like, he's being absolutely destroyed, and that's kind of the same for the Monkey King. Sure, he has not died yet, but these lanes are becoming a problem. Navi, they're out-skilling one move at the moment.
Yeah, charge coming
Another
through. There's going to
charge.
be 3 heroes still. Breath is going to be used now as well. The charge onto the tree. Do they have a way to get him? Oh, I mean, Difference is going to be down now anyway. The bashes, the right clicks, the damage. Sanctity will pick it up. And this is going to put a little bit of pressure now as well onto that tier 1 tower. Fortification will be used, so the creep's going to survive a little bit longer here. But yeah, Yuragi. TP down for this, only level 5 as well. No Sunder for the Terrorblade.
Yeah. I mean, they do get that punish, but mid lane's a lot of pressure, and I mean, Chodex is very happy about that. He really needed some safety in that lane and a little bit of experience. Finally, he gets close to level 5. He's an important hero in this game. Like, his aura is one of the few things they have going against this Terrorblade.
Yeah, Rotovatos build coming through for the Underlord, so it looks like it's going to be start. Do you think the Underlord here, is it going to be the pipe to come out early on for Chodex, do you think?
Honestly, I think this is a really good Gleipnir game. I'm not sure how good of a game he's gonna have, but you know, just the AoE increase on Underlord is so good.
Okay. Balance strike comes out. Sanctity here. Does he have the Icarus dive? He does, but it doesn't matter. The drag back by the Marcy. Enough damage to get the kill. And while that's going on, the charge comes in. They're going to be able to get the dual breath out now as well. The roar comes out. Morphling, again, absolutely destroyed by that 3-man rotation. So Na'Vi wants some instant revenge for Yuragi taking that pressure. And speaking about Yuragi here too in the bottom lane, just going to try and go back onto Chodex. Chodex out of mana now as well for that Underlord.
Yeah, only has the Healing Lotus. And it's stuff like he's forced to go phase boots sometimes. I mean, in general, you just want to go arcane boots because it increases your farming speed so much. But Chodex definitely forced to adapt to all of the chasing power, all of the slows they have on Navi.
Yeah, and yeah, it does feel like the Underlord, he's like the Darkseer, that he really doesn't mind going for the full Guardian's Greaves as well, you know, a little bit later on. Speaking about going though, they're going to try and go with this Terrorblade. Terrorblade, can he walk himself away? Level 6. Has that Sunder if he needs it. Can he be able to get it off of the Chodex? Underneath this Wukong's command though, do they have enough damage to get the kill? They do take down Chodex, but Yuragi, he's going to tick. Surely he's going to tick. He's not going to tick. Not yet. Charge coming through from the Spirit Breaker now as well. You have 3 heroes down here. Yuragi, even the neutral's going to get involved. Did they get the kill out onto Yuragi? Yuragi's going to get low, but the Icarus dives again. It slows the heroes down. They get the stun out into the Monkey King. Monkey King, he can't land that Wukong's command, the balance strike, excuse me, and Yuragi even helps get the kill out onto Grip. How the hell did he live through all of that?
I mean, his wand usage was perfect. The charge from Ari bought so much time, and then Mr. Sanctity cutting the tree, stopping the Monkey King, and now they get the kill on top of it. This is...
Yeah.
Oh, that must feel so bad. Like, from almost killing the carry to losing 3 cores, pretty much.
Yeah, and, well, 4 heroes overall, yeah. The Marcy, the Silencer, the Monkey King, and the Underlord all going down. And you can see 4k net worth lead here for Na'Vi, 9-4. But this is something that you kind of see for the more experienced teams. You know, they put that pressure on, they start to apply it, and they never really stop. You know, they put the other team on the back foot. Are you going to go for another charge here onto the Marcy? Marcy, Grip. Can he get himself back safely? He's actually going to stop, so the Ice Path, it will connect here. The damage is going to be more than enough, and Yuragi will get the credit for that kill.
Yeesh. Yeah, this is a tough one. Like, this Monkey King, like, he literally has no items at the moment. He's farming the same area the Morphling wants to farm, and everyone else is just being ran at.
So what's the comeback game here for One Move? How do they get themselves back into it? How do they make it a little bit more comfortable for themselves?
Gonna have to punish one of these dives that Navi is applying a lot of pressure, so
Yeah.
they're prone to diving. You need to make sure everyone has a TP. You have to also position the least important hero, so that he's the one that gets dove. I think right now that hero is probably Marcy. So probably bait as Silencer gets his 6, and you might be able to create a good environment for a fight.
Okay, well, speaking about fight now, again, underneath the tier 2 tower, now the Supernova comes out, Grip's going to burn down, and the Silencer going to be fairly low himself, but back onto that high ground here.
Oh, no.
Ooh, no, the charge, it
back.
connects onto the Monkey King, because the creep that he was charging on here, Ari, it died, and Difference going to go down to this, it looks like now, too. Sanctity, he gets the tick, Ari trying to get himself away. Chorix will be able to lock this one in, but again, a dive from Sanctity right on top of Chorix. Can they go for more? The Ice Path, it's going to connect here, and the big bad Underlord, he might be the big dead Underlord, taking down to the dual breath, to that earn charge there as well. It's not quite enough to get the kill, so Chodek's going to live, but that again just shows Na'Vi they know exactly how to execute here, and a couple of rocky lanes for them, but overall, once they got in control, they've not let it go just yet. 12 minutes into this game.
Yeah, their movements have been on point, and that's the thing, right? They have so many mobile heroes. This Phoenix plus Spirit Breaker combination, it's really easy to collapse on anyone, and they've been doing a really good job at just splitting up the map. This Morphling not ready to fight whatsoever.
There's going to be another charge here onto Grip. He's going to be caught out on that little land bridge here as well. Can't be knocked down into that pool.
No egg.
There's no exit for it. Oh, do they get the kill here? Sanctity will go down in the mid lane here. Grip on the other side, trying to deny himself to their neutrals. Couldn't get the right click off in time. So again, Yuragi, he will lock in this kill. Going really well here for the side of Na'Vi. Monkey King's going to try and rotate. Ari could be in trouble. Has that charge, but is there a Pit of Mars available? There is not here. So the charge comes through. It's going to be the Spirit Breaker on Monkey King now as well. They get the kill out onto Difference, and Difference. Oh, Chodex, can he get himself away from this? So he's going to try and run. He has that pit if he really desperately needs it. Kaori going to be rotating in with the Invis Rune as well. But Chodex going to be back onto that high ground.
Yeah, Na'Vi applying so much pressure. They have really aggressive wards, and I gotta say, Ari had kind of a shaky start, but he is really stepping up. Like, he's creating so many possibilities for his team to capitalize on kills.
He really is. He's got himself in some really good positions now. I mean, net worth-wise, you look at him. Even though he's only on just under 3k as a support, it's more than enough for what he needs. So with the phase boots coming in, he's going for the drums next as well. So just being able to boost up his charge speed, boost his speed up in general. I think he's been an absolute, fiend. It feels like a thorn in the side of One Move.
Yeah, and Boom is playing more like a carry than even Yuragi is. Like, he's 0-0-3. He's about to finish a freaking upgraded Helm of the Overlord. Oh, Difference.
Oh, charge coming in here.
Oh, they
was in
cancel
the
his
middle of the
Wukong's.
Wukong's command now as well. Yeah, the global silence it will come out. What damage can they do? Boom, he's going to get low. Can't get that raw off. The Macropire does get dropped. Difference taking a lot of damage here. Spirit Vessel going to be over the top of him now as well. Ari tries to back himself away. Kaori gets the kill onto Grip. Do they want to go for more here though? It looks like the Monkey King on top of the tree. Can they go with DC? And the Icarus Dive, it comes in. Does it connect out onto Difference? And Difference going to be able to get himself away. Eyesight now as well. Look at the damage coming through now. Oh no, Ari! He tracks him, he sees him, he gets that Nether Strike off. He even throws out a voice line there too. So you can take the boy out of OG, but you cannot take OG out of the boy here. The voice lines and the tips. He's getting a little bit vocal here, Ari.
Yeah, and it was looking pretty good for them because they traded the Marcy for a Beastmaster, and Boom is so fat right now.
Yeah.
But, losing the Monkey King, now losing the experience because Ari got the wisdom. That is tough. Not a lot of openings here being given by Na'Vi.
And One Move, again, just falling a little bit more behind. 14 minutes in, it's a 7k net worth lead, 16 kills to 7 here. And yeah, it feels like every time there's a fight, it's not going in One Move. Oh, I mean, you can see the kill difference. It's not going in One Move's favor. They've not found a way yet to even try and go equal in these fights. And now 14, 15 minutes in, these tier 2 towers are being pressured out, and One Move, they need to step up here and now, otherwise they're just going to carry on falling more and more behind. And the Morphlin, it is a very scary hero late game, but you look at it, 15 minutes in, he's got himself a Falcon's Blade, he's not even got the full Manta style yet, he's not ready for a fight.
No, he's not. This Manta is just the start here. He might need, Hurricane Pike. He's going to need a lot of items to stand toe-to-toe to Yuragi.
Yeah.
And as that happens, they're losing their triangle, they're losing tier 2 towers. And I mean, a lot of heroes are just kind of protecting the Morphling, to be honest. Like, there were 2 heroes just camping as a fight brews bottom.
Yeah, they're going to try and go here. The portal is open as well. Chodex, the dive comes through here. Macropie going to be dropped. Chodex going to be slowed right down to a crawl. The Macropie doing a lot of damage. Shouldn't be enough to finish the kill, though. Can they go for a little bit more onto this one? Sanctity does get low, but it's not enough to put his life in danger here. And yeah, Phoenix still going to be taking damage from the silencer. It will wear off. He's got no Spirit Vessel charges, so just going to be relying on his regen here, this Phoenix. But I think this is going to open up the Tormentor for the side of Na'Vi.
They're kind of low, though.
True. And Yuragi doesn't have a Sunder either. He did use it. How much damage is this Tormentor going to do? Kaori even going to get pretty darn low on this one. In fact, Sanctity is going to throw a Fiery Spirit in here. Ooh, okay. Close.
Yeah, Yuragi TP's back. And it's a Kaori shard, which is okay. I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't mind that. You know, no longer sharing the cooldown. It means you can get both off. You can have both active. So the double right click really does become the ultimate version of itself.
There's a double damage on the Monkey King. I mean, this Monkey King is so poor. Like, he is almost the net worth of the Spirit Breaker. Poor difference.
Yeah, item-wise, he has nothing. Like, he genuinely has... He has his power treads.
He gets charged. Is this a bait? Are they trying to go for a play here?
Ooh, the Marcy and the Morphlin are close, but the Beastmaster is going to be here now as well. The Axe is going to fly through here. Difference gets off the tree, but where's that Ruby Ice Path? They don't even need the roll just yet. The damage, though, he's going to be able to jump himself away from this one. Difference, though, still going to go down, surely, to the Phoenix. He's going to live. Phoenix, the Scepter comes out. Hound, does he have the Supernova to go out? He does. Burley gets it off in time, and Marcy... Oh, damn, dude, that was close. But the Phoenix, he will live. Chodek's going to go down next. And Difference, he's going to have to run himself. He's got no life. He's got nothing left on this Monkey King. He cannot be caught out.
Like, that was actually a really good bait. If they were not 12k gold behind, that probably would have worked. They had the heroes in a good position. Global Silence was used perfectly. But the gold difference is already too big.
And if you're looking at this now as well, Na'Vi, they have this Aegis. You know, they've taken the tier 2 tower mid, so they've fully opened up the triangle and the jungle charge coming through as well. Ari going to cancel that one off. But yeah, you were talking about it being awkward for one move to find the farm about 5 minutes ago, but I don't know how they do it now. They genuinely have to spur a space. And Chodex, he's going to get caught out. Grip takes him with him, though, with the dive away. Charge coming through from Ari. He's going to be able to connect onto Grip. It looks like they might be able to get the damage off. Difference tries to do what he can with the Wukong's command here. Grip, one more right click will go down. Ari picks up that damage. Chodex can be knocked next on the chopping block. Chodex can get himself away. He absolutely cannot. They're going to go back for the tier 2. And there's no fortification here on the side of one move. They could try and go high ground onto the tier 3s. I think they've got enough time here to try and put pressure on. Maybe force out... I mean, again, no, there's no fortification, so they can force out a fight around this tier 3 if they want to.
Yeah, this is looking pretty bad. This could be a later barracks. And they don't have global, so like trying to fight is just not a possibility. They're going for Ari bottom.
I love this from Ari as well. He's like, I'm going to make sure you can't TP back. I'm going to make it so hard for you to try and get back. You waste enough time to take the tier 3. And like you say, you have this... The Golem coming in now as well. You have the Terrorblade Illusions. This is going to be a ranged Rax going down, it looks like.
Yeah, it's pretty close. And they get out. They don't really lose anything. Metamorphosis was on cooldown, so no point in taking a fight. But in 20 seconds, they actually can. So you got to be very careful here as one move. Ari can easily charge from the base, so... it might look like they're out of juice at the moment on Na'Vi, but that's not true.
Now, if you can get this catch out, Difference, he scouts around.
You gotta go now. You gotta go right now.
Ooh, yes, they're gonna try and go here on top of Kaori. Kaori, though, he's gonna do a decent amount before he goes down. Can they get the kill out onto the Phoenix? The Phoenix Global Silence comes out. Do they have the damage to get the Supernova? Get the kill before the Supernova? You'll have to come through here. Supernova is gonna be coming out. Do they have the damage to get the kill out onto the egg? This time they do break it down. Verse is gonna be charged up by the Spirit Breaker. Looks like they might not even need it. Right clicks from Yuragi. They take down Grip. They take down Verse, and that was a one-move initiated fight. They still lose 3 heroes, only taking down the Phoenix and the Jakiro.
I mean, I think it was a really good play by one move. You know that there's no Metamorphosis. You know that the Spirit Breaker is dead. You're just, like, when that fight started, I noticed that the Monkey King was level 9 and the Phoenix was level 12. I'm sorry, the Jakiro was level 12. So, you know, if the enemy mid's 3 levels behind, those fights, like, it's kind of surprising that they even got a couple kills.
Yeah, and it's not even like he's 3 levels, well, he is 3 levels behind the other enemy mid laner, but 3 levels behind both of the supports on the side of Na'Vi. And again, item-wise, he doesn't even, phase boots, power treads even. He's got himself the Orb of Corrosion, but he's making a move towards that BKB. But difference, he ain't making the difference in this match, it feels like. He's just not really, and he's going to be charged again. He's going to be put under pressure again here. Ari.
He has nothing.
No.
He might just be dead.
And Ari's going to be able to bounce him about. The Nether Strike even going to be able to get the neutrals involved here now as well. Tries to get himself away. He does have his shard, so he's going to be able to get that dive away from the Boundless Strike here. But the chase, does he have a Quelling Blade on Ari? He doesn't. So the Monkey King will be able to get that TP out.
Ball bottom, though.
Oh, yep. Charge coming through. And the waveform's out here as well. Grip taking a lot of damage. Who's Ari charging on? Could be on to Chodex. I think that just gets him back into the mid, but yeah. You see that Ari's going to cancel it off.
Yeah, I mean, they have Metamorphosis in 30 seconds, so they're going to wait a little bit. But yeah, this game is so scary. Like, this game requires Na'Vi to mess up real bad.
Terrorblade has his shot as well, so he's going to be able to come in with the Demon Zeal. Just going to be able to boost himself up outside of that Metamorphosis, getting the full benefit from the Demon Zeal here. And, okay, Firestorm is going to come out, but they are slowly working down this mid lane of Rax as well. And you can see Uragi's going to make the choice to go onto this range Rax here now as well. Has that Sunder if he needs it here. So Eyesight can be under a lot of pressure from these illusions, from the reflection illusions. Meanwhile, the rest of the team going into this bottom lane, doing the damage here to the tier 3 tower.
I mean, they're going to get mid, though.
Yeah. For free as well. No contest from the side of one move. Not even going to give up the Aegis. He's got 30 seconds left on this Terrorblade. And they're going to go for a full 2 lanes of Rax from this.
They have Glyph here, so one move could potentially buy some time until the Metamorphosis is over, but... Yes, they're gonna... Okay, you gotta go then.
Yeah.
This is a bit awkward.
Can they make a move on? They're going to be able to get the Pit of Mars out onto Uragi, but again, Uragi 10 seconds on that Aegis. He has the Manta Star, going to be able to walk himself away as well. Backlines, they're going to be able to go onto Grip. The strike being used here. Still got that Raw if they need it from Boom. And it feels like Aegis could be reclaimed. Yeah, they're going to be able to go, try and fight it out. Monkey King on the tree gets seen by the reflection here. As the Phoenix, he's low on health, but again, you'll Scepter into that Supernova. Global Silence is available, but they want to go for Mega Creeps. It looks like they just want to push this bottom lane in. They want to really turn up the difficulty to 11 here against one move.
Yeah, I mean, I would say difficulty is 99 right now. It is. I honestly feel like one move has... Like, considering how behind they were for minute 12, they actually played very, very well. Like, they knew some of the openings that they had, and there were not a lot of those. And they took the engagements, and I think they actually, button pressed pretty well. It's just that when you're 8,000 go behind minute 10, the game is not easy.
Well, yeah, well,
and I think a lot of that comes back to... I talked about it during the draft. I thought their draft was weird. The Monkey King first with the Phoenix being open is one thing, but I think picking Silencer when you're banning Enigma, when you have a Monkey King, there were a lot of things that didn't really fit nicely, and I think Na'Vi exploited all of that.
Yeah.
No difference?
Okay, we'll see what he's going to be able to do here. They get on top of the Monkey King again. Balance Strike away. Ari's still going to be able to go. Versus going to be here too now. Sunray coming through. Global Stance will be used.
Oh, no,
he was trying to go for the Wukong's command, but yeah, the bash comes out here. Ari, it's a lot of damage. They do get the killer out onto the Spirit Breaker. Take down Sanctity now as well. Kaori, he might be the next one to go down. Difference. Going to be able to get himself the double kill, but Kaori... from the grave gets the kill onto Verse. While this is going on here, mid. Okay, charge here from the Morphin out onto Boom. Boom, Pit of Mars comes down. Boom gets a kill onto Grip. Can they go for any more onto this one now as well? It looks like Uragi doesn't want to try and get involved. He has that Sunder if he needs it here. Boom, trying to back himself up. He's already used that Raw. Chodex, though, look at the damage from his Terrorblade. Uragi rips him apart. He's supposed to be the tankiest one in the game here. And again, He's got himself a rod of Aethos to Soaring, and really nothing else past that here for the Underlord. You can see the net worth difference between these. Even the Jakiro, the position 5, he's above both the Monkey King and the Underlord. And now Yuragi comes right back into this tier 3 tower. Again, they are looking for mega creeps here. Ari, he's going to be able to get that charge right back to the other side of the map, going right back into this fight if he needs to. And I don't know what one move we're going to be able to do. The buyback comes out from the Underlord here. Dive in from Grip. It looks like the Sunray is going to be coming out almost immediately. Yuragi backs himself away. Sounds out for a few seconds here, but the charge Ari connects onto the Morphlin at least. And half Arax stands between one move into these mega creeps here, and it looks like Navi, they want to force the issue. Boom comes in, doesn't have that roll for another 7 seconds now as well. Icarus Dive comes through into the Supernova. They break the tree on the Monkey King. The Monkey King stunned up. Monkey can't get himself away. The Godlike Spree comes out for Yuragi, but trying to move himself out. But I think this one's going to be all hero, as, yeah, Grip going to go down as the final kill. Navi lock in at game number 1.
All right, so yeah, Navi had a really good draft. I think they played well. They really tried to put pressure on Yuragi early on, right? He fed first blood, and I think he died like 5 minutes later.
Yeah.
But all of the other lanes, Boom was a menace. The Phoenix absolutely destroyed his lane, and to me, I think Navi, played really well. But if one move had a better draft, I felt from the way they played that they actually had a chance with a better draft.
Yeah. Just so awkward, I guess, for the lanes that Dora with you picking that Monkey King up early, coming into one of his worst matchups in the mid lane. And the Phoenix mid, it does work this time around. The Morphlin never really got going. You can see 2, 1, and 4 in terms of kills, deaths, assists, compared to the 10, 2, and 6 of Yuragi. So even those couple of early deaths didn't really slow him down. And I think Navi did a really good job of hitting those rotations, like you say, to try and force the issue back onto one move.
Yeah, so we'll see if one move can get a better draft. Overall, Navi, to me, they are the favorites of this series, but I think one move actually put up a good fight considering how bad their drafts were. So with a better draft, I want to see a 3-game series. It's been a while since we cast together, so I want to make sure that we actually get to enjoy this.
Yeah, we get the most out of it. But for now, that is going to be game number 1. So we're going to take a quick break. Be back with the second game of One Move versus Navi right after this. Welcome back in, everybody. We're going to get straight into this draft to crack on with Na'Vi versus One Move to see how this one is going to break down. But with that last game, One Move looking a little bit behind Na'Vi, just that one step behind, it felt like. So what can they do in the second game? What can they do in this draft to try and secure a better game for themselves this time around?
I think it's mostly a question of changing their approach from the start. And this is already a game where they don't have first pick, so things are definitely going to be a little bit different, and they're going to be on the reactive side. That's going to be interesting to watch. They did first phase Monkey King. Let's see what they have in store now.
Yeah, and ban-wise, Phantom Assassin being banned at this time, Nature's Prophet with the Tinker on the side of One Move. On the other side, that Medusa, it ain't getting through today, it looks like, with the Darkseer being taken out too.
It's literally the same bands, right? I don't think there's a single change.
Well, there you go.
Besides the Phoenix, yeah.
I think last game there was a Magnus ban as well early on. I don't
will
think
be banned now, I think, unless they want to pick it.
maybe they do.
What I meant is all of the heroes that were banned to that point were banned in game in the first one.
Yeah,
not
I
the same order, but the same
Yeah.
heroes.
But yeah, they could pick up this Magnus. I know Ari does like to play it too in that position 4 role. You've got I mean, it's good all across the board. It feels like in every role 1 to 4, if you know how to use it, and I think everyone on the side of Na'Vi does.
Yeah, I guess Mac could be good. It would give One Move the chance to like pick Rubik as a response, which okay, there you go. They banned the Monkey King and they get the Mag. So all of the same heroes are contested. It's just the 2 were banned and 2 might go through.
Yeah, and if you look at this, we saw the Jakiro coming out early. We've seen some pretty powerful supports being picked up early. Do you think you go for a response for something like that, Jakiro, like maybe the Warlock coming out here for One Move, or are you trying to counter this Magnus already?
I like the Jakiro. I think it's an overall pretty good hero against that. But they go AA, the hero that did get banned in the second phase, I believe.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Alright, so I mean, Zero's really strong. Like every time I see a fight in this patch, it feels like if AA hits like a 2-3 man IA blast, the fight's over. Like that spell is looking super overtuned, so I like it.
Especially when the shard comes out as well. That applies. Is it like half the current level of Cold Feet or something like that you get on the Ice Blast proc?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty damn strong if you're looking for lockdown to keep heroes in place while you finish them off with the AA blast going.
Yeah, definitely super strong. It have been tiny, so this could indicate that Magnus is going to be mid. I don't feel like he would be banning tiny when you have Magnus.
Yeah.
You could ban the Jakiro that you talked about.
I mean, they might want it as well. If it's not going to be first picked up here by One Move, they might go for it in their next 2, just because it pairs so well with the Magnus. That RP coming out into a skewer back, Ice Path, some really good control here. What's the Muerta? Muerta's the other one. If they're going to play this offlane Magnus, the skewer and the dead shot, you can push heroes right underneath your tier 1 tower with the skewer dead shot combo.
Alright, this is going to be carry Magnus. They're banning high armor heroes.
Okay.
So I'm assuming they don't want high armor heroes to be a possibility. We did see Terrorblade being played, so this it was not One Move playing it, but if that's going to be the direction Na'Vi wants to go for, I think TB is a good hero. Also Magnus. I'm sorry, Morphling. I'm surprised that one didn't get banned, actually.
Yeah. And we'll see if they pick up the carry here. One Move. Maybe that's the thing. They're trying to bait out a carry now from One Move. You'll get them to pick it early on, so they've still got off lanes to go against it, because you are, like you say, you're banning out all the big ones here, all the high armor heroes that One Move might just... We'll see if they... I don't want to say panic, but maybe they prioritize one of those carries that are left here.
Yeah, if they're going to take the bait or not. For One Move, it's kind of a hard ban. You definitely just want to ban like a high value hero. They did ban Enigma in this stage, but now they're going to take away the Shadow Demon instead. Oh.
Okay.
Thank you, boy.
Can be played both safe and off, so Bristleback going to be a really nice flex here for One Move too.
Yeah, definitely flexible. I think I've been enjoying offlane Bristol a lot these days, but it can definitely be a carry still with the with the right facet.
Yeah, yeah. Navi, we'll see what the next couple of picks are going to be here. Taking some time. I mean, they've still got a lot of reserve time left. Both teams do. So, time to discuss if they want. They're just going to lock in. It's going to be that Jakiro. So, again, really nicely paired. If you want to go for that Magnus, RP skewer into the Ice Path, Macro Power to come over the top, Dual Breath as well. A lot of damage that can come out, a lot of control from these two heroes. And, yeah, going to be very hard for the Bristleback. If he does get locked down in this, if he gets skewered back here as well, to face the right way. What do you think of the Bristleback facet as well? Because I've seen both the Seeing Red and the Snot Rocket facet being picked up here for the Bristle, and it feels like it's 50-50.
Off lane, you definitely go Snot Rocket, but for carry, you go Seeing Red.
Okay.
That's how I would look at it.
Yeah.
Because if you're playing off lane, you just want to rush Vanguard into Halberd, and I think that's kind of the plan here. If it's going to be carry mag, oh well, now it could be carry TA.
Yeah.
But still same kind of, like, I think that matchup is worse for the Bristle just because he's melee, but you still just want to rush. Like, Halberd is good against both Mag and TA.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and these bans coming out here from Navi, the Monkey King, Tiny Dragonite, all could have been played mid as well into the Magnus. So, could still be that Magnus 2 coming out here from them as well. Off lane, still a possibility, but yeah, again, Magnus can be kept flex. With a TA as well, TA can still be played mid as well as carry. But
yeah,
I think if you are playing it mid, with a Magnus already in the squad and you're looking for a cat, that's a very, very greedy lineup here for the side of Navi, if it's not the TA carry.
You get a Ringmaster, so that's your protection against RP. It's pretty good just to OT around the RP area, because if you're going to try and focus a target, you might be hit by the wheel as well. I actually like it a lot. It was banned in the last phase by Navi.
Yeah. It's True Sight as well, isn't it? On the shard, you get the spotlight out.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the it is the shard, it's not the Ags, right? I'm going to check now. You get the spotlight.
No, it's the shard. It's the shard.
Yeah.
That because he didn't had an Ags initially, and it had a shard.
So you're going to be able to get the spot out onto the TA if the TA tries to get the meld off defensively.
That's pretty cool. Now you need your carrier in mid, and you don't really know what the lanes look like. This is not a good position for one move. Like, I guess you're gonna pick something flexible, which Tiny and Dragonite are, which you kind of mentioned. So not a lot of those flex heroes here for one move to kind of keep their doors open.
Yeah, and Navi don't have to show up. Well, I wonder if they are going to lock in a mid lane early here, because I was thinking of Puck, Storm Spirit coming up. Puck could be, well, never mind. Puck could be stolen away here by one move, so they do go for their mid lane here. I was thinking that would have been genuinely a very good pickup here for Navi. Very mobile. Not a lot of lockdown can deal with him unless you get like the Ulceps coming out, the Hex coming out here for the side of one move. Sets up very nice for the Magnus too. But yeah, one move just going to lock that Puck straight in for their mid laner.
In the past, this would be a very risky move because TA was more commonly a mid hero than it is now. But it's still playable, so I feel like Navi, there is a world where they play TA just because you destroy the Puck matchup.
Yeah. I remember it was the meta for a long time after the TA came out that the mid lane was the TA Quap Puck, triangle. That would be the only three mid laners you'd see, and like the Quap beats the Puck, who beats the TA. No, the other way around. TA beats the Puck. I forget which way around it was. It's been I've slept since then. But,
so Puck beats Quap. Quap beats TA. TA beats Puck.
That was the way around. Yeah. Ricky.
Ooh,
is this a Ricky mid?
Not necessarily. Could be Ricky 4. Because that is a thing as well. But I do like it as mid, honestly. Not only it actually destroys Puck, but it's your way to make sure Ringmaster is useless. Once you get a Diffusal Blade timing, Ringmaster's supposed to have no items, and Ricky just goes on you every time. And there's not a lot of things to stop it. And AA is no save or no reliable stun. This is a really good pick.
Are you then looking at the Ringmaster to be rushing into a 4-staff, even as the support first big item here for the Ringmaster, just trying to get into that, or maybe like a Glimmer Cape here?
That or a Ghost Scepter, right? Ghost Scepter is the cheapest one, but you do gotta save up a lot of money for that. Either way, it's not great for the Ringmaster. Oh man.
Okay. 2 bans left on the board. So we'll see what one move think of this Ricky, whether they're thinking they have to ban out a 4 here, or if that Ricky is going to be the 4. You know, they might cover the bases, go for one ban on the mid, one ban on the position 4. Meanwhile, on the side of Na'Vi, they know they have to be banning out, or they think they know they have to be banning out carries here. And again, like you say, these big high armor heroes being taken away by the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, they are screwed here. One move, not gonna lie. I thought they had a better start of this draft, but once again, I just look at what their possible routes, and they all look grim.
Do you hoodwink here for Na'Vi? Ari's favorite hero?
I like the Muerte you mentioned. It's still open.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Muerte's good. Hoodwink's fine, right? The break, definitely great against the Bristleback. Muerte's also not bad for one move.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. You probably need like a range carry against the Magnus offlane, which we're assuming is going to be the case here.
Yeah.
I do like that.
Okay, so what are we looking at then? Like Gyrocopter. Morphlin, like you say, is still there, unless it gets banned out here.
I think you need something that outranges the TA a bit more. Maybe like Drow, but such a scary Drow game.
And... yeah, they banned them off. Yeah.
That's the one we talked about. Very good against Magnus as well.
Okay.
I think Hoodwink, Muerta all look good here. I like Ricky mid. I think TA carry is the best role for that hero. Magnus offlane is just straightforward. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, and again, a real nice combo with a Magnus in the offlane. So, what are we looking at here? One move. What is left for them? What can they crack out here to try and have some impact in this game number 2?
I don't know. Play like offlane Zeus and Bristleback carry. I don't know, man. You definitely need a response to the Riki, and I think like the true side of Zeus looks good. It can also lane against TA as offlane Zeus because they're gonna go Brew.
Do you like this?
I hate this.
Okay.
This is, yeah, I hate. I know it's a Chodex favorite. I think it was banned second phase, game 1, but
it was. Yeah.
The Riki just destroys you. TA is gonna get a TA trap as well. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna rush Mantown Brew? Like that just feels so bad.
Yeah.
You have silence. You have 3 freaking silences, bro. This is such a hard game for Brew, and it just feels like a terrible 24 pick. It's just comfort for him.
Okay, and yeah, like you say, really, how does he get himself away from this one? Because if he's not, like say, I mean, even if you go for the Manta style, you're still gonna be caught out in the smoke screen potentially by the Riki here as well. So if he's not using that on the Ringmaster, do you just have to rush? Is it gonna be the Radiance BKB rush here for Chodex then?
Might be, but like, if that's your plan, I don't think like this is not gonna be an easy lane for starters, right? We talked about Bristleback struggling against TA, but then you pick a melee hero against Uragi here. I don't know. I don't really have like game 1. I could see a world where that Morphling was going to become a big problem. In this game, even if this Bristleback is strong, they have so many ways to reposition him that it's even hard, like for the Ringmaster to follow up. They need to stop their lanes. Like that is the one thing that they need to do. But even that seems a little bit unlikely.
Okay, well, we'll see how it's going to break down here. Na'Vi going to be 1 game up against one move. It's not a fight for survival just yet. There is a lower bracket that they will drop down to if they lose this one, but everybody wants to move on with as many lives as possible, as much advantage as possible here. So one move, they have to pull it back to a 1-1 to be in with a chance to move through into that upper bracket semi-finals, up against the winner of Rabat. I can never remember how this name's pronounced. Give me a second, let me look it up.
Rabat
Yagi, I think.
Yeah.
And OG coming through in that next playoff match here between the 2 teams. But for now, we are going to be jumping into one move versus Na'Vi to see who is going to be going on ahead and who is going to be dropping down. One move again, 1 game away from dropping. They need to take the, they need a bit of a kick up the arse, it feels like, to get themselves back into this series.
All right.
So, smoke's coming through from one move straight. We saw this in the last game here. They did get the first blood off something like this as well. but we'll see if it's going to be good enough this time around. Na'Vi probably going to be... They're going to be wary of it, I think, this time around here. You see, yeah, they're smoking up themselves here, Na'Vi, and I think they have a lot better level 1 fight on the side of Na'Vi this time around, too.
Yeah.
30 seconds to
So,
battle.
looking at the lanes here, it's pretty much gonna be what we expected. The one lane that actually sounds quite scary is this AA Bristleback. There's a lot of slows.
Yeah.
Once you, so this is actually a carry Bristle with Snot Rocket. I've seen, for the most part, more of the other facet for carry. But because he went for this one, just a lot of chase. This is a game where the Muerta might actually struggle.
Okay, Impalement Art's going to be off the mark here. Boom moves himself away. Bounty Rune-wise, it looks like it's going to be a 2-for-2 Kaori Niragi on the side of Na'Vi, and then Difference Inverse on the side of One Move. Again, yeah, apart from... Like, to me, this Magnus Muerta is going to be the scary lane. Once you get, like, 2 or 3 levels up, you have that dead shot, you have the shockwave into the skewer. Is there anything you're looking at here on any other lanes that could potentially be that kill lane? Is the puck going to be in danger in the mid, do you think?
Probably not. It's just kind of like Ricky does fine. You do struggle, like level 5. There's a chance Ricky can die. You need to probably buy raindrops or maybe bottle.
Yeah.
But generally
Ari.
speaking,
Okay. So the hold grit down here, they are going to be able to get the first blood on the board once again, One Move. And, I mean, for the minute, Chodex wasn't having a bad time on this top lane. They weren't sure where Grip was, and Grip was able to hang around, get that first blood out against Na'Vi. So good start for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the strength of this lane. Just too much slow.
Yeah.
And you gotta be careful.
What's the build for a Snot Rocket Bristleback? Because I saw Davai Lama play it a few days ago, and it was purely till about level 5. It was Quills and Nasal Goo. He didn't go for 1 point in the Bristleback. Do you think you need to pick up one of those, just 1 point early on, or are you happy to go like 2-2-0 here early for the Bristleback?
I think you are allowed. Like, there's
Difference. I had to use a Fairy Fire.
damn. Sanctity really. I mean, game 1 he just destroyed the Monkey King, and game 2 he wants to make it look even worse.
Yeah. Jumps in. He's
boy.
going to be underneath the tower here, but he is going to be forcing Difference out. He's going to be, making it life uncomfortable here for the puck.
Var?
Oh, yeah, can he get the damage out now? Ari as well as Boom, they're going to be scouting him through. Ari does pick up the credit for the kill. So, going to be 1-1-0 here for Ari. I'm surprised he didn't give that over to the Magnus, but maybe Boom, he's more than happy to just to give it over to Ari, let him get that quick.
I think he expected to be able to hit once to make sure the Mag was going to get the kill, but he did, he rolled too much on his right-click damage.
Fair enough.
Because it's 5260, right? So that's a pretty big variance. I feel like he rolled the highest value there.
Yeah. But yeah, looking at the Bristleback build, sorry, I did interrupt you when the puck was being aggressed on. So what are you expecting here for Eyesight?
This is a really good Sanjin Yasha game, right? So I'm expecting some sort like Blade Mail, Sanjin Yasha. I've seen a lot of Blade Mail recently for that hero. But Sanjin Yasha looks amazing. Like maybe Echo, Sanjin Yasha, BKB, something like that.
Okay. Top lane, Grip, going to take a little bit of pressure there coming through from Yuragi. How easy is it going to be for Yuragi here? How aggressive can he get with this Jakiro in the lane as well? Because we can see
Look
it
at
already.
the CS, and that's pretty much your question answered. Like, he has more denies. Like, he has twice as many denies as poor Chodex.
So, do you not think this lane picks up for One Move at any point?
I don't think so, man. This is,
Grip.
This
The
is
damage.
a disaster lane.
And Kaori, both supports here, making sure that they get the kill secures in. We don't steal kills in Pro Dota. All about these secures.
You can maybe get some rotations going, right? Puck might be the hero, but then the laning stage already broke. That's probably when you might get kills as Boom. Being pressured here.
Okay. Can they take him down? He's going to get low, but not low enough to get the kill. And it looks like Ari going to try and get the chase. The Colin comes through the dead shot now as well. One more right-click verse might go down. And Ari will be able to pick it up. Really nicely played there by the Muerta.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, Navi, even this lane that I thought was probably the highest chance that one move was gonna convincingly win one is not looking as good.
Well, CCT gets the kill to
Oh.
difference in the mid lane. Yeah, even I missed that here, but this is what I'm talking about. The smoke screen, you have the tricks of the trade, the blink strike coming out, and it's just so hard for the puck to get away, because that turn speed, it's not the fastest. So once that smoke screen's right on top of you, Sanctity can just make mincemeat out of the puck, it feels like. And what can you do? You can't orb away, you can't phase shift out, you just have to try and stand and take it against
And
the
Puck is
Riki.
a low armor hero, right? So when you have Blight, Orb of Blight, this is already like a 1 armor Puck.
Yeah.
Taking so much damage from the Riki.
So we'll see if Sanctity continues to do that. And yeah, he's going to be 1 level ahead of the puck now as well, and nearly a full level. So he's nearly got that level 6 coming out on, and going to be able to get the cloaking dagger out as well.
Sheesh. Like, I mean, I guess the only hope is again eyesight. Just like game 1, he ended up with the, I guess, lane that he didn't get trashed.
Yeah.
But he needs time, right? Bristleback's not a hero that like finishes an item and suddenly he's running at you.
No, it does feel like the Bristleback wants to go towards that Ag Scepter, which even as a carrier, it's a big, big build-up here now as well. But okay, eyesight, 1 more quill spray. Is it going to be enough against Ari? It is. First actually gets the kill. I think it was the blood grenade that did that last little bit of damage there. But yeah, enough to whittle down Ari at least, which Kyora in the top lane though. They take down the Brewmaster. Grip could be in trouble. No points on the ice path, but there's going to be the dual breath point blank onto Grip with the liquid. I think that was a liquid frost there. He is going to be able to get the whoopee cushion forward from the Ringmaster, but still, look at all of the damage. In fact, he walks right back into the Jakiro here, and Jakiro might just try and trade off these right clicks up against the Ringmaster. Ringmaster with the Tame the Beast coming out into Kyori. Kyori backs himself away here. Impalement Art's doing a decent amount of damage too, but Grip, he is underneath that ward vision here, so Grip gets his own ward down. But no aggression coming through. Maybe there is. Sanctity, it looks like he's moving himself up this river. Going to try and look for the fight up against the Brewmaster as well as this Ringmaster.
No, Define Grip. He's only level 3.
Sanctity doesn't want to go. He's going to be on the very edge here. Grip back underneath that tower, though. Doesn't spot out the Riki. But with Ari being in the mid lane, they know something is up. Scan comes out. Doesn't actually spot anyone just yet, it looks like.
Okay, so we're not going to get anything. Puck might be rotating bottom, so difference. Doom is pretty much by himself here.
Yeah, Sanctity, they see Chodex. Look at this one. Yoragi coming all the way back, dragging the
going
creep
for the
through them
Wisdom.
now as well. Yeah, this is a really nice setup for the Wisdom Shrine. TP going to be forced out of the perk, as well as the Ancient Apparition going to TP down here. What can they do onto this one? It looks like they want to
They
try and
drop a
fight it
sentry.
out. Dream Call is going to be used, but look at the damage coming out already. Even Ari rotates in. The Tame the Beast comes through. They're going to have that cold feet out onto Sanctity. Sanctity does get low. They get the kill out low onto Grip
no.
Shrine. It goes the way of Kiori. They even lose difference here as well. Can they go for a little bit more? Sanctity has to back himself away. It's a lot of damage coming through, but he does have those stick charges, the one charges. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, your 3-4 boom. Do you want to carry on fighting up here, though? The TP's coming away. Chodex could be in trouble. Dual Breath comes out. Level 6 for Yuragi. Yuragi, he has the damage. Can he get the kill? He can. Takes down Chodex. A really, really good fight here. And I think
They got
Boom got
power
the
as well.
other shrine as well. Yeah, they get absolutely everything from this on the side of Na'Vi.
This is a disaster of epic proportions. Like, the only hero that has a semblance of a game is the Bristleback, and I think he's probably the hero that could have suffered the most. He can actually recover from behind. Like, he is not the hero that needed the best lane.
Oh, Ari, he sees Verse, but Sanctity's going to be close now as well. Verse, there's going to be the jump on here from Sanctity. Escape Act, is it going to be enough here? Tame the Beast comes out. Sanctity's looking for it, though. Ari going to be able to get the kill with the call-in. And Sanctity even gets himself an AD rune here as well. No bottle, so it's just going to be a raw AD rune for Sanctity. And we'll see if he's going to carry on going here, because Na'Vi, again, they are grouping up. They are looking for these kills.
Sanctity. He is horny for some puck action.
He might just see him now as well. Yeah, difference. He's going to try and farm out here.
him.
Sanctity sees him. He's got this AD rune. There's going to be a point blank smoke screen coming out here. Look at the damage and difference. He gets it over away. But Sanctity, I think he's going to be able to get another dive. No, the Dream Call comes out here. Ricky, has he going to step too far? One more right click, though. The escape pack comes out once again. Sanctity, he's trying to play around this one. It's a lot of
Still
damage coming
alive.
through. Colin going to be used here. Sanctity, the dive back in. He is going to go down. Won't be able to get the kill into the puck. It was close here. He has support out. Kaori will take down Difference, as Difference did dive himself forwards. But not the trade-off that they wanted to get here. They wanted to keep Sanctity alive. And Difference, though, he will go down in the end. They might lose another tier 1 tower for this, though.
so much action. Like, it is literally the same playstyle as game 1. Like, you see this TA rotating and doing stuff while Boom is literally playing as a carry.
Yeah.
And, oh, Ari?
Okay, TP coming in from the Bristle Back. Look at this damage here. The marker power going to be dropped. Jump in by the Ricky. It is up against the Bristle, but it's not going to be the Quills being sprayed out. It is the Nasal Goo here. Impalement Act onto the Ricky. So Sanctity going to be taking some damage, but everybody low on the side of Na'Vi might just back themselves away from this one. The TA to go back to the top lane, make sure she doesn't lose this tier 1 tower out to the Brewmaster. And the Brewmaster actually went for the Urn first. So Brown Boots Urn, then into the Radiance, it looks like here for Chodex.
Oh, okay. Bottom lane, there is a fight brewing here. Lots of heroes collapsing bottom.
Yeah. Creep Wave going to push into this tier 1 tower here as well. Ari is low, though. Going to be careful about going onto Eyesight, because again, Eyesight, even though the Snot Rocket is the fastest, still going to be careful about the Quill Spray coming through.
Yeah, Sanctity, for how good of a lane he had, I think that one death really slowed him down. Like, he is actually very far behind the Pluck. Pluck was just jungling for a very long time, and I think Difference found a way to recover. I was not expecting him to be even in net worth at this stage with the Ricky.
No. The Ricky, Overcorrosion, going to be the power treads coming out here for Sanctity, so a long ways away from that Diffusal Blade here already for the Ricky.
Yeah, I definitely am not a big of a fan that he died there. Diffusal Blade timing is really important in this game, and it's going to be a pretty late one.
Well, we'll see what they're going to be able to do. This tier 2 tower in the mid lane, it should go down. No defense coming through from the side of one move. They're actually looking towards the top lane, but the TA already moved himself away. Smoke coming through from Na'Vi as well. Do they have any vision? They see at least the Brewmaster. Ping's coming out roughly where that puck is here as well. Grip is smoked up, so we'll see who's going to be going on for the engage first. And it looks like Na'Vi, again, 3-man smoke coming through. Grip, smoke breaks. Grip, can he move himself away? Nope, Ricky going to be on top of him now as well. The damage smoke screen comes through. The dead shot for the control. Grip, he's going to go for his own escape act, but it means it is on cooldown. If anything else comes out here, Sanctity, he still gets the kill out onto Grip.
Alright, they defend the tower. Catapult Wave gets killed. Magnus still farming. So at the end of the day, Na'Vi still has everything that they want going on. In fact, RP Blink is going to be up in like a minute for Boom.
Yeah. And Twingate, rotation coming through here for the side of Na'Vi. They want all of these tier 1 towers. They just want to be taking as much map control away from the side of one move as possible. So what can they do? They're going to get it for free. There's no contest coming through from the side of one move. You got no fight onto this one, and Na'Vi just taking full control of this map, it feels like, and forcing one move back, and away from anywhere that... Because Na'Vi already looking to move as 12 minutes into this game.
Yeah. And even though they're doing that, their net worth lead is gigantic, so it's not really hindering them at all. And the Blink Dagger is actually flying out to Boom right now as they smoke, so this is a big moment for their draft.
And we'll see what they're going to be able to do with this one. This is going to be the reveal of the Blink now as well. He's inside that smoke, like you say. They're looking for the jump in, big RP, and they do have a decent synergy with the spell.
The
RP out now as well. There's going to be the drag back into the core, and the ice path comes through as well. Difference will fall. Grip goes down with him. That was a perfect jump in from the Magnus here, and absolutely destroyed the players on one move.
Like, you're a Puck, right? You're literally in fog around all trees. You never would have expected that to happen, and boom.
No.
Like, no hesitation. He knew exactly what they were going to be doing, and he even gets a two-man blind RP. That's insane.
Really well played. They might go for more now. So the blink comes in. There's going to be the shockwave back into the skewer. Ice path out onto the Brewmaster. The Brewmaster, can he walk himself away from this one? He does have the split available. The damage coming through. Wasn't quite centered in that smoke screen now as well. So boom, it looks like going to be left behind. He will go down. Gives up a decent amount of gold here. Do they have any reveal for the Ricky? It looks like the dust is out. Sanctity trying to run himself away, but he will be able to get that jump out now as well. A lot of damage coming through though. TP comes in from Yuragi, and all of a sudden, the Bristleback, he's still going to be fine. Again, it's a Ricky attacking into a Bristleback. So, not going to be able to do a whole lot of damage thanks to... How many points has he got into it? All 4 now into the Bristleback. Didn't go for the early points into the Viscous Nasal Goo past that first one.
That was pretty weird from Sanctity. Like, he smoke screened the floor before he jumped. I think he
Yeah.
misclicked something because that Brewmaster was supposed to be dead.
Oh, the dead shot. It comes out onto the Ringmaster now as well. They're calling into the ice path, and he's going to go down. Well, you have the damage out. Ari will get the kill. I didn't realize the dead shot connected through the escape act.
Yeah, pretty cool, right?
Yeah, I thought it was just like a full banish, you know, like a disruption, something like that.
I think he used to be like that, and they
Right.
Yeah. Because if he was a full banish, you also wouldn't be able to like force staff people like through
Yeah.
it, right?
True,
so
true.
It definitely does go both ways.
But yeah, game state wise, 14-4 and an 8K net worth lead coming through for the side of Navi. Do you think this game though? Is it a little bit more comfortable for the side of One Move? Is there a bit of a better chance for them as they are going to be able to go point blank? Ice Blast comes out onto Jakiro. Kiori will go down, gives up another 500 gold in terms of kill streak gold there as well.
What I would say is that if this goes like really, really, really late, I think they have a better chance than they had game one. But
Yeah.
getting there seems just as hard, if not harder.
Good.
It's all in this brew. Like if he actually gets to finish the Radiance before they get too far behind. Speaking of that brew,
Oh, yeah. Brewmaster might just be dead here, pushed right back into that smoke screen. No way away. The call in the smoke screen. Large radius now on that smoke screen. Really hard to get out of. And it's just, I mean, the radius is always 475. Did they buff it up?
what, the Radiance?
Yeah. Because it always felt like to me it was, very small every time you saw the Ricky, but
I'm not sure. I think they did not.
oh, he gets the talent, does he? Level 10, he gets plus 50 on the
Oh,
smoke
yeah.
screen radius. Yeah. Wheel of Wonder does come through. Ari not dead just yet. He throws out his Peer to Bell. RP comes through. Did he have the control out onto the Bristleback now? So calling is going to be her Ice Blast point blank onto it. Do they have enough damage to get the kill? Escape Pack comes out, and it's going to be 2-3 heroes affected by this Ice Blast. They get the kill out onto Boom. First takes down Ari now as well. Yuragi playing away. Sanctity is close if they need him. But that was a good defense from the side of One Move, keeping the Bristleback alive.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it was a bit of an awkward RP this time. He had to turn to get the skewer off. Lost a little bit of time there, so they didn't really get the full blow. But as that happened, Diffusal Blade is available for the Riki. But, because it took so long, Grip is like 600 gold away from a 4-staff.
Yeah. Not that early momentum we were expecting out of the Ricky here. And again, 7-15. They brought the net worth lead down 2k though, One Move, by picking up those kills. So again, takes maybe 2 or 3 fights. A full team might coming through for the side of One Move to bring it right down to maybe about 2k. So they can erase this fairly quickly. Navi, they still need to be on the toes. They still need to be aware if they lose 1 or 2 fights more, it will even up in the side of One Move, even though they're over double the kills here, Navi.
Time for the Tormentor, so they definitely want the... Well, actually, I mean, both supports don't really care about their shards that much. Ari probably the worst one, but it's alright.
Yeah. I think a little bit like you say, if this game goes long, 35-40 minutes in, that's when you look to the shard for the mortar. That's where you kind of get the benefit out. I mean, there's still the 30% lifesteal, spell lifesteal here for the... Oh, yeah, they're going to be able to get another kill. Chodix, no way away from that.
That's a missed coil as well, which they did see, so they can potentially take this tier 2 if they want to.
Yeah, they could go for a little bit more here now as well. He spots up Verse. Smokescreen comes out into the ice path. Verse not going to be able to get the ice blast off in anybody's faces this time around. Difference, though, will be able to get himself back to the high ground.
Scanning.
Yeah, another kill. They're going to get the tower. They get the D ward. Control of the map. Really good move from Navi again.
Difference actually jumps out here. Oh, the RP. Did he get to throw it out? He's going to be able to get it this time now. Do they have the lockdown to get to kill the ice path? They do. Difference. I don't know what he was doing there all alone. I mean, he even saw... I think it was Sanctity on the creeps there that he saw. And, yeah, just gives up his life for free.
They're going for more. Day 1 grip. Oh, he wants his 4-staff, but he's not going to get it.
Do they have enough to get a kill out here? He's already used that escape act, and it looks like they do. They do take down the Ringmaster.
Sheesh. So, yeah, I mean, they have the Sanjay Nyasha now on Bristle, and he even got the best drop possible with, in essence, Brawny Ring.
Yeah.
But the real problem is damage. Like they have, I guess, decent sustain, but they don't have damage. They don't have stuns. That's really the only stun they have is coil.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, well, you have to rely on the split for the Brewmaster to get a, and I suppose that one, the ultimate with the boulder toss there as well. Yeah, not a lot of control out. Cold Feet, it's not an instant proc. Doesn't have the shard either, so he doesn't get it on the Ice Blast.
Yeah, they're gonna go for a smoke here, and I'm not even sure which timing they're gonna be utilizing. Like the Ringmaster is 10 gold away from. Okay, now they just want to stop the Roche, but
not really time. Not even going to be able to get an Ice Blast in here now as well. Chodix rotates in. Can they try and turn this one around? Chodix, though, he does have that split available if he needs to throw it out, backs himself away. They don't want to fight this one. The Roshan goes down. Smoke reveal is out here. D-Ward coming through from Yuragi. Gives that gold over to Kaori. But, yeah, it's... like I said, the timing was rough. I'm surprised he didn't throw an Ice Blast in there first to try and, scout it out, try and set up for a kill. But one move just could not get that timing down.
Yeah. And now with the Aegis on TA, these fights are even rougher now. This is just a free tier 2.
And again, what can you really do to defend this one? Because it feels like Na'Vi, every time they take a fight, apart from one, they've always come out ahead.
Gets found.
Do they have enough damage to get the kill, though? I mean, the Ricky's going to give enough. One more right click he turns. He has to turn and right click. He's not going to be able to survive, but you can't show Sanctity your back. And Puck tried to do his best here. Bristleback, well, one hero that can show his back here to the Ricky, but right on top of us, there's going to be another smoke screen coming through. Can they get the kill? Sounds out here onto the Bristleback and Kaori. It's a lot of damage. Walking through the Macropire, though, Eyesight, does he want to try and get himself away? Split has been used. Chodix can be unsplit now as well. It looks like the Ricky. They'll be able to get the dive away. The damage coming through out onto the Bristol, the dead shot. Sanctity, he will live for a little bit longer. Grip, he does get the kill with the Tame the Beast. But the Rotovators comes through. Brewmaster's already used that split. Can he get himself away from this one? It's a lot of damage now as well. He throws out the cask for the TP away. Do they have the damage to get the kill? The slowdown here. One more right click though. It wasn't enough. It was not enough.
All right, I mean, it was fine. You killed... I mean, it's a 2 for 2. Foreign support, so it was an okay fight. And when you're this far behind, you take everything you can get.
And Goldswing wise, never mind. Navi, it was.
Yeah,
I think it was a 14k before that fight. Still 15k now.
Yeah, I mean, like they got 500 gold, but
yeah,
like this TA is farming like crazy. It's just not gonna suffice.
And what's his next build-up? Going to be into the Daedalus. How do you feel about... Because a lot of players I'm seeing now, especially when they're playing like the Svens, going into the Revenant's Brooch, it is about 2,000 gold cheaper, but it doesn't feel anywhere near effective.
I mean, I like it. I think it did get nerfed this patch, so it's not as good as before.
Yeah.
This game... I like the physical damage route just because you also have a Riki, and when he gets the shard, oh, that's a dead. Speaking of Riki, the dead difference. But I think there's definitely a time and a place for Revenant's Brooch. I think it's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, especially against high armor heroes. Like that, not the case for this game, but
yeah. It just feels like it's the default because it is that 2k cheaper, and obviously, it's quick crits that come out. But I mean, I've been watching Svens for the past week in general, and I don't think I've seen a Sven win a game yet. That hero just feels, so bad in the item builder. It needs, it goes for the Mask of Mana Sekko Saber, then it needs a Blink, it needs a BKB, it wants to go back for the Harpoon, it needs a Satanic, it needs the Swift. It just, I don't know why. I mean, I know why pro players keep going for it, but to me, it just feels so bad to play the Sven at the minute. But there's no Sven in this game here, and, well, there is an AA. There was an AA. First going to be dead. Chodix. Dive comes through. Can they get the damage off? They're going to have that control now as well. The sound's coming through onto Chodix. Chodix, no split. Will be killed off this Brewmaster, and, yeah, I think this might be the start of the end. The start of one move in this series.
Yeah, not looking good. They have not committed RP. They have not committed Macropire. So there's still a lot of gas here in Navi's tanks. Oh, and they find... Okay, speaking of RP,
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the lockdown out. Dream Coil is going to be used, but look at the damage here onto the Bristleback. The Bristleback, the right click falls through. Sanctity going to be able to get the damage. Wheel of Wonder will come out here. Do they have enough damage to take down two? They do. It's going to be Boom and Sanctity going down. They still lose eyesight in the trade. And now hop forward here from Verse, but not going to be able to get on top of Ari. Yeah, Ari, he's got that Glimmer Cape going here. He's going to have the Glimmer Cape coming through from Kaori. And the trade-off, look, Yuragi, he has this Aegis for the next 30 seconds. He's not scared of going down. He's got all the damage in the back.
so... not a bad trade again, but, you know, this is a fight in the... literally in one move's base, so...
Yeah.
You're not really gonna get anything out of killing those heroes besides not losing more building HP.
And Yuragi, 300, 400 gold away from the full data list as well. He can have his courier fly out with a recipe if he wants to. Oh no, recipe's a little bit more expensive, so he's about still about 500, 600 gold away now after taking that creep camp.
No difference.
Does he get caught out again? Ricky's going to see him. There's going to be the smoke screen coming through the force staff this time, though. Difference. Can he get himself away? The escaped act will come out here. Ice Path will still connect. Ice Blast comes through, but Difference, does he survive? They take down Grip. Difference is trying to run himself away from this one. The Dream Coil is going to be used, but the Dual Breath's here now as well. The damage, Difference. Can he get himself out here? Sanctity is hunting for the perk. It looks like the perk might just survive through this one. Chodex, though, it might be another story. They've got the lockdown. They've got the control. They have the kill. And again, another two heroes.
Have you checked Sanctity's build? He has a Blink Dagger to chase the puck.
Excuse me?
Yep. He bought a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's working. The
Yeah.
man's 10-3-12.
I love it. Like, he doesn't have to commit the first Blink Strike to go in, so
Yeah.
he actually gets to just chase Difference everywhere. Such an annoying build. And he's running towards the puck right now.
Yeah, they're Bristleback and Puck. You know, we'll see who they might actually catch out onto the
Oh, there
AA.
you
They
go.
do. Blink comes in here, Sanctity right on top, and AA. Easy kill coming through for Sanctity.
He already scanned as well, so they understand they're being pincered, and Eyesight will survive.
Yeah. Easy TP out for him. Difference. Not going to get caught out from Ari there as well, so we'll be able to get the TP out himself. But yeah, 14k net worth lead still here. 29 kills to 11. Na'Vi just taking right back control of this game where they left off in that last game.
Look at that ward, that deep ward from Na'Vi. They know exactly where they are, and they're gonna go again.
Right on top of Chodex here. Chodex smoke screen is going to be enough. No split for you, my friends. Sanctity will get the credit for the kill.
By the way, Chodex bought a Midas, so his Radiance is still very, very, very far behind.
Why? You know you're so far behind anyway. Why would you go back for a Midas?
Well, that's why people buy crypto, you know? You're screwed, so might as well, you know, just all in all of your life savings.
Okay. Sure, I guess it's getting the extra XP as well. Yo, so he's boosting his levels quicker. Yeah, to me, he ain't going to get going in this game because, again, he still needs a BKB Myers, and in fact, he goes for the Blink Dagger first. I don't know, man. This Radiance, I mean, we're looking at 30 minutes, and he's already going to be, if he gets a good time in here, might be, 35, 36 minutes before he gets to it. Ice Path, Grip, though, going to be able to get the 4-step down to the low ground. Do they have the damage?
Oh,
Dead
holy shot.
They have the control, and Grip will go down.
Ari already has his Aghanim Scepter, so a lot of reach. Yeah, I don't know. Like, this game is looking even grimmer than game number 1. It's just a little bit tougher to go high ground. I think Coil and just like A Bless in general, like they have really good high ground, but
I mean,
feels like it's just a very slow descent to a loss.
Yeah, the big man could be back up in his pit in the next few minutes. Going to be a maximum of 2 minutes 37 seconds here before Roshan's back up. So, excuse me, is that what Na'Vi are waiting for? That next Aegis with the Roshan banner before they try to make a push?
Yeah, that's definitely the safe play. Looks like Yuragi already has his Daedalus, so it should be very easy for them to just Roshan go for a play.
Yeah. Okay. One move are out of the base, though. If they get caught out here, it's going to be rough because only the puck has a buyback available throughout the entire 10 players. Only the puck has a buyback available. So yeah, one good fight for Na'Vi. They might look to take... I don't know if it'd be for Megas, because still that tier 2 tower here on the top lane, who they're going to catch out onto now as well. Smokescreen comes through. Difference will fall. This is a good opening here. Well, the Puck, he does have that buyback that I just talked about. We'll see if he's going to be forced to use it here. Catch out, Shockwave onto Grip. But they still have pretty much all their ultimates up on the side of Na'Vi. Nothing being committed just yet. Ari, though, Rotovatos to get a lockdown onto the mortar. The buyback comes through from the Puck. Grip. He loses so much health here. In fact, he might just lose his full life. This game pack will be used as the split comes out from the Brewmaster. What can he try and do onto this one? The AA Blast won't look like it doesn't hit onto anybody here. Split one off the Chodex. Chodex now, he is just a big creep. And now he's going to be a big dead creep. After that split wears off. Difference doesn't want to get caught out. He doesn't want to die back here on the Puck. But this might open up that one lane of racks in the mid lane here for the side of Na'Vi.
It definitely does. Like, I mean, they are P and two-shot the Bristleback. Like, he's supposed to be the strongest hero. He has a BKB, so doesn't really have that much armor. And the Urag is just way too strong.
I like that the smoke screen's gone down here to cover the advance from the side of Na'Vi, and they will be able to get this at least one lane of racks from this one. Tier 2 tower, again, it does stand in the top lane, but it looks like they're going to move down towards the bottom lane. This Tier 3 tower bot lane has nothing. It has less than 400 health left if you want to try and take this out.
Right? They can literally just roach for free here.
Yeah. Oh, he's walking. I was trying to find him. I was looking at both caves. I was like, it says he's up. Where is he? I forgot. He's walking down the river. He's taking his daytime stroll. He's getting his steps in here, Rochelle.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Okay, so yeah, Roche is up. They try to kill. Difference bottom.
Illusion.
So they should just collapse into the Roshan pit.
Yeah, you can see that one move though might know this is happening. They've made a smoke out, trying to stop this. Boom, going to be able to get the skewer away though. Chodex. Blink comes in.
The problem is, like, how do they take this fight, right? You have no way to jump and kill anyone. Like,
yeah.
You have no stuns. Your Brew has a blink Midas. Like, I don't see them killing anyone.
Well, that maybe we get an answer to the question here. As look at this one as well. Yuragi using these illusions coming through. He picked up the illusion rune here for the TA. It's gonna be a big wraparound coming through from the side of Na'Vi.
Oh,
so the wrap on the back, we're gonna be able to get the lockdown now. Chodex, he just disappears. No magic tricks this time around. Oh, the Ice Path connects into the Bristleback now as well. Wheel of Wonder will be thrown out. Who does that connect onto? Looks like there's nobody gonna be facing it, so nobody does get caught out by that. What can they do here? Difference going to be low. Do they have the silence? They have the silence. Do they have the control? Jumping from Sanctity. The RP comes out. Even catches onto the Bristleback now. Ice Blast. He might be able to get the kill out to Sanctity. Bristleback's really down low. Yes, Sanctity will fall. But look at this one now as well. Eyesight. Well, they're actually going to change onto Verse. Verse, he is straight up dead. Buyback comes through from the Brewmaster. But again, the Rotovatos for lockdown. Dead shot out onto Chodex here. Chodex. I think we're looking at Butch and Sundance time. I think we're looking at do or die time here for the side of one move being 3 heroes down.
Yeah, I mean, no BKB on the Bristle. They have a split, but doesn't
Skew
matter.
Back. Ice Path. Damn, dude. How quick did he die, though?
That was very quick.
It was disgusting. And the GG is going to be called. One move, they know they don't have a way back into this, so they are going to give up this series up against Na'Vi, drop themselves down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think this game was definitely a little bit more of a stomp, even if it actually lasted for a little bit longer than game one.
Yeah.
That was one game where I didn't really see one move being able to find ways to counter what Na'Vi was doing. But I guess in their defense, the second game draft was even worse than game one draft to me. I'm not sure if it's Na'Vi drafting really well or one move not drafting that well. But I looked at their draft and I just couldn't really see. Like, they couldn't win their lanes. They couldn't pick off. They couldn't split push. Like, Puck can't split push until you have a couple of items. And then Ricky was just hunting for him the whole time with the Blink Dagger. Like, how do you do anything about that?
Yeah, it did feel like, again, difference in both games here in the series. just got picked on, by the side of Navi. They did put the pressure on. They were able to find those heroes that really made sure he didn't get any sort of lead. He really never got himself ahead here. So Navi, they are going to be moving through into that upper bracket semifinals to play up against the winner of OG versus Rabbit Yagi, which is going to be the next series coming up. But we are on a fixed schedule here, so that one's going to be a little bit of a ways away. We're going to be back in about, I think, just over an hour's time here, probably about an hour and 10 minutes before we get into that series. So we are going to throw it to a break, and we'll see you when that final series of the day starts. We'll see you then.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Structures are fortified. Dire's top tower
Welcome back in, everybody, to the final game today of the CCT. It is going to be OG coming up against Radabayagi, and I hope I'm saying that correctly. Bowie, looking at this matchup here, are you thinking OG coming in through as the favorites? Because, again, I've been watching them, they're okay, but they are a very new team. Together, they've only been together for about a week, these 5 players. So, they do still have stuff to work on. But do you think Radabayagi, are they going to be the ones that you're looking at to take this win in this series?
Look, I'm a big OG fan, so don't get me wrong when I say that I feel like a lot of OG fans right now are scared to, put their hands on fire here for OG. On paper, they should be heavy favorites, but as you said, they've been swapping a lot of players recently. They do have lots of things to work on. And when you're playing tournaments like this, where teams are really, really hungry for wins, it can be scary, especially when you have expectations on your side.
Okay. On the other side, do you think the pressure is on Robbie? We get to look at the OG roster here. 43 Stormstormer, Davai Lama, Days, as well as Kadaro coming through. They are going to be the 5 today, and for the rest of the event, as well as a couple of other events going on at the minute. But yeah, for Radabayagi, is it kind of pressure off for them? Is it a case of, well, OG are the ones that are expected to perform, they just get to relax and play their own game?
I think Radabayagi definitely has the less pressure on them, right? If you lose, you lost to OG, you're kind of a stack playing together. If you win, it's like, god damn, we're so good, we're improving. So yeah, definitely pressure on OG. But they should be favorites. I think, I've been very impressed by Stormstormer. He made a lot of the team that he joined stronger. Kidaro, to me, is very underrated, position 5. So they have the pieces. I just feel like they need to find a way to make all of them work together.
Okay. We'll see if they are going to be able to crack on with that here today. Looking at what they have been playing here on OG, they've not been able to get that Stormstormer Invoker. That's one hero that over the past few days I thought might be making an appearance, but yeah, they haven't been able to get that Invoker out here for Stormstormer. It's been, like I say, he played a mid Beastmaster. I saw him play yesterday or the day before. He's been going for some interesting picks, so we'll see if they continue to go for that. And Davai Lama, he just likes to go for these classics again, the Bristleback in the off lane. He likes to play himself those heroes that can take a bit of a beating, but again, has been being punished in that off lane. Timbersaw, another one that I've seen him play a couple of times, and you can feel like it is making space, but he has been punished in the off lane a little bit. So looking to see a bit of a reaction here from him today, a bit of a step up.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see a little bit of that. But with Radabayagi, they do have Aztecor. I think he's probably the player that got sacked the most out of the old Yellow Submarine. He used to be their 5, and we saw a lot of those players being picked up and actually getting great success. Kind of sad that Aztecor ended up being left behind, let's say, just because Spirit already had a 5 that was TI level. But I do feel like he actually is a big asset here for this team and could be the difference maker to allow these, let's say, unknown players to play their best.
Yeah, and we'll see how they are going to be able to play. We'll see. I mean, again, as to go, talking about him, he is only 20 years old, so plenty of time left. It's not like he's coming to the end of the career. He is running out, and sometimes these stacks are a great way to show off what you can do, and a great way to show off what other play, how you play as a team as well. So you could get, picked up by an org. Radabayagi, are they an org or are they just a stack?
I think they're a stack. I mean, there's a couple of these weird orgs where like some rich dude pays $400 for a team to play together.
Yeah,
but I wouldn't say they're like an actual org. Seems to be way too big of a word.
Okay. Yeah, it's like Avalos. Everyone's just like, Avalos. It's a fun name, right? It's a fun. No, that's like an actual company. It was an actual org. So yeah, you don't realize that until somebody does a little bit of digging. So we'll see. Radabayagi did go 2-2 in Group B here. So looking who they played up against, they lost against Passion. They got a forfeit win because Asakura dropped out. And then won up against Winterburs, lost up against Endgame here, Radabayagi. So we don't know how that would have gone up against Asakura, but they did get a 2-2 thanks to that. So bottom of Group B here in terms of the qualifiers, below Endgame and Passion. Again, I'm interested to see how they're going to play, whether they are going to be able to stand up. Because OG, it feels like, and I've said this a few times over watching the past few days, that OG have a really good plan when they're ahead. They just seem to struggle a little bit when they're behind. So if Yagi can put them on the back foot, it might, I don't want to say panic, but it might throw OG off balance. But if OG get ahead, it feels like they get ahead and they just stay in control.
Yeah, I think that's fair. When you have so many player swaps, it's really hard to get a cohesive understanding of how you have to play the mid game. That's the type of thing that takes lots of hours screaming together. So it's going to take a while for OG to get there. But as you said, if they get a better draft, if they just dump the lanes, they can probably take this series pretty easily. I do feel like, in terms of just player pedigree, they should be much better.
Yeah. Because I was watching them up against Paseka yesterday. 33-minute game, 38-minute game here. And again, that was where we're looking at that mid lane Beastmaster coming out here for OG. They did look really good. Like I say, they looked like they knew what they wanted to do. Speaking about Beastmaster, going to be that first ban coming through for Paseka. So, not Paseka, excuse me. I was looking at the wrong team, looking for Robert Yagi. So yeah, we'll see what they're going to be able to do here. Ban-wise, on the other side, it is going to be that Terrorblade. Going to be the Nature's Prophet being taken away straight away here by OG.
Huh. Terrorblade first phase, not that popular of a hero, but interesting nonetheless. A lot of Magnus bans, right? The Dusa always showing up. What else?
Big here again. If they want to, Rabbit Yagi can take away. I think Davai has been focused. Stormstormer as well. You've got a couple of these comfort heroes that you can take away, and then Davai, you take away the Bristleback, you take away the Timsaw. Beastmaster's already gone here. The Tide Hunter you can take out too. So there's still a few choices depending on who they want to try and focus down on these bans.
Yeah, Maga definitely a big one that's left to slaughter, huh? So very interesting approach, just banning heroes that they feel like Raboriagi is good at, not necessarily going for the meta of just the most popular heroes.
And we'll see what the first couple of picks are going to be here too, because opening wise, Rabbi Yagi, what have they been playing? What have they been looking to pull out here in the CCT? So up against Passion, they did use the Warlock. They have been using the Slardar, it looks like. Even bringing out a Pudge here in the first game. PA, Ringmaster. So yeah, a lot of popular heroes here already for Rabbit Yagi. Up against Winterbuzz, they even pulled out an LC. So Doom, Tiny. Yeah, a lot of these meta heroes here, Rabbit Yagi going forward.
Yeah, I did cast the Dream League qualifiers, and I saw a lot of Pudge. I was very impressed by it, because Pudge was always a highly contested hero in pubs, but didn't really make a splash in competitive that much. And after the Shard nerf, I thought the hero was kind of done for, but apparently not.
Okay,
so maybe we could see it here.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for that one here as well. Rabbit Yagi, what's the final ban going to be? Is it OG? They do me a favor. They take away that Tinker. Just making sure that one can't be played up again today.
Yeah, Tinker definitely an annoying one. So a lot of tiny bans, Morphling. You can maybe ban AA, pick Morphling, but they're gonna go for the Tiny instead.
Panning out that Darkseer, yeah. So again, another offlaner being removed. We'll see what OG response is going to be. And again, the Warlock, if you want to, that is fairly open. I'm surprised we've not seen that yet today, but I know something like OG likes to play it. Oh no, okay, they're going to go PA. Days on the Wind Ranger. So it's, again, a hero that I'm not seeing a lot of people outside of OG play, but Days on the Wind Ranger, he looks absolutely phenomenal on this. He sometimes, I think, I forget which game it was, but he's been looking to end the game higher than the kills that the carries are picking up. From minute 3-4, he's rotating, he's having an impact. These power shots with the kill shot facet now is incredibly strong. So I wonder if that's something that OG are going to look towards in this first game.
I've seen a lot of Wind Rangers against Huskars. I feel like in a game where you cannot afford to ban a Huskar, teams pick Wind Ranger because he's usually very low HP, right? So having that 14% kill threshold is nice. But there you go. The Warlock you talked about gets banned. Jakira as well. And this can very well be the carry to carry matchup. Just a tiny carry into a PI.
Yeah, who wins that one, do you think? Is it like down to game time, or do you have a definite winner between these two?
I actually prefer Tiny. I think
Yeah.
Tiny is more stable. You know, PA needs to have a really good lane, whereas Tiny doesn't necessarily need that. Tiny's high armor. The break is annoying, but you can always BKB. And Tiny's just a better sieger. Like, you win a fight, Tiny just destroys buildings.
Okay, okay. And do you think the Tiny comes online, if this is the carry, does it come online a little bit quicker? Because you know, the Tiny build-up, it feels like the Echo Saber is what he wants to go towards. You don't see the carry blink Tiny early on. You know, it's a bit more of a right-click build-up here.
Yeah, definitely gets online a bit earlier, and he can also get a Silver Edge, which in this game would be pretty nice.
Yeah.
So we'll see if OG is going to be able to dissuade this Tiny from being played as a carry, or if they don't really care about that too much.
Okay. They do go for the Silencer. OG on that Ringmaster on the other side here. So Silencer, again, just a very nice global ultimate to come out. Any ganks potential going on, any fights that they need to shift in their favor. Having that global silence will do a lot of work here. Sand King is going to be the pick. Can flex between the mid and the off. So I'm going to keep OG guessing on both the Tiny and the Sand King at the minute.
Yeah, that's a pretty clever one. I have one lane that both of them share, but they can be in the side lanes as well. And they have a lot of catch for this Ringmaster. I feel like, you know, in general, whenever we see Ringmaster, we see the Rikis and the Silencers showing up just to make sure that that's how much teams value Ringmaster as a safe hero right now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I do like the sinking approach. It also kind of trashes PA in the lane. Like, she can't really find the Sand King.
Okay.
So
What
do
then?
you go for now?
Do you think that's a potential offlane then? Or is the Silencer being played more as the 5?
I think it's a Silencer 5 with the Tiny more than likely. It's still pretty early, but that's what kind of... That's my first guess.
Okay, okay.
I think you need something that can hunt the Silencer and doesn't necessarily care about global. Like a Primal Beast of sorts, or... Even Riki doesn't sound too bad. Like, the mischance is annoying against Tiny. If you have Smoke Screen on the ground, Sand King can't really stun you. You have ways to go in and out.
Do you want to look for a quick BKB builder as well? You'll be able to get that BKB off when the Global Silence comes out. Are you looking for something? Gonna be the Lycan Night Stalker. Okay.
Yeah, that can hunt the Silencer. Oh, damn.
Could be the 4 Night Stalker as well.
Yeah.
The OG have done that a couple of times.
I think that's exactly what they're going for here. Unless it's like a mid Lycan, which, as you said, apparently it's the new thing here for Stormstormer, but probably gonna be NS4.
Yeah, yeah. And to be fair for the Night Stalker, yeah, all you need to do really is get on top of either the Sand King or the Silencer with that crippling fear.
Yeah.
So it's going to be maybe a bit of a longer build-up, but I think the Night Stalker still goes towards that Blink Dagger, and then that's kind of job done. Everything he gets from that after that is kind of a bonus here for the Night Stalker in that position 4 role.
Yeah, and you have a lot of follow-up. Like, if the Night Stalker finds him, the PA can quickly blink. Lycan can follow up as well. All right, so what's your approach here? Do you go for a save yourself? Do you just get a tanky, like, Clockwork type hero to man up on the Night Stalker?
Would you play that? Well, then, yeah, I guess you'd shift the Silencer out of the 5 to the 4 if you went for the Clockwork, but a little bit of an awkward lane. Or are you happy to put the Clockwork into the off? Because
I think Clockwork's fine with tanking. Like, if whenever you have the Sandstorm, even if it's double melee, like, how do you don't really fight that? The PA can't really do anything, and it's mostly like, what, the Ringmaster right-clicking you?
Okay, okay. Well,
right, because he's a 5, 100%.
We're going to see the Pango coming out, so that potentially going to be our mid, like you say, Sand King off, Tiny in that carry role. What's the response here? Yo, what do you think Stormstorm is going to go for? What's the optimal pick up against a Pango like this so far in the draft?
Well, Huskar doesn't seem half bad. Should stomp the Pango.
Yeah.
But if you want to go for like a more normal type hero, you can go Shaker. He's notoriously good against Silencer. You just find him, kill him. You're gonna have vision for the Night Stalker for that. And it's a classic Stormstormer hero as well.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see. Well, we've got some bans to come out first here. So both teams, what are they going to be taking out? So position 4, 5. So just to support being banned out from OG, it looks like on the other side, Robbie Yagi, they want to take out mids. So we'll see what's going to be. No, they ban out the Templar Assassin. So thinking, what, like the Tiny 4 here potentially?
Yeah. Or maybe, yeah. I guess they just want to make sure there's no flags, right?
Yeah, I guess they're covering the bases because the TA would be good because there's no one with a lot of, no real dots coming out here for, I suppose the Impalement Axe, but I don't know if that arts does enough to get through the refraction early on.
Oh, they do go for the double carry ban here just to make sure.
Okay.
Do you ban Huskar or do you ban something else?
Yeah, Huskar, Invoker,
Shaker.
Storm Spirit still available here too.
Storming to Silencer is risky though, with the Sand King as well.
Yeah.
I think it's too risky.
I suppose if you got the Night Stalker though, if the Night Stalker gets that jump first, the Storm can follow up.
I don't know.
Not a fan? Okay.
Take DK away. Interesting. I guess that probably means they want to play carry DK then, because the Breathe Fire is a hard counter to Tiny.
You mean carry Tiny?
Yeah.
Okay. No, they go for the Sven.
Wait, could be Sven 4, but
Could it?
right? Like they're technically. It was way better in the past, but it's still like the armor against Lycan and PA is very good.
Yeah, I mean, I went on that little rant in the last series about what I think about this fan.
I think Tiny's a better carry. Like,
yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the Sven as a hero. You know, he's a really fun hero to play. I think he has a lot of impact, but I just think the shopping list of what he needs to pick up is too long. And the Svens that I've seen over the past few days, I don't think I've seen a Sven win once. Maybe once.
Yeah, I would much rather have the Tiny, but we'll see what the plan here is. Probably depends on what OG picks as well. So Puck is not good. I really like Shaker, honestly.
Yeah.
I think Shaker is good. You try to 100-0 the Silencer, and if you do that, the fight's probably already won for you.
Okay. Are you not bothered about the Pango matchup in the mid? You know, the Swashbuckle and the Shield Crash coming through. They're going to go for the Ember Spirit. Okay. So more control, more catch out. You know, you're going to have the Searing Chains for the lockdown onto the Sven. Still going to be able to jump onto that Silencer, do some decent damage. You got the Sleight of Fist, so you don't even need to really commit to get those Searing Chains off.
It is a carry Sven, by the way, so
Yeah.
you're right. Not gonna lie, even though I don't like the Sven, I also don't like the Ember. It feels a bit risky into Silencer. Like, the matchup's fine against Pango, but it's also not great. So as a 24 pick, it seems... I don't feel like they got a lot of value out of that.
Yeah.
But I still want to rate OG a bit higher, just because, you know, it's OG. I think the Lycan pick's really good. The Vilema probe is going to have a field day.
Yeah, and we'll see. I suppose that's another thing, right? As long as the Lycan gets the shapeshift off, you're going to be able to get the chase down onto the Sansa, right? Because even if the global Sansa comes out, you're already in your wolf form. You're already going to be... And it feels like we spent the entire draft speaking about how OG are going to be able to kill this Sansa, and nobody else. But so what is it here for the OG draft? You like say you know the players, but is there anything else specific you're looking for in this draft here that puts them a little bit ahead?
I think this Night Stalker, the nighttime fights are going to be, like, the vision game for them is just so much better. You have Wolf scouting around, you have Night Stalker vision. So I'm assuming using all of that initiation that you have with the support Tiny as well as the Sand King might be hard just because the map control is going to be a little bit favorable towards OG.
Okay. Well, we're going to be able to get ourselves into the game, see how this one is going to break down between the two teams. Who is going to be getting ahead and who is going to be going down. It is a best of 3, so, it's not like you're one and done. And even then, there is still a lower bracket here in this event. So even if you lose this one, you still have a second life, you have a second chance. But everybody wants to be getting ahead as much as possible, which means winning this match, getting yourself through to the semi-finals up against Na'Vi, coming up against them tomorrow. I think we've got, or at least I've got the games tomorrow night. I might be on with Snur on the final
Yeah,
two matches.
on Wednesday with DK Truman, I think.
Okay. And
All right, so gonna be an interesting one. Scary Sven, that's my first Scary Sven of this patch that I'm casting, and apparently he didn't really have a lot of good feelings about it.
yeah, like I say, it's just the hero needs so much build-up, and if it ever gets behind, if it ever gets like spaced out, if OG get aggressive here and stop, I want to say Snowy from being able to find the farm, or is it Snovy?
I would say it's Snowy.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll stick with Snow until we get told differently. But yeah, if they ever really put the pressure onto the Sven here, he falls behind, he can't build up his items quick enough. And even when he does, that BKB just drops off so hard when it gets down to 6 seconds. And the Sven, if he's not the one that instantly blows up 2 or 3 heroes in these fights, he just ends up getting kited out so easily.
Yeah, to me, like, the reason why they picked Sven is just because technically it's like 3 physical damage dealing cores for OG. So
Yeah.
in a 5 versus 5, even after all of the nerfs to Warcry, like, it's still 14 AoE armor, right? I think that's kind of what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
But is the carry good enough to, like, win, like, just farm and win team fights? I'm not sure.
Well, we'll be able to find out here in this game. And yeah, it does feel like the Sven as well, in theory, he gets a little bit further ahead of the PA. You're going to be able to get the cleave out level 5. You're going to have level 3 in the greater cleave. And you should technically boost yourself up in terms of farm a little bit quicker than the PA who needs to go towards the Battle Fury. But it's, that's in theory. We'll see if that's actually how it's going to pay off here. Just watching Denton be chased back. In fact, he cancels his TP here, Denton, as well. Stormstormer up against Mirrorlight in the mid lane as well. No, he didn't. Did he?
No, he was channeling the freaking vision.
Oh, he was doing on the what?
Yeah,
okay,
the
on the Watcher. Yeah, okay. But yeah, Stormstormer up against Merle here on the Pango. So how does the Ember Spirit do in this matchup? Who are you looking to come out ahead in this mid lane? Who are you looking to have the most impact here?
It is a little bit a high skill matchup, but Pango usually just wins because it's all physical damage for the Pango. And even though Ember has 4 armor, once you get like an Orb of Blight,
they're gonna get it.
Okay, Courier plus First Blood.
Yeah, decent amount of gold there. Kadaro did pick it up. He had the Blood Grenade going, I think it was, as well as the Impalement Arts. So it was a lot of damage over time coming out onto the Tiny there, and the PA just couldn't get the right click off to secure that last. But it doesn't matter. The hero goes down, you split the gold, you get that First Blood on the board, and cheers all around here for OG early on.
Yeah, very nice. Mid lane is a slight lead to Mirel, but nothing too crazy. And both offlaners. Both offlaners struggling, I guess you can say.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming through here, trying to force that regen out of the Sand King. And Gadaro, halfway towards that level 3, I think that's where the hero becomes the scariest. Around level 3, level 5, when you get the power spikes, you get that jump up on the Impalement Arts, because it does just jump up in damage here. The damage, the max health damage coming through. I mean, level 4 on that, 5% max health damage. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it really is per second over the duration, which, it is very hard. Even 4 seconds here, losing that much HP, really hard to sustain yourself in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound that high, but then you see that it's 80 mana, so it's just... you don't really spend a lot for it, as the Tiny should be okay.
You get 4 charges at level 4 there too, so you can just keep spamming it out.
Yeah. So Sand King being bullied quite a bit here. This double melee lane not working. But I mean, they do have double melee on OG, and the Lycan is doing a bit better.
Yeah, it looks like here as well. It's going to be interesting to see what the day's build-up is going to be as well. Whether it is going to be the support Blink Dagger, the early Blink, as Spirit, once again, the damage coming through. He has to go for the Boros for the Impalement Arts. It lands here to tame the beast. He didn't know where to throw it out. That Sand King just barely going to live. Gonna have to do the Walk of Shame though, all the way back to base. Has a TP scroll to get back into the lane, but Yeah, Sand King, that was rough, buddy. And Syrian Chains, Stormstorm are going to be able to get himself that water in here as well. Daze does rotate down, level 4, the Crippling Fear. We are in the nighttime now. TP coming in from the Tiny. What damage can they do to this one? It forces the TP out. So going to give the PA a free lane here for a good minute or so.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's definitely a bit rough. Morel doesn't get a single rune. This is gonna make the matchup a bit harder, but he is higher level, so you know, at the end of the day, he might just offset the advantage the Pango already had in the lane.
Yeah, but I guess he's going to be able to get the shield crashes off here as well, so yeah, he's going to be able to get that little bit of a barrier. Kadaro going to go for the rotation. No, who are they going to be able to go on? The Void comes out. Sven's going to try and do what he can. Crippling Fear into the Tame the Beast, so the Fear will be here. The Lycan for the chase down now as well.
Wide block.
There's going to be the Curse coming through. Good Stormhammer there from the Sven. Blood Grenade going to be used as well. Dave's going to be slowed to a crawl here. He's going to be able to get himself away. They change targets out onto the Silencer. Silencer, it's a lot of damage coming through, but he is underneath that tier 1 tower here. Dave's still taking the right clicks from the Silencer. The Creep can't see him here, so Asticore still going to be going for the right clicks. In fact, does he get himself out of this one? One more right click. It might... Ooh, it's not enough. The one charges. It keeps the Night Stalker alive.
Damn. Yeah, that extra region during nighttime allowing him to be just healthy enough to survive all of that. He did have like a Fairy Fire and other region items, but does manage to save that up.
Meanwhile, last hit wise, Stormstormer is ahead of the Melee in this lane as well. You're going to be ahead by about, well, depending on if he hits this catapult here, 9 to 10 last hits. Top lane, they want to go once again. The Stormhammer comes through once more. But Kadaro, the Impalement Arts is off the mark. These Wolves, though, they do a lot of damage now as well. The Tame the Beast comes out. Astigo are going to try and do what he can, but these Wolves chasing down out onto the Silencer. Do they have enough damage to get the kill? Davai has to run himself away. The TP from Denton now as well. The Avalanche, it might just be enough with the tossing now as well. Davai, does he get punished for overextending? He will. Snowy could be able to get that last little bit of damage out. Even Astigo throwing tips onto Davai Lama.
All right, that's pretty good rotations. OG was trying really hard to just bully Snowy out of his lane, but it's still high CS, and they punished that kill.
Yeah. Look at the bottom lane, though. The PA, 36 last hits, 27 denies here for 4-2-3.
Yeah, but, you know, they're finally alone, so Spirit can definitely recover. The damage of Sandstorm now is actually very annoying. The PA cannot contest the Sand King anymore.
No. Are you looking for... I mean, where is Kadaro? Kadaro's actually looking maybe to secure out this Wisdom Shrine. You can see that Denton on the other side going to be doing that now. But, I mean, do you really need to contest as a PA, or are you just happy trying to find these last hits here underneath your tower? Because the lane keeps getting pushed in by that Sand King. Yeah,
no, you just want to farm as a Sand King. You just want to push the lane. When the lane's pushed, you can see the rotations. And he has like a pretty big stack here, 4-2-3. He's not going to be able to stop this by himself.
No, we'll see if there's going to be any rotation in here. Spirit, no vision down as well, so all the 4-2-3 can do, if he stays outside of the Sandstorm, keep pulling these creeps across, and keep trying to go for those last hits. So Spirit, not too far off his level 6. Level 6 is out for the Phantom Assassin, though. And item-wise, what's he building into? It's going to be the Orb of Corrosion and the Power Treads coming out for him. Snowy, how is he looking? Yep, standard build-up. Mask of Madness into that Echo Saber coming out here for the Sven. Actually went for the Broadsword first, gives him a little bit of damage here. 3 points in the cleave, so not colouring outside the lines here, Snowy, on the Sven pickup.
Oh, top lane.
Yeah.
Stormhammer on Daze, but I guess
He can walk it off.
Chase.
He's fine, he's fine.
No boots, Batman. He's very slow. Look at this guy.
Yeah, and now we are, I mean, we're halfway through the daytime, so next nighttime we'll see if the Night Stalker gonna have that impact. That always used to be the thing, though. That was the mid Night Stalker that used to be the second night comes through, and that's when you look to have the major impact here of Stormstormer getting cheeky, looking for these stacks, and I don't think Denton can contest this here. Yeah, Stormstormer, you can see he's just going to play on the steps, do a lot of damage out onto Denton, and Denton Slider Fist into the Searing Chains here, but the toss back, there's going to be a rotation in from the Pango now as well, but he's got the Remnant, he's got that Ripcord to pull to get himself out in case of emergencies, and yeah, it was cheeky there from Stormstormer.
Yeah, I mean, considering all of the wins that OG got in the laning stage, I feel like Rabotiage actually surviving through a lot of that aggression, responding with some good TPs. The game is like pretty even at the end of the day.
Yeah, it is, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do here on the side of Robert Yagi to try and maybe pull it in their favor. Looking at it here as well, Solifist coming through, but it's going to be the Rolling Thunder. Does he have a remnant this time here? Stormstormer, he does. So he forces out that Rolling Thunder and merrily, at least, going to be able to get some farm from this.
Interesting usage of the Rolling Thunder there. I'm not sure what exactly this accomplishes. This is a pretty long cooldown now, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, not the end of the world, but a little weird that he just shows it like that.
Yeah, and it means, like you say, OG, they know it's down now for at least the next minute. So even if the Pango does rotate in, you know, they don't have to worry about here as Snowy's already backed himself into the jungle. It looks like that's where Merrily was going here as well. But yeah, you don't want to be sharing that farm out here between the two big cores on the side of Robert Yagi. So they're giving a free lane over to the Lycan. This is a little bit surprising to me, but it feels like Kadaro, I guess he's hit these rotations. He's never really gone back to the bottom lane. So Robert Yagi do need to match the pressure that OG are applying.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, if you use your Rolling like that is your one team fighting spell right now. You don't have Blink on Sand King, although he's actually pretty close. And you need Global. So that's really the timing. Blink on Sand King, Global being up, and Diffusal Blade on Rel.
Yeah. We are going to get the nighttime out now as well. We'll see Days where he's going to try and head to this one. It is a free lane in the bottom lane because Phantom Assassin already threw into the jungle looking towards his Battle Fury. The Cornucopia, the first item picked up here for Phantom Assassin. Not going for any extra damage. Actually just wants that regen. I guess it keeps him in the mana so he can use these daggers, use the Phantom Strikes as well to farm just a little bit faster.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you need at this stage. Your damage isn't that high for the crits to matter that much.
Yeah. Oh, 4-2-3 though. He might try and make a move mid lane. Searing Chains comes through. They're going to have the impalement now as well to Merrily. Merrily backing himself away. 4-2-3 is close. If he can find a target to jump out onto, but nobody shown here on the side of Robert Yagi. Smoke going to come through. Spirit.
Oh, they
Smoke
have the Blink
breaks.
Dagger.
Oh, Epicenter going to be channeled now as well. Okay, it's not a channel. It's just an activation. Does get to cancel that one off and doesn't get himself in there with the Epicenter.
Huh, pretty interesting. Somehow OG was aware. I guess they knew that Spirit wasn't really building any like long items. They assumed the Blink was going to be an option.
Yeah.
Very nicely done. Like, they lured the Sand King, but they don't get baited.
No, it does waste a little bit of 4-2-3's time, but he's not going to be too fussed about that. And while that's going on again, Days getting this free lane here in the bottom lane. So his power treads, phase boot's here, and it looks like he's got queued up. Yeah, phase boot's going to be a little bit quicker here for him. He's going to get that solo XP. Because that's, again, something I've seen that the position force Night Stalkers struggle with. Get into mid lane, come out to the second here as the silencer. Searing Chains do come out, but yeah, I've seen a lot of Night Stalkers getting up to like minute 15, 16, and they're still not level 6. You know, because it's so hard as this hero to play that position for. If it works, it really can work, but you know, you do need to put in the effort to make it work. And if you fall behind, very hard to catch back up as that position 4 Night Stalker.
Yeah, and the Tiny is very poor. He's the lowest net worth, so a Blink Dagger, not really an option. Right now, you rely a lot on the Sand King that rush Blink Dagger. And I guess, you know, I understand why Rabo Yagi is not going for any aggressive moves. It's nighttime, so vision game is just hindered naturally. You probably have to wait until minute 15 until you try and use all of your aggressive capabilities.
Yeah, the ward goes down here. Days getting cheeky behind the tier 1 Mike, because we're coming up to that time. He might be in the position here to try and challenge on that Wisdom Shrine as well, if no one on the side of Robert Yagi gets themselves over there for that one. Deep ward in the mid lane here for Robert Yagi, though I don't remember when they crossed the river, but they were able to get this ward down. Do they want to try and make something happen? Watcher going to be picked up by Kadaro here, but it looks like 4-2-3 just happy to continue farming out.
Yeah, I don't think they want to do anything on Rabo Yagi.
Yeah.
Like the nighttime just very annoying. You want to respond if possible, but you don't want to do anything. Which is actually good for OG. Like, this Lycan is getting free farm. He's gonna finish his Helm of the Overlord pretty much in a minute.
And yeah, again, the Sven just... I mean, this is what you see from a lot of the carry heroes now, especially from the Sven. He gets the 4 points in the cleave. Just wants to move through the lane into the jungle. You know, they're not really too fussed about that tier 1 tower. How's the PA looking? Battle Fury-wise, just got the gold for the next broadsword. So just needs the recipe. I mean, the recipe being increased to 600 gold now, so he's still 700 gold away. Going to be about a 14.5-minute time here for the Phantom Assassin, just purely because there was no openings for 4-2-3 to pick up any kills to really boost that net worth early on.
Yeah, but it just feels like OG is getting a free pass to farm all of the items they need just because
Scanning.
this Night Stalker support makes it so scary to go and fight. It feels like OG is just getting away with a lot right now.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this, is this Robert Yagi paying too much respect over to the side of OG?
I
Should
don't
they
think
have been
so,
moving
but
through?
maybe 423 didn't pay respect to
Yeah,
the
bottom
Sand
lane.
King.
Global Stance comes out now as well, so he's going to have nothing to Phantom Strike away to. Really big pickup here. Going to slow that Battle Fury down just a little bit longer. It's still the recipe of the mid lane. Oh, excuse me. They are going to be able to get the kill out onto the Silencer. Stormhammer out, though, from Snowy. Look at this crit damage. The toss comes in. They take down Day. So Asco might fall, but the escape pack coming through here. Kadara just going to try and waste some time. No chance he lives through that. Too much damage on the side of Robert Yagi. And yeah, okay, no respect being shown here from Robert Yagi to OG. They know where and when they can find these kills.
That feels really bad because now the PA dies, the Sven actually joins the fight, and the gold discrepancy is going to keep increasing until this battlefield is
Radiant's
completed
middle tower
for
is under attack.
2-3.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that was something, again, that OG needed to do. Rotate, but don't just let the Sven have a free jungle. Look to rotate, put that pressure on. Like you said, you have the nighttime Night Stalker. Why aren't you using that nighttime advantage to your favor, moving through the top? You know where the Sven wants to farm up. Why aren't you looking to try and get a kill onto him?
I think their catch is a little bit limited right now. It's only 2 points in chains. Besides that, you actually have no stuns. So killing
Yeah.
the Sven isn't that easy, actually. But you're going to get a tier 1 mid.
Dyer's
And they might be able to get a tiny out of this as well, or the Wolves are going to run them down. No, the Searing Chains actually lands out onto Meriel. Meriel can get himself away from this one. The Crippling Fear not going to land before the Rolling Thunder comes out. So the Pangolier will be able to get himself away.
Tiny, though, being chased down here.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, let's see here. Denton.
No vision.
Yeah, going to be able to get himself away. Does he have a TP scroll? He does in the next couple of seconds. So just going to wait this one out here, the Tiny. Get the TP towards the top lane where it's safe. And yeah, you can see the OG not being able to make up these early kills. Like you say, stuns not available for OG, and stuns wins games.
Yeah, that's really, one of the issues I had with the Ember. Like, doesn't necessarily beat the Pango. Doesn't necessarily wants to play against Silencer as well. And catch is definitely a problem that they're dealing with at the moment. But it will be a Tormentor here. Daze is going to get a shard, which is pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a move over, see if he can get any kills onto this one. The Borrow Strike comes through, but the Shapeshifted is already out. They still have the lockdown from this. I like this from Snowy here as well. He's not going towards the Blink Dagger. He's got that Echo Saber up. Sanjin Yasha. The Yasha on the way to being completed, and then straight into the AC. So he's not bothered about closing that gap. If he wants to, he can go back for a Harpoon. But he's building up into the strength here, the attack speed here as well. Going to be giving himself more attack.
Snowy.
Yeah, just not where he needed to be here. Snowy is going to get jumped on top of here. Does he have the survivability, though? Pangolier going to be backing him up now as well. You see Stormstormer need to back themselves away here. Swashbuckle comes in, Rolling Thunder out onto Stormstormer.
good
Stormstormer going to
dodge.
be able to get the Sleight of Fist. Still connects out, though. The Blood Grenade will be here. Stormstormer. The escape act, well, it's going to be missing on the Borrow Strike, but the epicenter toss comes in. The avalanche over the top. Spirit will get the kill. Merrily now as well. Kadaro. Well, look at this. 423 going to try and get involved. 423 does take down Spirit. Merrily now, he's already used that Rolling Thunder. Can he get himself out of this one? They don't have any interrupt. So he will be able to get the TP. They didn't even have the vision there on the Sand King.
Yeah, interesting fight by OG. I think they were baiting a little bit because they had this double damage on amplified damage on 423.
Yeah.
But still, they don't get the best trade possible. Only losing the Sand King on Raboyaji for December. I don't know, man. December, Stormstormer. I feel like this is a fine Ember. It just doesn't feel like a good game for the hero.
Yeah. And we'll see just what they're going to be able to do here. What they're going to be able to try and help them deal with. Because 423... He's got that Battle Fury up. He's going to be catching... Well, I don't want to say he's going to be catching up, but he should be able to remain consistent against the Sven's net worth. If he can find one good pickup on the Sven here as well, they might be able to... I mean, overall, they still have that net worth lead.
Yeah, they do. But, they were free-farming for 5 minutes. It felt like they were going to be able to be like 5k gold ahead at this stage. So it is a little bit less than they wanted to. Oh, they find the Sven bottom. They dispel the Warcry, but the chains are so unlucky.
Yeah, and Snowy, he's going to be able to get that Warcry off the chase on Impalement Arts. It will not land. It's not going to land twice here. The dagger comes out, but underneath the tier 1 tower, the Wheel of Wonder, it will be at least locking down onto the Tiny. Do they want to carry on going, though? There's going to be the Global Silence coming out. You'll Scepter out here for the Ember Spirit. Sliderfist trying to do what he can, but he's still going to be at the feet here. Okay, jumps himself away. Daze has to get himself out of this fight. What are they going to try and do? You can see that 423's moving himself away. The escape axe, it still gets a stun out onto Kidaro. Kidaro gets low. Snowy will get the kill, and it looks like Daze going to be the next one to go down. He does take down Spirit, though. Diffusal Blade slows him down. Sven, he's looking for the angle, will be able to get the cleave off for that kill, and Daze will fall.
Okay, so 2 supports for Sand King. I mean, that's nice. That's a fight on the side of Raboyagi's map, so, you know, they kind of have to push lanes after that. They're not really going to get too much. And they have not used the BKB on Fortune 3. In fact, he's about to finish that up. And that's when I think OG is they're gonna be ready to fight at full power.
Okay. We'll see if that's the game plan here for OG. Meanwhile, the Lycan just continuing here. He's got, like I say, he's got that Arm of the Overlord coming out here. Devi going to be into the AC of his own, and then Ags after that. I guess you're just wolf biting out the PA, right?
Nah, probably the Ringmaster.
Excuse me?
Yes, the PA is the best target.
I was just
But
thinking,
even the Night Stalker.
Night
though.
Stalker, yeah, Night Stalker might not be bad, especially if you can get on top with the Crippling Fear.
But yeah, in general, I think the PA is the easy one. BKB also being done means that Fortune 3 is going to be very scary to handle.
Yeah. Where is he TPing? They want to go mid here. They might be able to get the lockdown. Slider Fist, Searing Chains comes out. Crippling Fear. Okay, they back themselves off from this. Don't want to go too far in. Jump away. Stormhammer. It's going to be coming through here. Can he get the kill? Sven? No, the Yule Scepter. Going to interrupt the Sven. Waste a little bit of his God Strength now as well. But Snowy, he wants to carry on chasing. He's got that Warcry going. He's got his Sanjin Yasha. No, turns back onto the creeps. Impalement Arts does miss onto Spirit once again. Lockdown, not quite enough now. But yeah. Like you say, the BKB, it is up for 4-2-3. Do they just dip into the Roach Pit? They know the God Strength's going to be down. And maybe Robert Yagi not expecting this one. So they are going to be able to get themselves into this Roach Pit, maybe potentially for free.
I mean, if they did expect, they know that with that down, this fight is just suicide. Fortune 3 has BKB. There's also a Blink Dagger done for days now. It's just flying to him right now. So during nighttime, you just cannot fight that at all.
Okay, Aegis out here for the PA. Sven continuing farming on the other side of the map. What's his next item? So it is still going to be the AC. Yeah, into that Harpoon, then back for the BKB. I just like this build up a little bit more. You know, I think you get the survivability, you get that utility out from the Sanjin Yasha, and you don't have to rush your Blink Dagger up and be like, okay, I've got my Blink Dagger, guys, but I don't do any damage.
Yeah, I think Blink's a debate this game. You already have a lot of heroes that initiate a fight for you.
Yeah.
Ideally, just want to save up the slot so that you have a lot of burst damage.
Yeah, like you
and
say.
I think he needs Silver Edge anyways, right? So he might work towards that in the like as his last slot.
Yeah, and then you can always change out that Mask of Mana for the Satanic a little bit later on.
Yeah.
Okay. Daze, how's he doing? He has his Blink Dagger up, so I mean, 22 minutes in, this isn't awful here for the support Night Stalker.
Yeah, I mean that's all he needs. He's just a glorified, you know, not global but very mobile silence.
Yeah. Look at this, 4-2-3. He's going to have the backup here of the Ancient Thunderhide as well, so putting a little bit of pressure out onto that tier 3 tower here. It's only 22 minutes into this game, and yeah, you can see that OG looking to maybe as a tactic to try and pull back the aggression from Robert Yagi, but yeah, OG 22 minutes in, pushing onto tier 3 towers. Who would have thought?
Yeah, they did get the tier 2 bottom, so as that was happening.
They're going to be on top of the stance here now as well. What can he do here? Jump comes in, 4-2-3. TP ain't going to save you. Really nice damage coming out from the Phantom Assassin.
And that's going to be a Sanjin Yasha for the PA as well. Just trying to get a status resistance against the break, against the Burrow Strike.
What do you think after that? Do you go straight shard, or do you want the Basher here for 4-2-3?
I really like the shard this game. They have very high HP heroes. Spirit?
Yule Scepter here. Impalement Arts. It's not going to connect because he was in that Yule's toss back here onto the Ember Spirit Stormstormer.
Holy!
he needs his BKB. If he's going to be doing this, he needs his BKB. Going to be going towards a Sanjin Yasha of his own, but that damage is just way too much for the Ember Spirit to handle.
Alright, so this is not good. SOG was looking kind of good. They're going to drop the ball here and lose a tier 1 mid as well.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle
And
tower has fallen.
again, net worth, well, I think for maybe the first time this game, let's just take a look. It is dipping in favor here of the side of Robert Yagi. So, yeah, OG giving a little bit too much away. They still have that Aegis on the PA, so it's not like, you know, they're falling massively behind. With 20k behind, they've got no chance. But, you know, you do just want to hold on to whatever lead you can find here on the side of OG and not give it up as easy.
Yeah, they have dropped the ball a little bit. Like, they've been a little bit inconsistent. When they go for moves, they look good. But they are being picked up as Denton gets his TP cancelled. So, Stormstormer.
How much
There are a
damage has he
couple of
got?
heroes here.
Snowy is waiting. Yeah, the Warcry does come out. Do they want to carry on chasing now? Avalanche. Do they want to carry on going, though? The dagger comes through from the PA. Denton. They're going to be slowed down. Daze gets a kill into Astigos, so there's going to be no global sounds coming out for this now as well. Another dagger. And Denton, he will go down. 4-2-3. Gets the crit to end the game.
All right, I like that Snowy tries to help, but he realizes that, you know, he just shouldn't be there. Lets the Tiny die.
Yeah, he gives him the boost. He's like, okay, whatever else happens, it's all on you, bud.
Yeah, just, you know, made the best out of a bad situation. Still a minute on the Aegis, so it's kind of a risky fight. I think you just let this tier 2 fall.
Yeah, with being 2 heroes down as well, even if the Silencer is respawning, it's not really worth the risk, like you say. You're just going to try and play
they
around
wanna
as
go
well.
for this.
They
TP of the Sand King.
Has fallen.
Oh, that's awkward. That's just not a good TP.
No. Like you said, there was a minute left on the Aegis. I don't know what the game plan, what they thought they were going to do there.
Yeah, it's daytime, right? So you're kind of like, we haven't been fighting for 5 minutes. Let's try and do something. But
Yeah.
it's that was easily a debate. Just could have been farming on the Sand King.
And what are we seeing for the PA? So it's going to be that Sanj being complete out here for 4-2-3. Not sure which way this courier is flying. I don't think the courier know which way he wants to go either.
Is gonna get there. And the Eggs is actually on the way now for the Vailama. He finished the AC, already has gold for 1 component. If like even though OG is dropping the ball a little bit, I can't help but feel like the actual late game is impressive for them. Like this PA, it's just a better carry than Sven, right? I think it's just can't really argue against that.
Yeah. Would you would prefer them to have stuck with like a tiny carry here on the side of Robert Yaga? Yagi?
Dire scanning.
It's hard because the Tiny is a better Ford than the Sven. The Tiny is a better hero than the Sven. So the question is whether you think, you know, I guess Sven struggles less against the break than the Tiny does, but at the end of the day, the Sven does farm a bit faster early, at least,
Radiant's
as they
middle
are
tower
rotating
is under
here.
attack.
Oh, and Kidar's gonna TP out.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get out in time here. They want this, the Tormentor on the side
Yeah.
of Robert Yagi. And it makes sense. Like I say, it is daytime. It's an objective on the map that shouldn't be contested at the minute. So why not take it while you've got the chance? Aegis has been reclaimed as well.
Yeah, let's hope that the Tiny doesn't get the shard. But I guess the Silencer shard is pretty ass anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Probably the Tiny shard is actually better because at least he gets some farm.
Well, it is going to be the... I mean, the Silencer gets the permanent increase as well to 3, is it?
Radiant's top
come
tower
on.
is under attack.
You know, it is... I suppose that tree is permanent there too, so both would have got like a permanent boost up. But yeah, one is just as bad as the other, it feels like. Oh, Storm again.
Is under attack.
Just gets caught out, killed off here. We are, the Dark Ascension nighttime coming out. We'll see if they want to try and fight this one out. We've got the Shapeshift out now from the Lycan now as well. There's going to be a really good Crippling Fear onto the Sand King. Sand King, the Force Staff, it isn't going to do enough. Dave's going to get himself away from this one. He's going to be a little bit faster, can fly up the cliff now as well. Jump in from Merilay. They're not going to be able to get the kill out. 4-2-3. Does he want to try and fight this one out? Davai Lama on the run as well. I'm hearing daggers coming through though. So yes, Silencer going to be crit burst down. 4-2-3. How's that PKB? It's on cooldown actually. So they take down Daze. Daze jumps himself back into his doom. And Robert Yagi, that was a really good fight there. yeah, I guess 4-2-3 got aggressive, but with the amount of control that he had and no BKB, more than enough on the side of Robert Yagi to get that kill.
I mean, OG did a really good job at just kiting Snowy. The Lycan was running around, the Night Stalker was running around, the PA.
Yeah.
But Stormstormer just died. Like, he was the first point of contact there, but for some reason, the Ringmaster didn't get the save on him. So I think they were just not positioned well for that move.
No, and not.
I think that's like on the Ringmaster. Like, if you have your support behind you at this stage, like, you're just not supposed to die like that.
Oh, well, what about now here?
speaking
The
of
damage
Storm.
coming through. He's going to have a remnant to jump himself away to. But yeah, Storm. I mean, in general, he's really not had the game you'd expect Stormer to have. The level that he plays at, I feel like he's not performing at age 1, 3, and 3 here on the Ember Spirit, and really not what I was expecting here from Stormer.
Yeah, I didn't like the pick, but even still, some weird moves. Yeah, not feeling a lot from Kidaru as well. Haven't really. Obviously, you know, you're playing against a global silence, so
Yeah.
it is hard to get those K-packs off. But yeah, he has a ninja gear now, so it should be a bit easier for him to position as there's some stuff happening.
There's always stuff happening.
You're chasing someone top there.
No, I think they were just pushing out the creep wave, right? They were just taking it off the tier 3.
Basher gonna be done on 4-3. But the PA keeps on scaling. Still a pretty solid game for 4-3. But, you know, 5,000 net worth ahead here for Sven. That's the dream game for Sven. You need to be, like, this magnitude ahead of the enemy carry to just stand a chance.
Yeah. What else do you want for the Phantom Assassin? Do you think you should go straight in for the Abyssal Blade, or are you expecting a Satanic here for...
I want a
4-3?
shard.
Yeah?
I think it's too
oh,
late
yeah,
already.
Shard. Yeah.
28% max health damage. Like, that's...
It is
way too
pretty good, and a 3-second break to boot.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty nice here. As the core,
AoE, by
Stormstormer
the
gets
way.
close. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains comes out onto the silencer. And no real follow-up here. 4-2-3 stopped in his tracks, wasn't coming over here. So Stormstormer going to take a little bit of damage. Not a whole lot, just a wee bit.
So... next objective is definitely Roche, and it's going to be a nighttime Roche. So it's really on Raboyage here to position. It's such a hard fight. You have freaking Lycans, you have the night vision. Good luck. I guess you gotta kill the Night Stalker first, because if you remove that extra vision, that might be a way to even the chances here.
I mean, Stormstormer, Sleight of Fist on the creep wave, the Avatars
Oh
comes
my
through. Global
lord.
Silence now as well. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused there. Stormstormer, you got the Sleight Fist off, wait till it was on top of the creeps, and then hit the Searing Chains, and again, he's going to go down. 2 heroes dead. They got the Night Stalker, like you said, so it's going to be a Roshan opening coming through here for the side of Robert Yagi.
Hey, it's a free Roche.
Yeah.
They have buyback on the Ember, but I don't think you want to... Okay, they're going to go for it.
No, they do, but
They
I don't know
already
if they're gonna be able to
delayed,
get
though.
here in time. Yeah, the Wheel of Wonder, it does come through. Maybe catch it out into the Sven.
no.
Tame the Beast now as well, but I don't know, dude. BKB is out here for 4-2-3. He's going to be in that wolf form as well from the Lycan. Can they get the damage out into the silence? If they do, it's going to be no global silence anyway, and another damage 4-2-3. That BKB was off. Stormstormer is going to be caught out again by the Avalanche. Can I get a kill onto the Tiny now as well? He can. Sven, though, what's he going to be able to do? There's going to be the Borrow Strike through now as well. Kindaro taking a lot of damage. Do they break this Aegis, or at least break Spirit? They do take down the Sand King, and now it's going to be 3 heroes surrounding this Sven. Sven, does he have the BKB? He does not. It's going to be a Harpoon, Mask of Madness, and his boots here. He does have himself an MKB. Okay, this buyback, it pays off for the side of OG. They take down the Aegis, and another 4 heroes to boot.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, this is still like more net worth than they had before they went for that play.
Yeah.
And that's an Ember without buyback. And that's OG without Aegis, where honestly, they were the ones that were supposed to get that Aegis. I don't think they had any business as Raboyage getting it. It's better than it could have been, but I think that's kind of the summary of this game for OG.
They might get a Lennorax, though. There is a fortification out, but Sven's not up for the next 58 seconds. You've got the Lycan pushing it in now as well. Just a little Centaur Corsa. So he's got that Cloak coming through now as well. Rolling Thunder, but the Crippling Fear not going to be effective here. Can they get a kill out into the Night Stalker? Night Stalker is going to get low. Toss comes through. They do. Days will fall now. Do they want to carry on going on the side of Robert Yagi? It looks like OG They're still gonna just keep this creep wave pushed in. Sven, again, still 30 seconds away. Storm the finding his farm. Looks like OG gonna respect this one and back themselves up.
Yeah. And Sven actually did not go for the Silver Edge, opting for an MKB instead. So you have that constant through strike. Not really an item you like to buy on Sven, but you know, sometimes it's your only option besides Silver Edge.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, it's nice again for how the Sven looks to want to play, right? Because you get that extra attack speed, you're getting the damage out. So it feels like the Sven is all about the attack speed at the minute. You know, the Sanjin Yasha Harpoon's going to give him a little bit of agility there to the AC, boost that attack speed up. He really does want to get those attacks out as quickly as possible.
Okay, so this game is, you know, slowly leaving OG's hands. Like, it started with them being like 4 or 5k gold ahead at some point, and even after an ultra kill for the PA, this game is looking solid for Raboyagi.
It is going to be a Satanic out for 4-2-3 now. He completes that one. Lycan going to lose his Ancient Black Dragon. Yeah, the Satanic is though out now for 4-2-3, so he might go back. No, it's going to be the Abyssal Blade first. I wonder if he's waiting, you know, potentially saying, okay, there's going to be a Tormentor in a few minutes. We could try and take that shot. But shot away, net worth-wise, excuse me, he's top of the table. So it's not going to be him for the option for the shard, I do believe, unless Lycan doesn't have it. Well, Night Stalker has his. But yeah, nobody else on the other team has their shard. So yeah, like you say, this PA probably desperately needs that shard out sometime soon.
Yeah. So this game is at a point now where ideally you want to fight as Raboyagi.
Yeah.
So they are gonna smoke because it's daytime, but OG going for the 4D chess play, also smoking.
Yeah, Heaven's Harvard is here. Smoke breaks on Snowy now as well.
They
They're
find
going
a
to get us on top.
PA.
PA, they have the BKB. Look at all that damage. Couldn't even get the Satanic. PA's dead. 92 seconds. OG need to leave. And in fact, they're not going to be able to do here. They're going to be able to get a catch-up. Days. TP interrupted now as well. Everybody else, though, has to get out. Has to get back safe. And that PA bought out for the Satanic. No buyback here for 4-2-3.
The way they are smoking and like finding OG in bad positions is pretty commendable here.
Yeah.
This is a PA kill. This is a tier 2 tower down. And we're at a point where the respawn timers are so long that as long as you kill an important hero, Sven doesn't care that he ulted, because, you know, the next fight is gonna be up once he has his ulti again. In fact, they're actually pushing tier 3s.
Top lane, yeah, they're going to be able to try and trade off this tier 3 because the Lycan with his push in for the creeps here was able to get a top tier 3 out.
What
The
about
double
mid,
castable
though?
wave coming in. Roshan Banner is down. You are right here. This tier 3 tower going to be pressured out, and you still don't have a Phantom Assassin for the next 40 seconds. That's going to be a lane of Rags. In fact, it could be 2, because the tier 3 tower on the bottom lane, it is undefended by tier 2s. The creep wave isn't here, and the creeps are going to push into the base. The Lycan doing a really good job of predicting where else that Raboyagi wanted to go, so we pushed that bottom lane all the way out towards the Dire tier 3, but still, a lane of racks for free here for the side of Raboyagi.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. In hindsight, the Ags on the PA felt pretty underwhelming.
Yeah.
Like, there was like one fight, like PA already does enough damage. I feel like this Lycan just needed a way to kill supports better, so I really like the nullifier he's going for. He could have had that right now.
Do you think it was to try and give the PA that lifesteal in the fights with
Yeah,
the wolf bite? Is that what you
But
think?
you need to be close, right? You need to be at 1200 radius, and PA usually, like, both the PA and the Lycan are probably going for different heroes, so kind of unlikely that you benefit from the lifesteal that much.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose the PA has that Satanic up now as well. Abyssal Blade's still on the menu. No shard in sight here for the Phantom Assassin. How's this Sven looking? He's going to be going back for that Swift Blink, so probably gets rid of his boots for that. And but yeah, apart from that, he's fairly built up. He's got his own Satanic now on Snowy.
Yeah. Also, like, the neutral choices here for Raboyagi, they have the extra night vision on Sven, extra armor on the Pango. I think both are very good for the challenges they're facing this game.
Okay. TP back from the silencer. Yeah, you know you've got a Lycan in this game. He's going to just keep putting that pressure on any exposed buildings here. So the silencer constantly has to be the one to TP back here, trying to just keep this creep wave pushed out. The Lycan Wolves will push it in, but has to go. Should stop any damage coming through onto the... I mean, maybe, no, the Wolves even just going to just come up to the high ground here. A little bit of damage out onto the range racks, but for the most part, has to go just going to be able to deal with this creep wave. No issues.
Yeah, and that kind of fits what else the core wants to do anyways, right? He wants to make sure he gets the global off at the right time, and
Yeah.
if he's in the base, no one's going to be finding him there.
Yeah, he is just that big, like you say, that one big button, and unless you get like an Ember Spirit rotation in to try and get on top of him, get that kill off quick, it's not gonna be happening. And yeah, he can just push it at will. Do we have?
And he's getting pretty close to Refresher here. Not that far.
Tormentor is up as well, so we might see Robert Yagi go towards that. In fact, they're making a beeline towards it now. OG, they can't let them have this for free. They have to take something like a tier 3 tower in the bottom lane. Yeah, exactly, would be perfect. They need to force out a fortification, something like that. Can't let this Tormentor go to the side of Robert Yagi for absolutely nothing. But on the other side here, Robert Yagi, they can take this. In fact, they're not even going to take the Tormentor. Going to be stepping up onto this tier 1 tower. Just wanted to take more objectives away from the side of OG.
Yeah, OG, they're gonna go smoke, so it is nighttime. Prime time for them to utilize this Night Stalker. That has been a bit quiet.
Okay. They might be able to take a fight here. Can they get the Sleight of Fist out? No!
Oh, he is out!
They're going to be able to get the lockdown here onto the Tiny, though. The Tiny is going to take a full brunt of the damage. If they were a second quicker onto that Sand King, they might have been able to get both, though.
Yeah, but, you know, you did use your NSOT for that.
Yeah.
It might leave a sour taste in your mouth if the Roche spawn isn't favorable.
Which, well, we don't know what that respawn timer is going to be. I suppose it was at the beginning of the nighttime anyway, so you're not going to have that fly movement, but it is going to be, even when the Dark Ascension wears off, it's still going to be nighttime, right? So you still have that nighttime vision coming out for the Night Stalker.
Yeah, there's definitely a window here for Rabayagi to try and fight once the Tiny spawns. If they feel like that's, you know, what they want to do. They did contest the second Roche, and I think they should contest this one as well.
Yeah, if they can get another good fight like that top tier 3, it's already gone down. They could take a lane of Rex. They could try and even it up just a little bit. And I think, well, 4-2-3, is he going to buy up for the Abyssal Blade? He's still about 6k behind the Sven, though. So, does he want that buyback instead? Maybe after that last fight, he's kind of, you know, being a little bit more cautious, saving for the buyback.
I think you buy after you get the Aegis, if you do.
Yeah.
Buying before is always pretty risky.
And how are we looking item-wise? So, Sun King, Gleipnir is up. He's got that Shiva's Guard, Yule Scepter, Ghost Scepter, Blink Dagger. Pango, Oxyrene Core, Basher for himself, Diff Blade, Ag Scepter. They are going to smoke out here on the side of Robert Yagi, so they want to contest this one. They know roughly, Roshan could be up soon. Don't want to give it up for free. The big man isn't up just yet, so we'll see jump in Stormstormer. No, again. He has that vibe, but again, he went for a Shivas and not a BKB. They take down Kadaro now, too. Stormstormer buys back. They both buy back into this one. They want to try and fight this one out. The Global Silence is down now. Dagger coming through. The bash out onto Snowy. Snowy's going to be controlled through this one now as well. The damage, he's going to be able to turn it around. He's got that Satanic, but the Wheel of Wonder comes out as well. He's got that BKB. Yeah, just look at him sustain. The Satanic going to keep him going here. 4-2-3. What can he do? Can he get the damage off again? No shard out. 4-2-3 trying to run himself away from this one, but they get the catch out. The Stormhammer. They're going to be able to get another kill. And this time, I mean, okay, the PA has buyback. But this is 2 heroes already bought back on the side of OG. This is a massive investment, and it didn't go their way.
And they're going to lose Kadaro as well.
That'll be a dieback. If he goes down here, it's a dieback on Kadaro. And yeah, Kadaro, gone. 77 seconds on the sideline. PA buys back, but for what? What can they really do? This is a free Roche for the side of Robert Yagi.
Honestly, this is just not going to scare Robert Yagi, not going to lie.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm honestly not sure what this accomplishes at all.
4-2-3 could have held that buyback and could have bought out to the Abyssal Blade. Because they went back for Roshan, they weren't pushing into the team. Hold it until they're in your base, at least. But uses the buyback. He's got his shard up now. He didn't even have his shard in that fight. He has it up now. But yeah, he buys back, buys out. One good fight here with this Aegis for the side of Robert Yagi. This game's over.
Yeah, it's just... The way they're trying to take those fights seems really weird to me because they're literally baiting Ember first when they know they cannot bail him out because there is no BKB on him. There is no. There's no reliable save because Global is always going to be available.
Yeah, and Kadaro's not been getting in, like you said, Kadaro's not been getting in for these escape packs because of the toss back. It's just been pulling Stormstormer out of save range, and I am baffled. I'm honestly baffled that Ember Spirit's not gone for a BKB. At 44 minutes into the game, he went back for the Shivas instead.
Yeah, like, again, I will reiterate, I felt like Ember was a really bad pick this game, but even then, the game plan itself for OG is a bit shaky. Whatever it is they're trying to execute, we're not really understanding what the point is. As they're gonna smoke, this might be a Hail Mary here.
Yeah, they're going to look for the catch-up, but there's an AD rune out onto the Sven now as well. The walls, the Yosef comes through. There's going to be the global silence here. Look at the damage, 423. Now able to get that BKB off. There's going to be the double global silence coming out now as well. Satanic, it has been used. 423 has to run himself away, and the Sven, he stands his ground. Kadaro, Dazed, they are gone. Enter now as well. Stormstormer with the round jump away to as well the Lycan. What's he going to try and do? No, they still get the catch out. The burst strike comes through. Stormstormer, he doesn't have a remnant to jump himself away to. You'll Scepter will be used, but there's going to be the toss up now as well. Yeah, the Shiva's only going to buy him so much time here. Miriel comes in as well. He does have a remnant, but the Sven is waiting with open arms. I think this is over. You've got 4 heroes on the side of Robert Yagi. You've still got this Aegis. Look at the Sven making a beeline down this mid lane now as well. He doesn't have a creep wave. This is the one big opening that OG have.
Yeah, Davai is cutting waves here. He's trying to do some weird shit, but he doesn't have a TP. So
no. First strike, 4 heroes on top of him, and he is... Well, it's going to be a slow death, it looks like, but it is going to be a death nonetheless, as Davai Lama just wasting time.
Yeah, just desperation tactics everywhere. It feels like 20, maybe 15 minutes ago, OG has like so many weird buybacks and they just being picked off a lot, and that's kind of uncharacteristic.
Yeah, like you say, this Ember Spirit here, he's 1, 7, and 8. Okay, he's got a few assists on his belt, but when you see an Ember Spirit in the first 20 minutes of the game, if they're not something like 7, 1, and 12, it's just a terrible game for the Ember Spirit. They lose all their impact, and now Snowy coming in. 20 seconds on that respawn here for the Ember Spirit, though. Snowy's going to stand his ground. Going to go towards a tier 4 tower. It's a bit of Dark Ascension coming through.
It's kind of over.
Yeah, no, they don't. There's going to be a Wheel of Wonder, though. Can they at least bring the Aegis? It's a lot of damage coming through, and they will be able to get... There's going to be the double global silence coming out now as well. Phantom Assassin has to go back into the base here, but the Snowy, again, just going to stand his ground. Okay, the bash, but they've got the control. They've got the burst strike. No BKB coming out for the Phantom Assassin now.
He's just gone.
He is dead. 2 minutes on the sidelines, and it looks like they're going to get the cleanup. Robert Yagi is going to be the 4 staff away here, but the GG is going to be called. They know this one is over. OG. No way to save the base. Game number 1 going away with Robert Yagi.
I mean, imagine PA has buyback there, right? Maybe could have changed it because that's when OT was really bad. He was kind of low, and then he, just dies there. If the PA had buyback, there's a chance you could hold this out a little bit more. But overall, I feel like OG, they had a good game plan. They played the first 15 minutes really well, and things just took a really weird turn. They felt lost after that. And I guess this kind of goes to your point. Once they have no control over the game, they don't play as well.
Yeah. Taking a look at the scoreboard here, like I say, Stormstormer 1 and 7. 4-2-3 at least was getting kills on the board. 9, 5 and 3 here for the Phantom Assassin. Davai Lama on that Lycan 2, 3 and 12. He was trying to split push it out. He was trying to hit that tier 3 tower, but the Silencer just came back every time and just cleared up that creep wave. And like you say, even though the Silencer went 1-6-26, so loads of assists on the board here for the Silencer, that global silence was all he needed to do, even if he was away from the fight, pop that global silence, and it felt like Robert Yagi, able to get themselves in control. So what are you looking at here for OG in the second game? What do they need to do?
You either needed a better mid hero, or you needed I think the Silencer response was really good, so you cannot pick the early Ringmaster into Silencer. They proved to be very good at executing that type of gameplay. So I think OG, this Night Stalker plan, once everyone was a bit stronger on the side of Robert Yagi, it just couldn't kill the Silencer anymore.
Yeah, well, that is going to be it for game number 1. There is still a game number 2, potentially a game number 3 to come up, but for now we are going to be taking a break, so we'll see you right after this. Welcome back in, everybody, to the second game here between OG and Rabbit Yagi. That first game, it just felt like, again, OG, a little bit of early momentum cancelled out by Rabbit Yagi, and then once they got going, never really stopped. This time around, OG going to ban out that PA. On the other side, is going to be the Beastmaster once again, and the Nature's Prophet being taken out. So, maybe permanent bans in these fixtures. What are you looking at here, Bowie? Is there anything from the last game you don't want to see get through into this second game?
I feel like I don't want to see that early ringmaster unless they address the silencer. To me, that was a big problem. Not impressed by Stormstormer's Ember. I think like his Ember is okay. It's just kind of a bad game for it. We kind of shat on the Sven, but the hero delivered.
Yeah, to be fair, that Sven worked this time around. I did say though that I did like the build up they went for. Instead of straight Blink Dagger, the Sanjin Yashi coming out into the AC first just became that right click machine. Loads of attack speed there, lots of bonus strength coming out, so he was booted up by the Wrath of God anyway, and then went back in for the Blink Dagger a lot later on, and by that point he was already deleting heroes anyway, so it really didn't matter that the Blink was the next on, because he had the rest of the team to carry the tossbacks. Actually, should have mentioned it, but the Tiny was probably MVP. Those tossbacks coming through into the Sven, and the Sven, by the time they landed, they'd already lost like 3/4 of the health.
Yeah. At the end of the day, even when PA had Wolfbite and Satanic, it felt like she couldn't really man up on the Sven, right? The combination of high armor plus just having higher HP meant that the PA never got online. And in fact, OG, even though they have first pick and they pick PA first, they're just gonna ban it. They want to start with a clean slate.
Okay, the Medusa, the Tinker going here, as well as that Monkey King as well. So we'll see what OG are going to be going for, what the first pick is going to be. And the Darkseer ban coming out for them. They're straight into the Terrorblade. No hesitation here. OG straight into the Terrorblade.
Oh, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. They get the Tony.
Yep. That's a really nice pickup here. Like I say, to me, that was the MVP. The amount of tossbacks he got, the amount of good positions he got himself into to either save his teammates or just force an OG player out of position here. I'm genuinely surprised that OG didn't ban that one out.
I'm surprised OG's forcing the carry that much. You gotta admire a carry that's willing to put his life on the line like that. And I felt like even though they first faced the PA 4-2-3, I felt like 4-2-3 played okay. Like he got his timings, his lane was fine, like everything that was in his power. Like, he didn't really get picked off as much as Stormstormer as well. But I feel like if you're going to give Stormstormer or the Vailama a later pick, it needs to count for something. And I definitely did not do that in game 1.
Yeah, like 4-2-3, like you say, he had a good game. I mean, 9-5 in the 3. He got as many kills as the Pango. The only hero that got more than him was the Sven. But yeah, Stormstormer 1 and 7, Dalai Lama 2 and 3. There was just no contribution there. Yeah,
like, that's a 24 pick, 1 and 7.
And yeah, there's just like you're saying that if they'd have had a contribution there from the mid lane, from the off lane, in terms of kills, in terms of the pressure in these fights, that game goes completely different. Maybe they win it. When we're sat here going, what can Rabbit Yagi do to get themselves back in the series? But yeah, the fact that 4-2-3 was the only one that was putting kills in those fights, it kind of swung it. And OG, they just couldn't get that momentum going.
Yeah, so they do ban Brew as well as the Warlock here. I'm gonna take away Tidehunter. Okay. So they might be going for Magnus on Raboyagi. I feel like that hard dispel on the Tide is usually something that's very valuable against Mag.
Yeah. We see the Jackie coming out again. Jakiro has a really nice pick, just in general. Again, we've already seen it once today. Well, we've seen it.
No, I think twice. Was it? I think twice.
Okay.
I'm gonna say twice.
Okay.
But yeah, a lot of magic damage against the Terrorblade. In general, the AoE is great.
So
the Vi does play offlane TB, right? So this is not necessarily 4-2-3-0.
Yeah, it could be, but I couldn't say the last time I saw an offlane TB.
Yeah, it's usually against Doom, but maybe that's what OG Maybe like you pick Morphling and then they pick Doom and you have the TB offlane. I don't know.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Robert Yagi now going to have 2 picks on the board. So, how are they going to respond to this? Is Keeper Light still a mid hero, or is this solidly in that offlane, like position 4 role here with Crystal Maiden playing the 5?
It's definitely a better mid hero in my opinion, but when you have TB, support Kato does bring you a lot of value out of reducing the meta cooldown. So it can definitely be a support.
Okay. And again, we'll see how Rabbit Yagi going to respond to this one. Again, that Tiny could be that position 4 coming through. Can flex it into the 1 roll, mid lane here as well. So, going to be able to keep that one under wraps here. And we are going to see Rabbit Yagi with the final pick. So, they are going to be able to flex that Tiny if they keep it to the very last pick here as well. See what you bring out.
Great mid Tiny game because you have 2 squishies there. Even Terrorblade is kind of squishy. I would love to see this Tiny being played as mid, so you can pick like your other support and offlane here. Maybe an offlane that flexes to mid, just so you keep the options open, like a mag.
Oh, Sand King does that. Off and mid lane on the Sand King as well. So we'll see. And again, the impact that they had with the Sand King. I mean, Sand King did all right, but yeah, I'm surprised that the Tiny didn't get banned out. To be honest, I'm going to keep going back to that. I think.
They could Muerta, right? But then you lose the Tiny flex. But I think Muerta is very good this game. Just having the silence against TB early on means he cannot sunder. And it's just a lot of magic damage. They need a pipe hero for sure on OG.
Yeah, and what's it going to be? They're going to go for the Ember Spirit themselves here.
Oh, okay.
Do we see the
Husk?
Yeah, I was thinking that just the Stormer, the Huskar.
It is doable. It's not the greatest Huskar game because they have like the toss back thing is annoying for Huskar, but it destroys the lane for sure.
Yeah, and that could be the boost that OG needs. No, they're gonna go Dragonite. Okay. So doesn't lose the lane to the Ember Spirit. Has a nice solid lane. If the Ember Spirit rotates off for a gank, Corrosive is the facet that I've been seeing the most mid. I think Corrosive mid, and then from time to time carries go for the Frost Dragon.
Regardless of the facet, now that I think about this DK, I kind of hate it. But you have no play. Like if this DK guy buys Blink, which he kind of has to if you're playing mid, who do you kill with the DK? Like you have no mobile hero to. I hope this is like offlane TB Dragonite carry, and they pick like a different hero for mid lane.
Maybe. Would you not go for something like the Timbersaw off in this game? Is it just too much control? Too much like the magic damage coming through?
Yeah, I feel like the problem is Timber. Like he can buy pipe, but he also wants to buy damage.
Yeah.
Like something like a Darkseid would be better, but it's banned. Like Bristle, maybe. Just get Bristle, rush pipe.
Okay.
Be happy. Ideally, though, something with a stun, something that also benefits from like Kato. I said Bristle because I think it combos well with Kato, but it doesn't bring a stun. But maybe you can get something else that has a stun.
Like.
They ban it.
Yeah. So looking at maybe something like the Centaur. Okay, well, I mean the Centaur build up, I suppose it's the blade mail into the blink dagger from what I've seen. So maybe something different.
Something. Let me check here.
Doom?
Not that good at stunning. Maybe like Dawnbreaker. I don't know. Dawnbreaker, Shaker, even. It's all right as an offlaner.
Okay. We'll see what the bio is going to be here for OG in that offlane in just a minute, or if it is going to be the offlane, what that last hero is going to be, because they do have that next pick on board. Looking for the final ban. Rabbit Yagi taking away the Pangolier. Maybe, like you say, maybe they do shift that Dragonite into the off and go for something a little bit different in the mid.
I have seen offlane DK as well.
Yeah.
It's not great, but then, you pick a different mid laner, because I feel like they need something that actually gets to play with the Kato a bit better, like Storm, even though it's actually not that good of a Storm game. It just feels like they're picking comfort heroes, but the cohesion is lacking right now.
Yeah. Would you maybe consider something like the puck coming out, or is that just too dangerous here for OG?
Yeah, the Sand King makes a lot of picks a bit harder to play.
Yeah. Okay.
Take the Morphling out, so they still feel like it's going to be a tiny support, which I mean, very likely. Both carries that they can run here on OG are not that strong.
Okay.
Huh.
There's your bash. There's your control coming out here, off lane or mid lane.
True. Could be mid lane's louder.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
And Robert Yagi, is it going to be the carry now? Yeah, what are they going to be bringing out? And up against the Terrorblade, what have they got left to think you'll pick up? Because Monkey King's been banned up, PA, Sven, the Morphling there as well, all being taken away. Nature's Prophet, Medusa, all being removed from the pool. So what's left for them? Do they want to go for something like a Slark? Can get that Shadow Dance off, try and get the damage out before the Sunder? Are you looking...
I like Drow and I like Ursa.
Okay.
Um,
Do you not think Ursa gets a little bit too controlled with the lineup that OG have?
It's annoying for sure, but I think the lane, like Ursa can actually put up a decent fight against Lauder, especially Jakiro, because of the attack speed low. And once you have BKB, you can kill the CM, you can kill the Coddle. They need damage. They need physical for sure on Raboyagi. I feel like they already too hard on magical, so it would be nice to change things.
What else? Wraith King, Life Stealer? Is that carry tiny?
Wait, what?
Okay. Yeah, I'm so used to seeing the tiny out of the two of the four that we just kind of completely got off topic there on that. But Snowby with the insurmountable is going to be going for the tiny. As to Jakiro, we've got Spirit on the Sand King once again. Morelli this time picking up that Ember Spray. He's going to show Stormstormer how it's done. Denton on the Ancient Apparition, and it is going to be Davai Lama on the Slaughter. Stormstormer on that Dragon Knight with the Corrosive Dragon.
Yeah, early levels are a bit hard against Lauder because you have no armor on Tiny, but as you scale, it's definitely the high armor hero left to deal with, like pretty much 3 right-click cores on OG. I think OG found a decent intermediate here with now you have 2 stuns on the Slaughter and the DK, but I hope they don't rush Blink Dagger on both heroes. I feel like if OG tries to YOLO too hard, I've seen a lot of drafts like this collapse. When you get 2 blinks, you don't really get the kills you want, and then you just get out farmed.
Yeah. Well, okay, we'll see. Yeah, that's going to change. I mean, from the way I've seen the core, the position 1 Tiny builds, I've seen the Tiny skip over the Blink Dagger entirely here. As a carry.
I mean OG with the Slaughter and the DK. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you could potentially go
like
Echo
maybe get
Saber.
like an Echo. Yeah. And just blink on Stormstormer.
Yeah. We'll see how they want to build it up. I suppose the big thing here for the Dragon Knight is if the Ember Spirit wants to leave the lane for the ganks, trying to get around that level 6, he is going to be able to take that early tower, that mid lane tower very quickly with the Corrosive Dragon form. So maybe that's what Stormstormer is going to do. He's not going to opt, like you say, not going to opt to leave the lane early on. Just look to put the pressure onto the towers and open up the Radiant side of the map from taking down that tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
Yeah. They do have decent siege with the Dragon Knight. They have a fair amount of minus armor as well. So it's 3 from Stormstormer. You have a lot coming from the Slaughter. So it's definitely an interesting draft. You also have some shenanigans here with like really low cooldown stuns with Chakra Magic, right? Like Dragon Tail is if you time the Chakra Magic well, you can pretty much stun someone for like 8 seconds.
Yeah.
With like 2 heroes.
What are you thinking then? You see the lineups coming out. We've seen what Rabbit Yagi did to OG in that last game. Are you sticking with OG this time around, or you think are you going back? You're gonna think it's gonna be a 2-0 in favor of Rabbit Yagi?
So I actually felt like OG had a better draft in game 1. So after seeing Raboyagi play and looking at their draft right now, I maybe want to give this a 50-50. I felt like OG had a sizable advantage, but apparently not the case.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to play here. And who's going to be coming out on top? Like I say, OG, they need this win. It's not life or death yet. You do have a lower bracket run to go through if you go down here, but nobody wants to be going down to the lower bracket. Everybody wants to be playing in that upper bracket. Everybody wants to be surviving through. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do here. OG, can they get this one in the bag, force it to a third game, or is it going to be Rabbit Yagi closing this one out in 2? Get ourselves into this one. Nothing just yet in terms of aggression. You know, nobody getting overzealous, nobody trying to force anything out. Daze and Astago are going to try and trade a little bit of damage off to each other, but again, nothing major happening so far.
And they did send the AA to the top side. I was expecting, you know, the Avalanche Thaws with Cold Feet combo, but instead they're going to keep the Jakiro there.
And I suppose... I mean, again, the Jakiro just puts out so much damage early on. What facet? He went for the Icebreaker facet this time around on Jakiro. So we did see the damage reduction. I forget what the name of it is. The double attack one.
Yeah. It's... I like the Ice Path one a little bit more, to be honest. But I feel like there's definitely... with the buffs and everything to it, people are experimenting a lot more with Jakiro.
Frostbite coming out here onto the Sand King. Metamorphosis is out as well, the Blood Grenade, but can he run himself away? There's going to be the Reflections coming through as well. One more right click. If that Burst Strike was a second later, the Sand King would probably be dead here. Gets that Tango off, got some regen coming through. Denton trying to run himself now away. Look at this one, 423 chasing behind the creep wave. Gotta be careful though. So the Chilling Touch coming through from Denton. It's a lot of damage coming through from this AA with the extra attack range on top. Gonna be able to out right click Denton. 423 here, Denton. If 423 gets a little bit over aggressive,
just making sure they're getting nothing here. Percent King has 3 CS, and even with all that aggression, the Terrorblade has 10. So very nice from OG. They play their lanes really well, so that's not really the part that I was scared for.
Yeah, it felt like. Well, I mean, the Ember Spirit kind of fell behind and never really got ahead, but yeah, it felt like from the outside of the lane stage that OG in that last game just couldn't get themselves up and running. But maybe that was down to, again, just not having too much being offered from the off lane and the mid lane.
Yeah, and speaking of Stormstormer, he is absolutely destroying the Ember, as he should.
Yeah. You see the Ember Spray actually opted for the 2 points here into the Flame Guard. So Morelli, the damage coming through from Stormstormer, though. Stormstormer just going to be able to stack it up with that Worm's Wrath as well. So Morelli, even with his bottle, his mana back now. Sleight of Fist coming out onto the Dragonite. The Dragonite turn around onto the Breathe Fire, doing a lot of damage right back onto this Ember Spirit. Alright, look at how much health he's losing per right click here. And Stormstormer, though, this time does have to back himself away.
I gotta respect the level 2 Flame Guard for sure.
Yeah.
Very annoying. But yeah, the Tiny having a pretty fine time. The Slaughter is farming as well, and I think I actually like that the Vi has a more aggressive hero to play, because I felt like, even though he got a lot of farm, I felt like he was just farming a little bit too much, not really contributing.
Yeah. And, well, we'll see how it's going to go for him this time. Like I say, the last game, he did get that very early Helm of the Overlord, but there was just the base defense. Once he got to the tier 3 tower, there's the base defense coming out here from Rabbit Yagi. What he's going to be able to do different this time around. Looks like it's going to be the Power Treads. I assume it's going to be the Echo Saber pickup for Davai. Just looking to get those the bashes off as much as possible.
Good deny here in the mid room by OG, so they did that as well with the second water room, game 1.
Yeah.
Making sure Morel doesn't really get to benefit from it. Denton might be dead.
Do they have the damage to take him down, though? I mean, yeah, he is going to get low. The Cold Feet will proc. Do they have a Frostbite? They don't have the mana for the Frostbite. We'll see Denton, though. The vision coming through. 4-2-3. Reflection for the slowdown. One more right click will do it. 4-2-3. First blood on the board. Took a little bit longer than they thought. They thought they were getting that Sand King, but in the end, it will still be 4-2-3 that pulls it to the side here. Spirit with the pull through onto the bounty. So he's going to try and pull the creep wave around, but it looks like the Crystal Maiden might try and cut him off in the river.
Yeah, she's in a good position, but AA already TPing, so they want to pin Sir Kidara, and they might be able to do that.
Yeah, we'll see if the Dragon Knight going to try and make a move over. There is going to be the Sentry going down here. Spirit going to get low. In fact, look at this one as well. The Terrorblade is going to rotate over. Stormstormer, can he get in range? Kadaro not dead just yet. Where's that Frostbite? 2 seconds away. And now Denton, they're going to be able to get on top of the Reflections coming through once again. Slide of Fist, Mirelli gets the kill onto Kadaro. And Denton going to be able to get himself back safe. 4-2-3 even losing his courier there.
Dude, that's a level 2 Slide of Fist. This game is such a weak hero. Like, she had 30% HP and just dies to a level 2 Slide of Fist. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's not great. 3 armor and 626 health. Yeah, not great for the maiden.
Yeah, maybe she gotta hit the gym a little bit more. Looking pretty weak. But, you know, now there is a huge wave going towards Rabayagi, which is, on one hand, good because it's experienced, but they have a catapult wave, they can dive you.
Yeah, Daisy's going to be up here now as well. Astigo's going to TP himself towards the top lane. The Reflection will come out. Burst right back onto 4-2-3, though. 4-2-3, he's going to be able to get the kill. Well, Daisy gets the credit onto Spirit. There's going to be the Cold Feet proccing onto 4-2-3, but they dive right back underneath this Tier 1 tower. Astigo with a dual breath. Can they get the kill out here? 4-2-3 is getting low. No regen is left. He wants that last right click. Daze picks it up for the double. Was the AA. The AA not even going to risk it here, but Sand King... Oh, no, okay, just goes down to the tower. Just, I guess, yeah, the Terrorblade just denies himself. He was so low with no regen. He's just like, just kill me. Just let me TP back into the lane.
Yeah, makes sense. He probably bought out and now gets to reap the benefits of his life a bit better.
Yeah.
And mid lane Stormstormer with the OT already, trying to be that pesky DK that I guess used to be pesky 5 years ago, and then we forgot that this hero can push towers.
I mean, not even 5 years ago when the, what was it last year? The Manta-style dragon form meta? Because he,
That's true.
Oh, they're going to go again. Spirit's going to get really down low. The Metamorphosis is coming out. Spirit, can he get himself away? He does go north towards the land bridge here, trying to juke himself around, but the wall goes down. They see where Spirit is going, so there's going to be the Crystal Nova to slow him down. Do they have any reveal here on the Sandstorm? He's still inside of it, though. The Crystal Maiden might actually lose a courier. Yeah, do they have any reveal? They do have a sentry. Marelli gets the kill onto Stormstormer, though. Just drop it down here. Spirit. Burst Strike comes in. Morelli going to get involved now as well. Kadaro, they did not want it to go this way. They have 4 heroes up here, though. Reflection, Spirit losing a lot of life. He will still live thanks to those stick charges, and Kadaro falls out here. Even Snowy making a rotation up. 4-2-3, can he get himself out? Well, not with 3-4 heroes chasing him around. 4-2-3, he's going to try and go towards that Twin Gate. Do he have an interrupt? Do he have the damage to get the kill? Through the Twin Gate he goes. He is away. But not a lot of life left here for 4-2-3.
Yeah, that's so sad. Like, gonna have to walk somewhere. Doesn't have meta to farm. Doesn't have HP. I think he has to run back base and maybe TP somewhere else. That's awful.
Yeah, no, probably has to here as well. He could,
like, just a stack. He cannot farm this. Yeah, poor guy.
What's he gonna do? Yeah.
Yeah, gotta walk base.
Oof, that is rough. I'm gonna put him even further behind this Tiny now as well. Look at the Tiny, top of the net worth, and this TB, the further away from the farm he is, the further and further he's going to fall behind. Morelli taking some damage. This Dragon form is back up here for Stormstormer.
Dude, like, Morel got absolutely trash mid, and he's somehow 3-0. You really gotta give it to the guy. Like, he has 23 CS, but he created a lot of space. He savaged that top lane where the Sand King was struggling. The Terrorblade is not farming because of his move as well. And as all that happens, the Tiny is just driving.
Yeah, 4-2-3 has to take the long way around back towards the top lane. Missing out on so much farm here. He's going to be able to get some up. 4-2-3 is going to be able to recover a little bit, it looks like. Still going towards that Falcon's Blade, though, 9 minutes into the game. So, he did go for the power tread, so he does have his power treads up. It's not awful here for the TB, but you want to be pulling ahead, especially before the Tiny can get that shard up. So he's going to have the consistent farm with the tree grab and all of that cleave coming out, too.
Yeah, and, well, looks like we're going to have that double Blink Dagger we talked about in the draft. Both the Vi Llama and the Dragon Knight queuing it up.
Yeah. And again, like, I suppose it's okay if you can get onto the 2 supports quick, get a kill each there. But it does feel like 2 is just a little bit of overkill coming out for the side of OG.
I mean, if it works, it's great. But
yeah,
a lot of times it doesn't work, and you don't really have a backup plan. These are heroes that farm extremely slow. DK with this facet and Slardar in general.
Scanning.
Okay, so Davai, is it going to be another stack? It looks like it is. They're going to be giving everything over. It looks like for the Terrorblade to be able to farm up here, but the Terrorblade, or in fact Daze, going to help Davai get a little bit of farm. Stormstormer coming in now as well, so they want to get to that Blink Dagger quickly as possible on either one of these heroes here. Stormstormer trying to do what he can onto this camp, and going to be able to do a decent amount with the Breathe Fire. How quickly they can farm through this one, though. The Ancient stack coming through now. This one's going to take a little bit longer, but I don't think they're bothered about who gets the gold as long as one of these cores do get themselves towards that quick blink. And both of them fairly close towards it now as well. You can see that Davai Lama going to be about 50 gold away, and Dragon Knight going to be about 200, 150 gold away for him.
Yeah, pretty good timings. So they're probably going to play together. I think Otto, DK's Ladder is going to be their kill squad, which should be able to kill pretty much anyone. You have what? Oh, no, wait, no Dragon Tail on the Dragon. What?
Yeah, no, this is a build I've seen from the mid Dragonites, because you want to put as much pressure onto the buildings that you're relying on the rest of the team early on. Of course, around level 9, you're going to pick up a point. But yeah, I've seen the mid Dragonites just ignoring the Dragon Tail. And
yeah, I mean, I think it's fine early, but he might finish the Blink Dagger before he has level 9, which could slow down like a timing that looks pretty good.
Yeah, and again, this is the thing, right? That the Dragon Knight making rotations, in fact, he died on the last rotation he made. He's made a couple of rotations and not been able to get any kills. And Stormstorm, maybe he's just having an off day, but I've definitely seen Stormstormer have more impact in the early portion of the game, and he's just not shown it today.
Yeah, I mean, he trashed the lane, but now it's a 1,000 difference here between the Ember and the Dragon Knight after they farmed a huge stack. So
yeah,
it's definitely whatever he did. Maybe it's mostly due to Murel actually overperforming. Like he is in a pretty good spot regardless of the mid lane result.
And build-wise, Ember Spirit's going to go for a Falcon Blade here. You know, so not the early Mage Slayer, not the early... I mean, the build that I've seen, apart from the last game that Ember Spirit, Stormstorm was going towards, to me, it's always the Mage Slayer into the BKB that I'm seeing from the Ember Spirits at the minute.
I think he just he knows that they're going to go for the early blinks.
Yeah.
And the thing is, in the past, Rapid Corrosion gave you HP, right? And it doesn't anymore.
Okay.
So I think the Falcon Blade is basically a way for him to not get killed. I think you probably get raindrops as well. And hopefully, that's enough for you to withstand the blink initiation of OG.
Okay. Davai, I think... Does he have the blink coming out to him? No, he's still about 25 gold away here, so just looking for the last hit. Going to be able to get the crush off, right-click onto the banner creep. That is going to be the gold for it, but having to play... Look at it, he's being chased away from the tower in the bottom lane. You've got 3 heroes down here, and this is a Slardar that loves to be in the middle of a mosh pit, loves to be getting aggressive, and just cannot stand up to the pressure here. Actually, TPs himself back down once that Blink Dagger is up, wants to get aggressive as early as possible. And I think he'll be able to go into this one now. Stormstormer, they get the kill out at least onto the Jakiro. The crush comes through though onto Denson. A couple of right clicks coming through. That is going to be going the way of Stormstormer once again. So look at that, 11 minutes into the game, and Stormstormer has already doubled the amount of kills he had in that last one.
Yeah, gotta be careful though. Senking did finish his Blink Dagger, so he can potentially... It's not in his inventory, but he's hiding it behind the tower.
Yeah.
Could potentially TP bottom, but that doesn't seem to be the plan.
I mean, he has that epicenter up now as well, so if he gets the courier to come in, could make a jump onto 423, 1250 health, and it could be a big chunk taken away from him if the Spirit makes this jump.
Yeah, but he needs someone else. I don't think he has all the damage.
Yeah.
Well, maybe this is a smoke potential here. AA does have one. Yeah, I think they're gonna smoke with AA and Ember.
Okay. Stormstormer, he has that Arcane Rune now as well, so Dragon Form's going to be up in 28 seconds. I don't know what the overlap on the time on that is. Might just be enough if he wants to pop it.
Yeah, I think it's 35 seconds on Arcane, so he should be able to pop it.
Yeah, yeah.
If he wants to.
We'll see. I'm surprised that... Oh, bottom lane. Yeah, I'm surprised that with this Blink Dagger up, Davai hasn't looked to rotate off this bottom. Look for a kill on. Just help out a lane, killing off a support or something, but looks like he still wants to farm. He wants that BKB up. We're going classic Slardar build.
Oh, smoke with the 4-2-3. You're
Oh,
gone,
my
buddy.
dude. What are you doing this far out?
I don't know.
Like-
I honestly don't know. They
There's
even
no-
have like a top ward, so they would know if the Sand King was like farming jungle
Yeah.
on the left side.
But
Snowy.
get to get the damage out now as well. There's
Oh,
going to be
look
that
at Burrow.
big Burrow strike coming through. Davai Lama trying to sprint his way away from this epicenter, though. It's a lot of damage to Crush. It won't connect Spirit. He doesn't have that Burrow strike back up, though, so won't be able to go on to the rest of the damage for Davai Lama. Spirit, no reveal here. Merle going to rotate in now as well. Kadaro, they get the catch out. They're going to get to get the kill. Yeah, Kadaro just gets caught out, killed off. And again, OG trying to engage, just not going right for them, and it costs them at least one death.
Radiant's
And we
middle tower
kind of talked
is
about it,
under
right?
attack.
Where we said that they needed a pipe on OG, and Slaughter is not a pipe hero. I think that's one reason why we didn't even talk about it.
Yeah.
This Terrorblade, like, he's food. He can get a Manta, he can get a BKB, but there's no save. If he gets a Burrow Strike from Fog, which is pretty easy to happen, you connect the Ice Path, he's dead.
Yeah. And I don't know what he was doing out. He was miles. It's not like they have a tier 1 tower to TP to. They had no vision around the top part of the jungle or the bottom part of the jungle. You know which one I mean? Like the above the lane where he was trying to farm out. He was pushed out on his own because the Slardar and the Crystal Maiden were way too far away to respond when he got jumped on the 4-2-3. And again, to me, it's just the silly little mistakes that are costing OG a lot in these games, these two games that we've seen from them today so far.
Yeah, like they destroyed the lanes, but it feels like they are not in sync with what needs to happen.
No, not at all, no. And it's going to be the Manta start here for the Terrorblade. What are we looking at? 15 minutes. He's got himself the Yasha. Diadem's going to be coming out soon as well, but still a ways away. 1-2-2 here for 4-2-3. We've got CM, got the regen boots up. Going to be the Glimmer Cape coming out for Kadaro. Davai Lama, yeah, BKB. Still going to be about 2,000 gold away for the BKB here for the Slardar, and then Shard up
Might
next.
find him.
Oh, yeah, do they get the catch out now as well? He's going to try and go for the sprint out, but it's going to be a long Ice Blast. He's just on the edge of it, but it's going to be that level 1 Ice Blast. Shouldn't be enough to get the kill out here. Davai just has to continue backing himself away, though. Can't re-engage until that Ice Blast is worn off.
Yeah, Tiny needed to be closer, so they didn't have the perfect positioning there. But that's a Charmander, so
Yeah.
AA is definitely the one you want.
And we'll see. Is it going to be AA? It's going to be... It is. Denton gets it. Early boost up, so that Ice Blast is going to be more effective now.
60% liberation.
While that's going on, though, the RM Roshan, they do have a decent amount of armor reduction coming through with the Slardar, so we'll see how
Good play.
quickly they're going to be able to do it. Kadaro even going to be in that smoke still with the freezing field coming out, and it looks like nobody from the side of Rabbit Yagi knows this is going on, so Davai Lama gets the... Okay, I suppose, yeah, if you want that Terrorblade still farming up, he's playing the PvE game, so you give it over to a hero that is going to get aggressive, try and make something happen here with that Slardar.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, that's a good play. They knew that AA Blast was on cooldown, so they didn't even had a way to stop OG from doing that.
Yeah.
Very nicely done. Yeah, they just want to finish the BKB, so it feels like Stormers is ready, and Davai shouldn't be too far anyways. He's like 800 gold away from his.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm hearing the Dragon Tail here. Do they get the damage off? They do. Davai's going to be the one that gets the kill out on Spirit. Just overextending just a little bit.
Yeah, pretty deep. They do get vision of everyone, so it does give Rabayagi a lot of safety farming. The Tiny already has his shard. Just needs to finish the Sanjin Yasha now.
Is under attack.
And
Oh, Radiance on Morale. Okay. I do like that a lot.
yeah, I suppose, yeah, pretty much everybody on the side of OG, very right-click heavy.
Yeah, really like this one. Definitely, he gets the evasion, the mischance on everyone else as well.
Yeah. The burn with the extra burn, you know, you're going to have the immolation, the flame guard burn through, and then the radiance burn as well. So just being around the fight with you, that sleight of face going around as well, it's a lot of damage coming out for the Ember Spirit just for being there. Burst Strike comes out here. Do they have the lockdown? They might be able to get, and again, Slaughter has that Aegis. He's going to go for the sprint. Doesn't want to waste it, though. They're going to be able to get the Dragon Tail out onto Morelli. And Morelli going to be backing himself away here. Slaughter, though, Blink Dagger was on cooldown. He didn't want to go into that fight straight away anyway. He does see an AD rune here. Does he pick it up? Picks this one up straight away. They have to... I mean, it might put pressure on them to do something with this AD rune Blink Dagger combo coming out for the Slaughter, but who are they going to be able to find? His Spirit might be the furthest one forwards.
Yeah, I feel like right now, you know, Roboyagi, they have no intention to fight. They're farming a Radiance.
Yeah.
You're not ready to fight with this Tiny. So you just want to split push. They have good heroes for that. Pretty much all cores can split push fairly well. Even the AA just throwing Ice Vortex can kind of clear one wave. They might lose some tier 2s. Oh, they're really trying to chase Spirit here, but...
They might see him now as well. The Crush comes out. Denton is close. Burst Strike away. There's going to be that Light Blast back with the Blinding Light coming out, but they will still be able to get the kill onto Spirit. Tier 2 tower, fortification will be used here, but again, you have these illusions for the Terrorblade. The Terrorblade is going to be in Metamorphosis for a long time. It's only about a third of the way through. More illusions going to be coming out for him as well. The Mad Style did get used, but they are going to be able to put pressure out. And meanwhile, the top lane, Dragon Tail out onto the Tiny. Tiny going to try and go for TP. Davai Loma has that crush though. They're going to be able to get the damage off. Even the toss coming through, but Snowy, he will go down. OG, okay, a bit of a response, a bit of life being shown here by OG in the second game. As Astacore TP, but the Frostbite comes in. Ice Path off the mark, and they're going to be able to get another kill on board. So OG, and you can see off laner here, mid laner, starting to contribute into the game, which was missing in that last match.
Yeah, very nicely done. And it looks like Mirel actually changed his mind again. So has the Manta, even bought the Asha.
Okay.
But they doesn't want to go for the Radiance anymore. Feels like the game state changed after they started feeding a couple of kills.
Well, if we look at the game state itself here, so still got the Aegis for another minute on Dalai Lama. Do you think OG are going to be using this to, or is this just a case of they've got what they needed to out of it, you know, and he's just going to be constantly in the rest of OG just going back to consistent farm?
Yeah, I think they're going to keep farming. Unfortunately, the hero that reliably hits buildings is the Terrorblade a bit more than the Dragonite. So if you're okay, Orchid debuted on Stormstormer.
They're going to be able to get, again, the Blinding Light coming out into Spirit, the TP. Did they have the interrupt? They don't need an interrupt. They have the damage with the reveal. Yeah,
the lower cooldown Dragon Tail.
Oh, look at this. Davai as well, just diving in. He's got days for backup now as well. Denton's going to try and go for the TP. Do they have the crush? Blinding Light into that crush, pushes him back. The Cold Feet will proc though. Ice Blast. It's going to keep the control of Divine Llama, but still, Davai should be able to get the kill and will be able to. And then the chase onto the end, but the silence comes out here. He's not going to run to jump himself away to Frostbite. Do they have the Dragon Tail now as well? They do. There's going to be overlap there, though. Morel, can he get himself out of this one? It's a lot of damage coming through. Has that Remnant away? What's that Blink Dagger? It's going to be the Blink Dagger coming in from Davai. They get the crush. They get the kill. 4-2-3 even taking that Shrine of Wisdom as well.
All right, OG woke up. Like, this has been like 2 minutes of unrelentless aggression.
Yeah.
Spirit is in a decent position, but he's so close to level 2 epi. Yeah, he doesn't really get to stop that.
Just going to give the tier 2 tower up now. And if we're looking at it going later on in the game, you know, if this game does go to like the 35-minute, 40-minute, 45-minute plus, who has the better lineup, do you think? Who scales a little bit better?
Probably OG. I think if they are like more farmed, definitely OG, because then the heroes don't seem as squishy anymore. You have higher levels. Like magic damage drafts, they kind of rely on scaling, on snowballing a little bit more. And, you know, we didn't really get to see Spirit do anything. He had some really good epis in game 1, but
yeah,
he's 0-4-4 this game. As we they're chasing him everywhere he goes, and in fact, he might just die again.
Do they have the reveal here? Spirit's going to be on the edge of his Sandstorm. There's going to be the top in. Kadara, he gets the reveal out with the Dust. Davai with the blinking now as well. The Crush and Spirit. Burst Strike, it's going to keep him alive a little bit longer, but not enough to keep him fully alive. And even Stormstormer to be able to get the kill out onto the AA. Astago, can he get himself out? The TP will just complete. Okay.
Sheesh. That's, we went from 1,000 gold lead to 10 in like 3 minutes.
Yeah, and they might not be done just yet here. Snowy, can he get himself away? There's going to be the 4-step forward into the Dragon Tail now as well. The blinding light to push this Tiny back. Tiny trying to get himself back to the high ground. The Ice Path, it will come through. But the Blink and the Crush, they want to go into the high ground into this one. Look at the damage coming through. The right clicks just deletes the Jakiro here, Davai. It costs him a BKB charge. I don't think he cares. And that's going to open up the tier 2 tower here as well for 4-2-3.
Damn. All right. This game has flipped over its head so fast.
Yeah.
They really are using this shard on. They're just like chasing people when the Kato is constantly getting to lower everyone's cooldowns. There's no save here. There's no like force staff. Glimmer Cape doesn't work against Corrosive Haze, so tough position.
Yeah. And you can see here that Rabbit Yagi maybe potentially going to try and group up once Muriel. How's he looking? He's actually changed his mind again. So they get that Mantis. Oh, I guess no, he didn't change his mind. He got the Mantis style out and then going to go back for a Radiance after that.
I think the biggest problem in this game is that the Sand King didn't go with U-Scepter like he did in game number 1. So he gets found and doesn't get to like dispel the Orchid. So it's just food. The dispel on the Ember definitely is going to start helping, Muriel showing and not instantly melting.
Okay. And what can they do in terms of objectives here? They are smoked up. They might be able to get on top. On top of Kadaro, but 4-2-3 going to be playing a little bit away. Terrorblade going to be the BKB pickup soon now as well. He's about 300 gold away from that one. So you can see that Kadaro playing that early warning system here is keeping himself on the high ground, making sure if anyone jumps in, but 4-2-3 TP just get himself out of this.
Kadaro though.
He's okay. Like you say, TP out with those Searing Chains for the lockdown. They do have enough damage to get the kill, but he bought time. He bought the information for 4-2-3 to get the TP out, and then he wasted a little bit of time there for Rabbit Yagi.
Yeah, I mean, he's higher level than the Sand King right now on the Crystal Maiden.
That's BKB complete if you want to hear Terrorblade. They are ganking though. They might be coming across 4-2-3. Can he get himself away? The avalanche. Oh, the Ice Blast's going to be here now as well. They do finally get the man. No information. That's a really deep ward coming through, and yet Rabbit Yagi haven't really been around here to try and do anything with it. But it's been up for about a minute. So before they smoked down, they smoked up, got that ward down, and spotted out 4-2-3. No one around to help him out, so they will just lose the Terrorblade for free.
Yeah, super clutch that they were able to use that ward so quick, and with the Sand King also finishing his Shivas.
Okay, yeah, he might be able to get himself away here, Davai. Yeah, we'll be able to sprint out. AC after the Mage Slayer coming out for that slaughter. What can they do? Do they want to try and fight into this one? They're going to lose the Crystal Maiden. The BKB out for the Dragon Knight now. They're going to be able to get the Dragon Tail out onto the Sand King. Sand King will fall. Snowy, can he run himself out here? BKB out for Divine Llama now as well, trying to get the chase down. Denton gets bashed up. They get the kill. Avatos here onto the Dragon Knight, but the Dragon Knight going to have that Dragon Tail right back up here. Davai with the double kill. They take down 4 overall. And this is looking so much better for OG. It's taking them a little bit, it's taking them a game and, 5-10 minutes to get into this series here, but it feels like they finally arrived. Yeah,
they're looking really sharp. Even after losing the TP there, they take the 5 versus 4, knowing that some key spells were on cooldown. Raboyagi had to walk, which means they were not together. And yeah, those BKBs, really hard for OG for Raboyagi to fight into that. So Kidaru gets also a free shard. Very nice.
So the Crystal Clone gonna have that hop here for the CM. If she does get in danger, just be able to jump back. And Frostbite, is it once it breaks? It is. So the Crystal Clone shatters and you get AoE Frostbite coming out.
And they're rushing. The recall allows OG to move so quickly around the map. If there's one hero I'm banning from Raboyagi, it's just the Kato here, as they will get vision, but there's nowhere near it. They lose the Sand King again.
Yeah. It feels like Stormer, he's a little pissed off after that last game. He's hunting heroes now. 8-1-4 on the Dragon Knight. And again, he did do okay in the lane stage, but once those rotations started to come through, he died, twice before he even got a kill on the board. But it feels like here Stormer having a lot better game this time around.
Yeah, kind of crazy. The Sand King had such a good game. It felt like game 1, Spirit had a bad game and he recovered really hard. This time, it's the opposite. He had a really good game and just couldn't find his ground as the Vi.
They're going to have a lockdown here onto the Slaughter. This time around, Slaughter won't have that Aegis, but he's going to be able to get the BKB off here. The right click's coming through onto Snowy. Snowy, look at all this damage coming through. The bashes, the control. Can he get the kill? One more right click. No, the burrow. He still gets it. 4 staffed away, but it won't save his life now. Crystal Maiden, Kadara's going to get really down low. He has a Crystal Clone if he wants to throw it out. Actually goes for the Glimmer Cape here. Spirit trying to run himself away from this one. Astigo has already fallen on 4-2-3. Takes down Sand King after that. While that's happening here, Stormer in that dragon form, he takes down that tier 2 tower finally and starting to step up now onto the tier 3. 28 minutes in and a 21k net worth lead coming out for OG. They are looking fairly in control of this game. We'll see if Rabbit Yagi can be able to fight back, because this game, it's not over just yet, but they might even be able to get a lane of racks from this one, OG.
Yeah, this is looking like a lane of barracks. There's no epi. Tiny's BKB's on cooldown. I believe this might be 2 lanes of barracks.
Oh, yeah, they're gonna go mid for now. Fortification will come out. But yeah, keeping the pressure out to 2 lanes. Ice Path, it will connect. But it looks like 4-2-3, they just want to be going, yeah, there's gonna be the respawn coming out for the Sand King. They get at least 1 in the mid. Nothing in the... Okay, so they split the damage, and they're at least gonna get this mid lane melee racks, but they don't get anything in the bottom lane.
What can you do?
Alright. Sheesh. What a different game. And as you said, I think Stormer definitely playing a bit better. Vi Llama, like he's 10-1, way more active in the game. Spirit's gone. Oh, is he?
No. Spirit still gets taken down there by Stormer, and now they're going to split it between the top and the bottom. It looks like, look at this one in the bottom lane here. You've got the illusions. Now you have that recall coming through, so 4-2-3 leaves a couple of illusions in the bottom lane, but this is going to be an attempt onto another tier 3 tower. Can they go for more? It's going to be the blinking now as well from the Dragon Knight, as well as Davai Lama on that Slaughter. They're going to be trying to go. The BKB's coming through now as well. Snowy could be pushed back. They take down the tier 3 tower. Snowy's going to be really darn careful. That BKB, it is wearing off. Can they get on top of him now as well? Do we have the damage? It's going to be enough right clicks with the 4 staff through. Even the Ice Path, it doesn't stop 4-2-3, and now they're jumping the Dragon Knight. He wants 1. He's going to be able to get at least 1. Can he get 2 here? Remnant away for the Ember Spirit back into the fountain. While this is going on, again, 4-2-3, backing himself away, trying to do what he can to these racks. It's going to be the top lane now as well. They might lose Daze. Daze going to get really down low. Frostbite comes out here. He's still going to be alive. In fact, look at that, the Crystal Clone. They get the control. They get the kill out onto the Ember Spirit. They do lose both supports. The buyback comes through from the Ember, but he is the only one alive. Buyback coming through from everybody else. The GG will be called 30 minutes in here. OG, they even it up to 1-1.
Huh. Well, Odin just played better. I think the lanes were fine. Like, yeah, the Dragon Knight stomped the Ember, but he got so many good rotations to recover.
Yeah.
The Tiny was getting good farm, but they utilized that double blink dagger much better than I thought they would. I've seen a lot of teams just feel the pressure to get a lot done. But what really makes that work, I think, is the Coddle, right? Not only you deal with the mana regen that both those heroes need to be active, but you also deal with bringing them around the map. To me, it was all days, and if there's one hero I would remove is that Coddle. I feel like that was OG just gave a Coddle masterclass in that game.
Okay, well, we'll find out if it does get removed in that next draft and what gets through for it if it does. OG, this is the OG that I've been seeing the past few days here. Put up a great fight. They've been putting up a lot of work. But Rabbit Yagi, they've already shown they can get that win, like, in the first game. So we'll see who is going to be winning that third and final game, who's going to be moving on to the upper bracket semi-finals, and who's dropping down to the round 1 of the lowers. We'll find out after this break. Welcome back in, everybody, to the final game of the day. It is going to be the final game of the series here. OG as well as... do you think they have a chance here? You know, from what they've shown in the last game? Do you think they finally woke up OG? Or do you think it's going to be Rabbit Yagi here that takes this game? Are they going to be angry, Bowie, after what happened in game number 2 coming into this third and final game?
I mean, OG obviously has a chance. Like, I thought they were heavy favorites. So the question is how much of a chance they have. I think it's good to come with the second game win, right? You probably come in a little bit more pumped up. But still, I think Draft really played a role in that game. The Caudle, to me, is a hero that you really have to address. And it's on OG to find a new way moving forward. I don't think Raboyaja is going to give them an easy win.
Okay, yeah, we'll see if they're going to ban this one out here. What's going to be getting through? Looking like the same bans as we saw in the last game here, the Beastmaster and the Medusa being taken out. Teams really do not want to play up against that offlane Medusa. You know, it just feel incredibly strong. This time around, Storm not going to get that Dragonite once again. On the other side, the PA, the Monkey King. What else do OG want to take away? They do have first pick if they want to go back in for that Cottle, though.
Yeah, you're going to have to find a new pair for the Caudle to work, but there is, Pango. Even Ember, to some extent, used to be very popular with that hero. So curious to see what OG wants to do. They banned... I don't remember the last ban that they had. Let me double check here.
The Tinker gets through. It's going to be the Terrorblade straight away here. So, yeah, Darkseer going to be the ban out for OG. And we'll see what Rabbit Yagi want to go for. Whether you want to go for that Tinker in the first pick here, because it is available. It's on board. It'll be the first time today that we see it. And we'll see if that's what they want to go for. Yep, straight away. I'm surprised that's something OG didn't go for here in the first pick.
All right, so curious to see if it's going to be mid or if they're going to try and flex this to a different role.
Yeah.
I mean, I like it. I think the approach they had against Terrorblade was right, with just a lot of magic damage, which Tinker, has a lot of pure / magical.
Yeah.
But somewhere along the lines, that Caudle showed up and he really made their lives hard. So I hope they ban it, man. I don't want to see... Because, it's not only the Caudle playing with the DK and the Slaughter, but it's also the Caudle reducing the meta cooldown. So everything just happens so fast and you get overwhelmed.
Yeah. At the same time, though, I think that it isn't going to be the same gameplay just purely because of this Tinker pick. Now, this Tinker pick shifts the game so much. If it's the support, you have the defense matrix coming out. You have the heal on the march and machines coming through. You have the control that the hero's going to have with the laser as well. Because for some god unknown reason, this hero needs everything in its kit. It's going to be able to put out a lot of damage. It can free boots of travel here as well. Yeah, whatever. This hero it just changes the way the game's played, and now it might be a case of if it's core. It's a case of catch the Tinker when it's bopping out to all 3 lanes and the jungle and pushing in everything. If it's a support, it's a game of catch the Tinker to stop him from getting the defense matrix up on all 5 of his heroes on himself, and then just looking to run it in with that protection coming through. I hate this hero with a burning passion. I could not tell you how much I want this hero removed from the game.
Yeah, it's crazy because I think Tinker was... in the past, once this new version, the support version, showed up, he was really strong in pubs, not that good in competitive. Because he can be flexed now, he's actually really good in competitive, because he can first pick this freaking shit and still flex it to mid if it is a good game for it. So the fact that he's both a good support and core right now is really scary. As they ban the Caudle, I love this. I love this already.
Yep, going to pick up the Tusk here as well. So that, again, could be the second support out. Could be that Tinker 5, Tusk 4. I mean, even the Tusk 5 here as well. So they can interchange on those 2 picks if it is going to be that Tinker support. OG, and that's kind of the thing, right, as well, that the heroes that deal with it, Nature's Prophet ban out. Spectre isn't a good hero at the minute. Well, they've already picked up the Terrorblade. Nyx Assassin has been nerfed into the ground as well. So these heroes that deal with the Tinker, Spirit Breaker isn't that great with the defense matrix being up. It's just... It doesn't have any counters. I'm going to stop because I'm going to spend the entire draft just ranting about this Tinker pick, and the Tinker hero in general.
Yeah, the hero is definitely very, very potent. I think the Spirit heroes